Before we begin proceedings, I would like to note that today would have been the 100th birthday of Her Majesty the late Queen Elizabeth. As the longest-serving monarch this country has known, her reign saw unprecedented social, cultural and technological change. I pay tribute to her lifelong dedication to public service across the nation, overseas territories, Crown dependencies and the Commonwealth. Her devotion to duty remains an example to us all. Order, order. We now come to questions. Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, Steph Ackerell.
Question 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself entirely with the remarks about Her late Majesty. The Illicit Finance Summit will convene a coalition of international partners to scale up global enforcement against illicit finance. The summit will forge new partnerships to combat this shared threat, including against illicit gold, money laundering in the property sector, and the abuse of crypto assets. And this builds on our long-term commitment to this agenda, including the 2025 UK anti-corruption strategy, and will complement our upcoming presidency of the Financial Action Task Force and other meetings.
Steph Ackerell.
Mr. Speaker, the summit is an opportunity for global action on dirty money that flows through our financial systems, but the Foreign Secretary might rightly be asked by our international partners why there are overseas territories flying our flag with our king as their head of state, preventing transparency and accountability for billions of pounds of illicit finance. Britain should be a world leader in tackling dirty money, but we have to get our own house in order. Can the Minister assure the House and those international partners that he will bring these overseas territories into line and outline which of his powers he will use to do so?
Minister.
Well, he will know, Mr. Speaker, from my previous answers in this place on this issue, how seriously I take that issue, and our commitments across the whole of our British family on these matters is very, very clear. I've been working very closely with leaders of the overseas territories. We've seen some important progress by a number of them, but a number have not gone far enough. I've been very frank with them about that. We're working in partnership with providing technical advice and support, and I am very hopeful that we will achieve progress, particularly on the issue of legitimate interest access, beneficial registers of ownership.
Richard Quigley.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK is a strong advocate for Interpol, recognising its critical function in supporting international law enforcement cooperation. We also support its ongoing reform programme to ensure there is no space for states to wilfully misuse its systems. The UK is represented at Interpol meetings where the adequacy of its systems are discussed and where we work with like-minded partners to enhance safeguards against abuse.
Richard Quigley.
My constituent, Ollie Bennett, is currently wanted by Interpol for an alleged crime in Morocco 3 decades ago. Ollie has always maintained his innocence, and following a debate in this place, his crewmate was granted a full royal pardon for the same charges. Ollie, however, was not. In December, he was arrested and detained in a French police cell. Though he is now safely home, Ollie remains at risk of arrest each and every time he goes abroad. The irony, Mr. Speaker, is that the Moroccan authorities have never filed to extradite Ollie, yet a Moroccan-sponsored Interpol red notice for Ollie remains active. Will the Minister commit to meeting with me to ensure that Ollie can access the support he needs to successfully appeal this red notice and to finally end this 30-year-long Groundhog Day?
Minister.
My honourable friend is a committed advocate for his constituents. I'd be very happy to meet him. As he will know, it's a matter of long-standing policy and practice that the UK can neither confirm nor deny the existence of an Interpol alert in a public forum to protect legitimate criminal justice inquiries, but I'd be delighted to meet my honourable friend.
For the message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government recently informed me that it's received 64 Category 2 Type B extradition notices, under Section 70 of the Extradition Act 2003, of which 56 have been certified. Fewer than 5 of those come from Bangladesh. Can the Minister confirm how many of those relate to members of this House, and whether there are any Interpol red notices that also apply to members of this House?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member will have heard the point I've just made, which is it is a long-standing matter of policy and practice that we do not confirm Interpol notices in public.
Ruth Capri.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also join the tributes to Her late Majesty the Queen? With permission, I will answer questions 3, 8 and 21 together. UN OCHA reports over 2,500 Palestinians have been displaced by evictions, settler violence and demolitions this year alone. The UK is clear. Israeli illegal settlements and decisions designed to further them are a flagrant violation of international law. Our position is clear and unequivocal. The Israeli government must stop the expansion of settlements, stop the threats of forcible displacement and annexation, and stop the unacceptable levels of settler violence.
Ruth Cabray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Foreign Secretary for her answer, but does she not agree that it is long overdue to impose a full ban on all forms of trade and economic activity with these illegal settlements, and to prevent UK businesses, the public sector and charities from having any such dealings with them?
Well, my honourable friend will know that goods from illegal settlements are already not entitled to tariff preferences under the UK-Israel agreement or the agreement with the Palestinian Authority. And we are also deeply concerned by the reports of the decision to establish 34 new settlements to add to the 68 settlements since this Netanyahu government came to office, and the E1 settlement proposals, which are completely wrong. We will continue to work with our partners internationally to keep the pressure on the Israeli government on this issue.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But tariff preferences are one thing, but we have to do whatever we can. I know we can't solve this problem alone, but we need to do whatever we can to put pressure on the Israeli government to stop. So I think the Israeli government are using the fog of war over Iran to make a Palestinian state unviable by the expansion of these settlements. So what more do they have to do before we will take action and actually ban settlement trade?
Well, my honourable friend will know we have already introduced 3 packages of sanctions related to settler violence in the West Bank, including measures against cabinet members in their personal capacity for their incitement of violence. We continue to look at the issue of sanctions, but he is right to point out that the issue is an issue fundamentally about the two-state solution and also risks undermining the Gaza peace process as well. The UK recognised the state of Palestine in September directly to support the viability of a two-state solution that continues to be at risk.
Foster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after the destruction of Gaza and the deaths of in excess of 72,000 Palestinians, it is evident that the Israeli government have not only turned their attention to Lebanon and Iran, but also the West Bank. In the West Bank, there are now daily reports of extreme violence and death, as well as the forceful eviction of Palestinians and the continued expansion of illegal Israeli settlements. This is not only immoral, it is yet further evidence of illegal Israeli government-sponsored activity. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this violence in the West Bank must stop immediately, as well as the continued expansion of the illegal settlements? Can she also assure this House that despite the continuing conflicts in Ukraine, Lebanon, Iran and Sudan, the government is very much still focused on Gaza and the West Bank? Thank you.
Well, I do agree with my honourable friend on this. The number of settler attacks has reached new heights. There were more attacks in 2025 than in any year since the United Nations started recording such incidents more than 20 years ago. I do agree with him. These attacks are horrendous. They must stop. And I have continued to raise this directly with the Israeli government, with our international partners as well. And I also agree with him that in the end, all of the work that is rightly being done to get progress and talks in Lebanon, all of the work that is being done to find stability elsewhere in the Middle East will be badly undermined and will topple over if there is not action over the West Bank.
Monica Harding.
Mr. Speaker, alongside the West Bank, more than 1 million people in Lebanon have been forcibly displaced. The Guardian has reported Israeli strikes on medical facilities in Nabateh, killing health workers and ambulance crews, noting that such incidents are becoming increasingly common. The UN is clear that the forced displacement of civilians and the targeting of civilian infrastructure may constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity under international law. So what concrete measures is the UK government putting in place to ensure Israel ceases the targeting of civilian infrastructure and forcible displacement in Lebanon?
Secretary.
Well, the honourable member will know that we called for the ceasefire to be extended to Lebanon. We also condemned the escalation of Israeli airstrikes that took place. We have also strongly condemned the Hezbollah attacks on Israel, which must stop. And the issue here is that it was exposed very clearly at the beginning of this conflict that Hezbollah was simply being a proxy for Iran and not being the representatives in any way of the Lebanese people. And that is why the talks between the Lebanese government and the Israeli government are so important. The ceasefire is also incredibly important. However, this huge displacement has devastating humanitarian consequences. That's why the UK is providing additional funding, but people must be able to return safely to their homes in Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Israel is acting illegally in supporting settlement expansion. Israel is acting illegally in committing genocide in Gaza. Israel is acting illegally in attacking Lebanon and Iran. All of these, as the Secretary of State herself says, are flagrant violations of international law. She says we must put pressure on Israel, but she is doing nothing. Time and again, she and her ministers come here, condemn, but take no action. When will she ban settlement trade? When will she stop all military cooperation with Israel, which is conducting these illegal attacks? When will she take action?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the UK government has taken a series of measures, including introducing sanctions against cabinet members in the Israeli government. We have taken action around those sanctions and also around arms sales. We have also been maintaining continuous international pressure, working with allies, including around the negotiations on Lebanon, which we have been pressing for strongly, including directly with the Israeli government, directly with the Lebanese government, and directly with the US government, who have hosted these talks.
Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst atrocities are being committed every single day against the Palestinians in the West Bank, including the killing of hundreds and hundreds of children, it is absolutely disgusting to learn that British citizens are being offered Palestinian land to purchase with virtually the same ease as everyday online shopping. Declassified UK has found that Israeli charity Shivat Zion is helping British citizens move to illegal settlements. This is not only breaking international law, but to rub salt into the wound is also implicating British taxpayers in claiming UK gift aid. So can the Secretary of State assure this House that she will look into this matter urgently and sanction any organisation, charity or otherwise, complicit in Israel's illegal land grab?
Secretary.
Well, no one should be building settlements, in illegal settlements in the West Bank. It is essential that everyone abides by the international law. We would expect any organisation in the UK and people living in the UK to abide by international law. We maintain our position that these settlements are illegal under international law, and that is what will be maintained.
Dr. Rosanna Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The brutal suffering of Palestinians in the West Bank remains unchallenged, and the Norwegian Refugee Council has now exposed that for Palestinian women and girls, depraved sexual violence by Israeli soldiers and settlers is rampant. This is abhorrent. Can the Foreign Secretary tell us what she is doing to take a firm stand against this cruelty and commit to holding Israel to account for its heinous crimes against innocent Palestinians?
Well, I would say I know she has raised with me this, the Norwegian Refugee Council report and also crimes around violence against women and girls. I can tell her that we have made tackling violence against women and girls, including violence against women and girls in conflict, a priority now for the Foreign Office. We will take this immensely seriously because this kind of, it is a crime, it is the most horrendous use of violence as a weapon of war when we have seen this in conflicts across the world, and will continue to pursue this.
Leila Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has just reiterated that it is this government's stated objective and aim to recognise a Palestinian state. Yet there are members of the Israeli government who are saying that it is their policy to expand these illegal settlements in order to undermine a viable Palestinian state. So will she take firm action ban trade with settlement goods and look at further sanctions on members of the Israeli government and the Knesset who promote these illegal policies?
Foreign Secretary.
As she knows, we have already introduced 3 packages of sanctions related specifically to the settle of violence in the West Bank, including against cabinet members. We do continue to look at the issue of sanctions. She will appreciate we do not discuss sanctions in advance, but we do continue to look at the issue of sanctions and to take immensely seriously the expansion of settlements. The decision that the UK took to recognise the state of Palestine in the autumn depends on progress in the Gaza and the peace process there, but also on ensuring that the West Bank can be a viable part of a Palestinian state.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrats, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Bicester and Woodstock have shared with me their concern that under cover of the war that he launched with Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu's security cabinet is committing international war crimes in Gaza, the West Bank and Lebanon. As my colleague has just said, the government was right finally to recognise the state of Palestine, and yet the actions of the Israeli government in the West Bank are explicitly intended to destroy prospects of that two-state solution. And I'm deeply concerned that what the Foreign Secretary has laid out today is not enough to show the Israeli government that this government is serious about prohibiting that. So let me ask again, will the Foreign Secretary do everything in her power to ban all settlement goods from reaching the UK? And will she look again at measures to prohibit all UK individuals, businesses and banks from enabling illegal settlement?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we do expect UK organisations, charities, businesses and individuals to abide by international law. We do also expect them to recognise that the settlements in the West Bank are illegal. In particular, the E1 settlement is blatantly breaking the law. We do expect UK organisations to abide by the law. There are already restrictions to prevent goods from illegal settlements benefiting from tariff preferences, and we do take immensely seriously engagement with those illegal settlements by UK businesses.
Well, it's Boris Cut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 4, please.
Minister.
We have long been clear, Mr. Speaker, that the human rights situation in Iran is totally abhorrent. As I speak, the regime continues its repression, whether through executions, including of political prisoners and protesters, or through its ongoing internet blackout. January's crackdown was an appalling reminder of this regime's brutality. That's why we have sanctioned senior Iranian decision-makers and IRGC members for their rights violations and led the call for an urgent fact-finding mission at the Human Rights Council.
Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for that answer. As was referenced, in January, the Islamic Republic unleashed hell on its own citizens with a brutal crackdown on civilian protests, which reportedly saw over 30,000 people killed and thousands arrested. And a subsequent UN Human Rights Council report found that many of Iran's actions may amount to crimes against humanity. So as these abuses continue with impunity, what steps is my honourable friend and the Foreign Office taking to hold Iran to account and ensure that any negotiated settlement includes clear enforceable commitments to end such atrocities?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his commitment to these issues. I described our work on an Iran human rights resolution at the UN Human Rights Council. The Foreign Secretary has also spoken to her Iranian counterparts, Foreign Minister Arachi, on the 12th of January, setting out the UK's total abhorrence at the killings, the violence and repression, and urged the Iranian authorities to change course urgently. We continue to support negotiations between the US and Iran for a lasting resolution to this conflict.
Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, these are not my constituents, but their family approached me, and I'm referring to Lindsay and Craig Foreman, who are now incarcerated in Iran in brutal circumstances, being tortured in many ways. Can I be clear with the government and in their response clear to us? Is it clear that the government is saying that they are not spies but innocent tourists, and publicly? And will they formally declare the detention as arbitrary? And what else can they do to try and draw attention to the plight of these two innocent tourists?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have been in regular contact with the family of the Foremans. This is a terrible case. It is absolutely obvious that they were innocent tourists. That is clear to all concerned. We have made that point repeatedly to the Iranian regime. I have raised it on countless times with Iranian representatives, as has the Foreign Secretary with her counterparts. We will continue to pursue this case. It is an injustice.
To the Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
Speaker, the barbaric regime in Tehran has murdered tens of thousands of people, of its own people, and it remains the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism and is responsible for appalling anti-Semitism, including spying on British Jewish community. So can I ask the Minister, why did the government not stop Iran being appointed to prominent positions within the United Nations Economic and Social Council, like the United States did? And if Iran is found to be behind the disgusting attacks on Jewish sites in recent weeks in London, will the government move forward with prescription of the IRGC and acts against any financial institutions in the UK involved in funding this state-sponsored terrorist activity in the UK?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the appointment in the United Nations that she refers to was, as I understand it, a decision of the Asia-Pacific Committee. It was not a decision over which HMG had any role, and indeed it was, as I understand it, subject to an automaticity process rather than to a vote. We did not have an option to block this, though the Foreign Secretary did raise her concerns about this in the United Nations. She turns rightly to the malign role that Iran plays, not just domestically, as I described to my honourable friend, but internationally as well. They have, as has been said in this House before, they have continued to try and threaten communities in the UK, particularly British Jews. I have said in no uncertain terms to the Iranian representative, the ambassador here, that if British Jews are ever found to be harmed because of the action of the Iranian regime, we would treat that with the utmost seriousness that it deserves. We have sanctioned the entirety of the IRGC. We have more than 550 sanctions, and we have very capable security services here. When the Iranians seek to act in the UK, we do find them.
Chris Cotton.
Question 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited Ukraine again, Lviv and Kiev, and I saw again the brutal impacts of Russia's illegal war on the civilians and particularly the children of Ukraine. And that is exactly why, Mr. Speaker, we are determined to clamp down on the individuals and companies who are supporting Russia's war on Ukraine and the sources of revenue for that. We've imposed over 1,200 designations against Russia, including just 300 new sanctions in February. We've led international efforts to disrupt the shadow fleet, sanctioning almost 600 vessels, and collectively, Mr. Speaker, our efforts with other countries have denied Russia access to at least $450 billion since their full-scale invasion 4 years ago.
Chris Cotton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, the United States agreed to extend the partial lift on sanctions on Russian oil exports. Does the Minister agree with me that this helps President Putin fund his illegal and murderous war in Ukraine, that it works directly against the national security interests of both Ukraine and the United Kingdom?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, the issues he refers to, of course, are for the United States, but we are very, very clear that we are going to continue to ratchet up the economic pressure on Putin to force him to come to the negotiating table and provide support to Ukraine. Our sanctions remain in place. We're continuing to work closely with others to increase that pressure, and we cannot allow the current global situation to result in any kind of bonanza for Putin. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary and myself have been very clear about that.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The verified number of Ukrainian children stolen by Russia has increased and now stands at 20,570. In part, the increase in this verified number is the result of the tracing mechanism supported by this government, and would hope that work will continue. But last month, a report by the Yale Humanitarian Research Laboratory found that Russian state oil producers, Rosneft and Gazprom, have, over the past 2 years, been implicated in the forcible deportation and re-education of at least 2,158 of those children. Will the Secretary of State review and fully investigate those findings and, where appropriate, consider the imposition of further sanctions?
Well, she rightly as ever raises this absolutely crucial issue, and I was very privileged to be able to see for myself the incredible work that we're supporting on tracing what has happened to those Ukrainian children. The figure she states is correct, and it's absolutely appalling. I'm very proud of the work we're doing with other countries on that. I will certainly look at the issues that she's raised. We have already, of course, taken action against those oil companies that she mentions.
Wendy Morton, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent months, Western sanctions have really been biting Putin, with the foundations of Russia's economy failing. But as we highlighted with OFSI in December 2025, concerns were reported that Russian crude reaching refineries, including one part owned by Lashmi Mittal, via shadow fleet vessels, showing that gaps remain. So will the government now lead efforts to crack down on these networks and press those refineries in Turkey, in China and in India to stop processing Russian oil?
Minister.
Well, she will know of the work we've already been doing on this crucial issue, and she's right to raise it. We've been very, very clear. Of course, under her government, there was a ban on Russian LNG imports, which we continued. We've gone further, and we've announced the intention to introduce a maritime services ban. And, of course, the very issue that she raises, we're going to continue to coordinate with other international partners, and we cannot allow these revenues to be used to fuel these terrible actions by Russia.
That's right.
Question number 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 6, 7, 16 and 19 together. I returned overnight from a series of meetings across 5 countries in Europe, the Middle East and Asia, and spoken directly with more than a dozen of my foreign minister counterparts, as well as joining the 50-country summit hosted by the Prime Minister and President Macron, because this is a critical diplomatic moment. The agreed 2-week ceasefire runs until Thursday, and we need it extended. We need the negotiations to reach a comprehensive conclusion to this conflict, and we need the reopening of the Strait with no conditions and no tolls. And our work is to maintain and build the biggest possible consensus around the rapid opening of the Strait.
That's sharp.
Thank you. Following reports that the Israeli military has published a map designating South Lebanese territory as a buffer zone, and its refusal to confirm whether displaced Lebanese families will be allowed to return, can the Foreign Secretary tell the House what specific representations the UK government has made to Israel to ensure this does not become a de facto annexation? And does the Foreign Secretary agree that any permanent occupation of Lebanese sovereign territory would not only violate international law, but actively undermine the US-Iran talks being mediated by Pakistan?
Secretary.
My honourable friend is completely right. Lebanese people need to be able to return to their homes. These are their homes. It is a humanitarian disaster that so many people have been displaced from their homes. I have raised this issue directly with the Israeli government, and we have made continued representations and raised this in international forums as well. We also raised it with the US, who have been hosting the talks between Israel and Lebanon. It is hugely important that those talks progress, that the ceasefire is maintained, and Lebanese people can return home.
Sir Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Tamworth are already paying the price for the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, with fuel costs soaring. My logistics sector are also facing the brunt of these fuel costs, which ultimately will get passed on to consumers. And whilst I welcome the Prime Minister's refusal to drag Britain into the United States' reckless war, what steps is the Minister taking to secure the reopening of the Strait and to bring down costs for my constituents in Tamworth and for the United Kingdom?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend is right, because we did not get involved in the start of this conflict, but we will work to bring it to a close and do everything we can to get the Strait reopened, because this is affecting the cost of living back at home in her constituency and across the country and across the world. No country should be able to hijack international shipping lanes or hold the global economy hostage. That is why we have held repeated summits and meetings on the reopening of the Straits, and why we will continue to argue across the world for no tolls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While energy giants and Wall Street banks cash in on the war, ordinary people pay the price. In the first month of the US-led war with Iran alone, the world's 100 largest oil and gas companies made more than $30 million an hour in unearned profit. What discussions has the Minister had with the Chancellor regarding the merits of introducing windfall taxes to directly fund a cost of living support package, making life more affordable for people and businesses across the UK?
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that the Chancellor is making a statement later this afternoon because she has been focusing particularly on the issues around the cost of living and the importance of supporting people and businesses across this country during this global crisis. I would also say to him the other concern I have is that Russia is seeking to benefit from this war and from this conflict. That is yet another reason why we need to get the Strait open as rapidly as possible.
Lee Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given President Trump's latest threats to destroy bridges and power plants, attacks that would be against international law, has the Foreign Secretary made representation to her US counterpart that threatening war crimes is not the way to achieve peace or to open the Strait? But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, if Trump does start to attack civilian infrastructure, will she withdraw US access to British bases?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we have been clear from the start about the way in which the UK bases could only be used for defensive operations, not for offensive operations. There is currently a ceasefire in place, although that only runs until Thursday. It's why we badly need it extended. But I can also tell him that we raised, as part of the G7 discussions, which included the US, the importance of not attacking any civilian infrastructure. That was included in the agreed communique by the G7 and reflects the importance we attach to those issues.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the Foreign Secretary made any assessment of what impact the conflict is having on the situation in Yemen and the horrendous humanitarian situation there? And does she believe that in discussions to end the conflict, given Iran's continued support for the Houthis, that there would be some opportunity to make a positive impact on that conflict?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend, the Minister for the Middle East, has met the Yemeni Prime Minister in recent days, exactly to engage with them and express our support to ensure that they can address humanitarian issues. There is obviously a particular issue around the Yemen where there are Iranian proxies that have been mobilised in the past, and it is important that that does not happen now. It's also another example of one of so many countries where vulnerable and low-income countries and conflict-affected countries are being the most heavily affected by the restrictions on the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary's push for consensus is to be welcomed, and hopefully the Straits of Hormuz will be opened shortly, and hopefully that will lead to short and medium-term progress. But in the longer term, would the Foreign Secretary agree with me that the lasting peace in the Middle East is more easily secured if we can take action against neighbouring states and elements within those states that threaten the absolute annihilation of the State of Israel?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, Israel's security needs to be protected. So does the security of Gulf countries that have been attacked as part of this conflict, and we need security right across the region. I would say to him, he says, we hope the Strait will still be open, soon be open. We have proposed that as an immediate confidence-building measure, the Iranians should agree to the IMO's proposal to start moving the stranded ships and the stranded seafarers. They could get on with that right now, even while the negotiations are continuing. Get those ships moving, get those seafarers home. It's what the IMO has proposed, and we have been building international support to pursue that as an immediate step.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The difficulties of ships passing through the Strait is leading to fears across all sectors and supply chains, including food production, and therefore the price of food is at risk as well as oil. Increasingly offensive and bizarre social media posts by President Trump are bound to be making diplomatic efforts more difficult and makes us worry whether anything he says can be taken seriously. So what steps is she taking to ensure that all parties are coming to the table in good faith?
I met with the Pakistan Foreign Minister in the last few days. You'll know that Pakistan is obviously leading the mediation work as part of this. I have also spoken frequently to the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and we have been engaging with a whole series of countries. Even over the last few days, I have met with more than a dozen foreign ministers and counterparts to ensure that everyone is pressing the same messages as part of this process. We need the ceasefire extended, we need a swift resolution, but we must have the Strait opened and we must have no tolls. Proposals around tolls have been circulating. That would be deeply damaging and it would go against the law of the sea.
Lebanon's humanitarian flash funds secured less than a third of the money that was actually required. 20% of the Lebanese population is currently displaced. 40,000 housing units have been destroyed. Lebanon is on the brink of economic collapse and social tensions are rising. So I thank the Foreign Secretary for the humanitarian support sent to date, including cash transfers, but I ask her to do more. Press for a real ceasefire, provide practical support to Lebanon's armed forces, help the state tackle negative influences trying to undermine its sovereignty, and finally, vigorously oppose the illegal expansion of Israel's buffer zone in South Lebanon.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that the Middle East Minister was in Beirut at the end of last week, pressing exactly these points, engaging with the Lebanese Prime Minister. We see there's the urgency of the ceasefire, the need to work and support the work of the Lebanese armed forces and the Lebanese government, and it's why we have also provided £30 million of humanitarian support since the beginning of this crisis directly for Lebanon. I believe that makes us one of the biggest donors now to provide support for Lebanon, but we must continue to do so.
Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that a huge proportion of the global fertiliser market works its way through the Strait. That's obviously going to impact on food security and food prices in this country. It can also be devastating, causing famine in many countries in Africa and Asia. We are aware, University of Minnesota research shows that 762,000 people have died as a direct result of US aid cuts since January last year. Undoubtedly, some will have died because of our decision to cut our aid budget too. Is this the moment to do the right thing and increase our spending on international aid and to protect people from the calamity of famine?
Well, he will know, the honourable member will know from the statement that we made, we have focused our support particularly on the fragile and conflict-affected states. We are also working, including with the World Bank, to monitor those states that are most heavily affected by things like the fertiliser shortages, by things like food supplies and oil supplies as well, which is having a huge amount of impact. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the point that I made about the 30 million being from the beginning of the crisis, as I understand it, 30 million is since the beginning of this year, 20 million is since the beginning of the crisis, the additional funding that we have provided for Lebanon, but that is part of Lebanon being one of the countries that we have ensured we are protecting to continue to invest and provide humanitarian support.
Davidson.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I've said many times in this House, Diego Garcia is a key strategic military asset for both the United Kingdom, the United States and our allies, and ensuring its long-term operational security is and will continue to be our priority. We remain confident that the UK-Mauritius Treaty is the best way to defend the future of the base. We're obviously disappointed with the delay, which I set out the other day, but we'll continue to work with the United States and Mauritius on the way forward.
Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chagos are even further from my constituency than they are from Mauritius, which is saying something. But it's having a significant local impact because Hillingdon Council is now caring for hundreds of Chagosians fleeing to this country through Heathrow Airport to escape the consequences of the government's proposed deal, which is placing huge financial pressure on my local authority. So will he undertake to cancel this proposed UK-Mauritius treaty, to bring certainty for the future of the base, and to ensure that my constituents do not continue to bear the consequences of those forced to flee the government's actions?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the honourable gentleman, but I have to simply disagree with the premise of what he says. Of course, Chagosians who have been coming to this country are coming because of the agreements made under the previous government for them to acquire British citizenship, which entitles them to come here. Support has been provided to councils. I've worked closely with the MHCLG on this issue, and if he has any further concerns or requests to make, he should, of course, do that through the usual channels.
Andrew Snowden, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, this feeble government limped to this House to announce that its shameful Chagos surrender bill was being ditched, a diplomatic failure entirely owned by this Labour government. Our friends and allies alike around the world were left bemused by the deal that this government came up with. And this week, this government has sent a team of officials to Mauritius. So can the Minister make it clear that that team have been told unequivocally to tell the Mauritius government that the deal is dead, the UK will be sending no money to the Mauritius government, and that the Chagos Islands will be remaining British?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the exception of when I broke my ankle before Christmas, I have never limped to this House on any occasion. And I came here with confidence to set out the reasons why this treaty was needed for our national security. Our officials engage regularly with not only Mauritius but the United States and other partners. And of course, this deal was welcomed by our allies, including our Five Eyes partners. So I simply don't accept what he said at all.
Good fortune.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appeared yesterday before the Foreign Affairs Committee. I know the Chair is in the House after the Chief Minister of Gibraltar to set out the process and engage in the very important scrutiny that this House provides on this matter. We are all committed to fully implementing and ratifying the treaty as soon as possible to realise its benefits for the people of Gibraltar. There's obviously a complex process. However, my understanding is that provisional application of the treaty will be possible from the 15th of July, which will secure the key benefits of the treaty for the people of Gibraltar, including the fluid border, allowing businesses and working people more certainty and prosperity.
Fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask the House to note my relatively recent visit to Gibraltar, which is noted in my register of interests. Mr. Speaker, the naval base in Gibraltar is of high strategic importance, and the decision to allow the Spanish authorities to monitor equipment going to the British military is highly concerning. Would the Minister guarantee that this treaty, neither directly nor indirectly, will in any way limit operations, access or security of the UK naval base?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can absolutely assure him of that. We would not have signed off this deal without those assurances. The Ministry of Defence, the Defence Secretary and others were fully involved at all stages of the process. We've been very clear that the treaty protects the operational autonomy of our military facilities, which will continue to operate unfettered as they do today.
Luke Akers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the government on this significant announcement. Does the Minister agree with me that it provides additional safeguards to Gibraltar's sovereignty whilst creating new economic opportunities for its people? And does he agree with those that anyone who has any concerns in this House should listen to the Chief Minister of Gibraltar, who knows better than anyone what is best for the people that elected him and that he represents?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure him of that, and I think it's important to note that, of course, Gibraltar's sovereignty was never on the table in these negotiations. We've been very clear about that throughout, and this has been supported and worked through with the Government of Gibraltar throughout, and of course it was unanimously supported by Gibraltar's Parliament, and I think that's very important to note in this House.
Senator Minister Wennemore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister made a statement to the House on the 26th of February. Sadly, that has not been followed by the detail Parliament was promised. In his most recent answers to my written parliamentary questions, he now says the final treaty will be laid as soon as possible after EU processes conclude. Yet the Government of Gibraltar has stated it's due to provisionally come into force in July. So will the Foreign Secretary or the Minister now set out a clear timetable for implementation and confirm when Parliament will be given proper time to scrutinise the full details and guarantee that scrutiny under the CRAG process will take place before provisional application begins?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I set out yesterday, the timetable is not entirely in our control because, of course, this relates to the other party in this treaty, which is the EU and their processes. Mr. Speaker, you will know, of course, that I brought forward the entire text of the draft treaty so that this House had a chance to scrutinise that. I've also provided briefings to the Honourable Lady and a Right Honourable colleague on this matter, as I have yesterday in the Foreign Affairs Committee. We will follow the CRAG process in the usual way. I will make sure the House is kept fully informed and is able to scrutinise as appropriate.
To topicals, does Sharp?
Topical question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Foreign Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister updated the House on the fact that UK security vetting recommended against granting vetting of Peter Mandelson, and that FCDO took the decision instead to grant vetting. The Prime Minister, the former Foreign Secretary and I should have been told that there was an issue, and I am very troubled that we were not. The result is that Parliament was not given all the information it should have been, and as I informed the Select Committee over the weekend, I've commissioned a review of all of the information provided, and I will write to the Chair further on this shortly. The Permanent Under-Secretary is no longer in post, and as the Prime Minister did yesterday, I want to recognise Sir Ollie Robbins' many years of dedicated public service. I also want to pay tribute to the FCDO and the incredible staff who work not just here in the UK, but across the world, promoting UK interests and values at an incredibly unstable time. That is what has made it possible for me to travel through 5 different countries in the last 6 days, pursuing international diplomacy. The scale of global insecurity impacting our economy and our national security will rightly continue to be the central focus of the FCDO and this ministerial team.
Thank you. As the conflict in the Middle East has fundamentally demonstrated, modern warfare has evolved, with ballistic and hypersonic missiles capable of overwhelming traditional air defence systems, and with energy supplies, food security and critical goods increasingly weaponised as instruments of coercion. Can the Foreign Secretary set out what specific steps the Foreign Office is taking in coordination with the Ministry of Defence to ensure the United Kingdom is prepared for these threats to protect our people and our country?
My honourable friend is right to highlight the way changing technology and also the changing geopolitics and security threats that we face mean that we've also now faced very different kinds of threats to our country. It's why we're increasing the defence budget, but it's why we're also increasing the Foreign Office's work around hybrid threats and a range of hybrid threats, including cyber and others as well. We will need to continue to do so, and I suspect we will need to accelerate that work as well.
The Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we heard Sir Ollie Robbins say that there was a dismissive attitude and an atmosphere of pressure from Number 10 towards security vetting due to their desire to get Mandelson in post as soon as possible. Given Sir Ollie's account, why did the Foreign Secretary lose confidence in him last week, when surely the Prime Minister passed the buck for his own failures and for his appalling judgment?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the starting point of this was the appointment of Peter Mandelson. He should never have been appointed to that post. And the Prime Minister made that clear and has apologised, not just to the House, but more importantly, to the victims of Epstein. And that's where that apology should lie. But she will also know that there is a responsibility on ministers to provide accurate information to the House and to ensure that we get the information from officials as well. I do think that ministers should have been told, including the former Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister, about this particular issue, about the outcome of the UK SV conclusions and their recommendation. I do think that was relevant, certainly to the information that should have been provided to the House in September.
Mr. Speaker, well, the Foreign Secretary, like the Prime Minister, will also be aware that Peter Mandelson was on the border Sistema alongside Russian spies. So has she now checked if the concerns raised during vetting related to his business links with the enemies of the United Kingdom, including Russia and China? Has she asked for the details of the mitigations that Sir Ollie mentioned this morning, were they put in place around Mandelson? Does she know what compromise our enemies have on him? And is she reviewing all his activities as ambassador for any compromise of UK national security?
So, let me tell her I have been informed of the conclusions of the UK security vetting report and assessment and its recommendation, I have not seen the detailed content of the UK security vetting report. And I do think there is a distinction between the individual personal information that is provided and the conclusion and the recommendations it provides. However, she will also know that the Prime Minister has instigated a full investigation into this entire process and into what was known and also into the whole vetting process as well by Sir Adrian Fulford, and information is being provided to the ISC as well.
Oliver Rao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm worried that despite this government historically recognising a Palestinian state, there will never be one if the West Bank is annexed further and Netanyahu knows it. 56 new illegal West Bank settlements were approved by Israel in 2025, and since the Iran war began, 78 violent attacks have occurred in over 148 West Bank Palestinian settlements. People are being killed, thousands displaced, families and children attacked and threatened. What more can the UK do to pressure, to sanction, to stop this annexation and to stop this violence?
Minister.
I know the commitment of my honourable friend to these issues and the concern in Burnley about them. I raised exactly these concerns about the West Bank, both with counterparts from the United States, from the Board of Peace and the High Representative of them yesterday, but most importantly also with the Palestinian Prime Minister, who is doing everything that he can in order to ensure that the people in the West Bank are protected from violent settlements. They have expanded at a historic rate. They are a subject of deep controversy, both in Israel, but of course in this House as well. And we will continue to raise these issues with the seriousness that they deserve.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the committee learned that officials in Number 10 put pressure on the FCDO to find a job as ambassador for Matthew Doyle, a close friend of a convicted sex offender. Does the Foreign Secretary see any pattern here? Does the Foreign Secretary find it incredible that Number 10 told FCDO officials not to tell her predecessor about this? Will she commit to investigate and publish all records held by the FCDO about this proposal from Number 10? And is she concerned that political decisions by Number 10 about FCDO staffing have grossly eroded trust and morale among her hard-working civil servants?
Foreign Secretary.
So, obviously, I was the Home Secretary at the time that I understand this has taken place, so I was not involved and don't know the circumstances. I am, of course, extremely concerned at any suggestion that the Permanent Secretary or Permanent Undersecretary of the Foreign Office would be told not to inform the Foreign Secretary. I can also confirm that the case that he raised, it would not have been an appropriate appointment as well. But let me also respond to the wider issue that he raises, because I, as I said in my opening topical statement, will pay tribute to the phenomenal dedication of people who work right across the Foreign Office, who work with me every single day at a time of immense global instability, and they are continuing to work with huge dedication on pursuing UK interests and UK values, because that's what makes us stronger at home.
Mitchell Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the UK attended the 3rd International Conference on the situation in Sudan, with Germany, France, UK, US, the African Union and the European Union. Our own report from the Foreign Office reports 13 million people are requiring humanitarian assistance, and that an estimated 130 humanitarian workers have been killed. What did the conference and the summit say about humanitarian corridors to give us some confidence that there can be humanitarian assistance going forward?
I'm glad my honourable friend has raised this. In Berlin last week, with my German, French, US, EU and African Union co-hosts, we called for an urgent ceasefire, humanitarian truce, humanitarian access. It is deeply distressing that this conflict is continuing. We also had participants pledge over £1 billion to support the humanitarian response, including £146 million of UK humanitarian for Sudan funding this year, and increasing the support to local aid groups. But it is desperately urgent that we get the ceasefire, because this is the worst humanitarian crisis of the 21st century.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has paid tribute to Sir Ollie Robinson on a number of occasions. So in that case, can I ask, what were the grounds for his dismissal? and what was contained in his dismissal letter? And was he allowed to state a case against that sacking?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, as the Prime Minister set out yesterday, we do believe that ministers should have been informed that the UK security vetting recommendation was against granting developed vetting to Peter Mandelson. This is significant and important information. It should have been disclosed to the Prime Minister at the time, and it should also certainly have been disclosed to me at the time when I was answering specific questions from the Select Committee that was particularly about security concerns and what the response had been to them. As the Prime Minister has said, he did speak to Sir Ollie before making the decision.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages are obviously concerned about the situation in Iran, but also about its impact on the cost of living at home. What steps is the Department taking to ensure that commodities like fuel, including red diesel and fertiliser, are able to reach market and keep prices from rising further?
Foreign Secretary.
The most immediate urgent thing we need to do internationally is to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. That is what I have been pursuing in a diplomatic series of meetings over the last few days across 5 different countries with 12 different foreign ministers. And domestically, the Chancellor will be making a statement shortly.
Will Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Woking are really concerned that the world's attention is on Trump's illegal war in Iran. Whilst that is happening, Netanyahu is annexing land in Gaza, Lebanon and West Bank. Following Viktor Orban's defeat in Hungary, the EU is meant to be agreeing to take a tougher line on Israel. Will this country join them?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to reassure this House that this government has not taken its eye off events in Lebanon or indeed Israel and Palestine. That's why I was in Beirut last week with the Lebanese Prime Minister, the President and various others, why I was in Brussels yesterday with the Palestinian Prime Minister and a range of other key actors. Clearly, what the European Union does is a matter for them. We have taken a series of steps in the way that the Foreign Secretary has already set out, and, Mr. Speaker, we will keep those under close review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with a young woman from Somaliland in my constituency who has lost 14 members of her family in recent years to fighting in the region. She and other campaigners from Somaliland are understandably reticent to use the new e-visa system introduced by the Somalian government due to fears around privacy and data protection. Will the Minister raise these questions with her counterparts in the Somalian government to ensure Somalian landers can travel to their country without fear?
Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for her question and offer my condolences to her young constituent. The British Embassy in Mogadishu have raised e-visas with the federal government of Somalia and will provide further updates through travel advice in due course as necessary. We do continue to raise these issues and call for peaceful talks in relation to bringing about a sustainable peace in Somalia.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week marked 3 years since the start of Sudan's ongoing civil war, which has sparked a disastrous famine affecting an estimated 34 million people, while around 14 million have been displaced. What is the government doing to combat the reported obstruction of aid delivery by the RSF, SAF and other warring factions that is further worsening this monumental humanitarian crisis?
Secretary.
We discussed this issue directly at the Berlin conference, and I agree with him. To be honest, I think that the international community has failed the people of Sudan, that this war continues in the most horrendous circumstances, and we have urged anyone who is able to put pressure on the RSF and the SAF that they must allow humanitarian access to people who desperately need it.
Brittle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Businesses in my Bolton West constituency, including trailer manufacturer Indispension, are labouring under a mountain of repetitive, costly and unnecessary paperwork because the last government failed to negotiate a regime for mutual recognition of conformity assessments. What can the Foreign Secretary say about the progress she's made with the Paymaster General in removing the Brexit barriers to trade that are holding back British businesses abroad?
Minister. Well, he raises very important questions on behalf of his constituents, and our long-term national interest and indeed interest of businesses in his constituency require a closer EU partnership anchored in the common understanding. We're tackling trade barriers. My colleague, the Paymaster General, working very hard on these issues. We're continuing to discuss the challenges faced by manufacturers on both sides, as well as CCA implementation at the trade specialised committees. And the further summit that we're going to have later this year will have a chance to discuss many of these issues.
Bob Blackman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers will be aware that Ashab al-Yamin have claimed responsibility for the terrorist attacks across northwest London on Jewish synagogues, places of worship, businesses and homes. This is a group that takes its orders direct from Iran and from the IRGC. So what action have ministers taken to call in the diplomats from Iran and expel them because they are instructing terrorist attacks on our citizens?
Minister. As the honourable member may know, I have repeatedly summoned the Iranian ambassador, both about concerns about what goes on in the UK. There are some elements of the alleged attacks in the UK which are still sub judice, but I would want to leave him in no doubt about how forcefully we have raised these points with the Iranian ambassador and indeed with the Iranian regime.
Dick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, constituents involved in my local Rotary Club have contacted me about the global polio eradication programme. Now, I'm reliably advised that ministers want to concentrate resources for the best impact. So can the Minister reassure my constituents that the UK remains determined to protect these important gains made in polio eradication for the future?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank him for his question. I can offer that reassurance and pay tribute to Rotarians who have worked for over so many decades for the eradication of polio. We will continue to support global polio eradication directly until December 2026, and then we will use support for our polio eradication fund through £248 million of fully flexible core funding to the WHO between 2025 and 2028. We do remain utterly committed to eradicating polio around the world.
Lisa Smart.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Rycroft Review confirmed the UK faces persistent and strategic interference from hostile states and warned that our defences against information warfare are worryingly weak. With important elections across the country in 2 weeks' time, including in my own Stockport Council area, what steps is the government taking, working with our allies, to prevent disinformation from overseas aimed at those participating in UK elections?
Minister. Well, she raises a crucially important issue. I work very closely with the Security Minister and others on these matters. Our electoral system is highly resilient, and to date we've not seen evidence of successful Russian interference in UK democratic processes. But we know that the Kremlin is seeking to sow discord in the West and in the UK and undermine our institutions, and we are working on a series of measures to ensure that they cannot achieve that foothold in our society or our democracy.
Very clearly forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On January the 1st, Israel revoked the licences of 37 international NGOs working in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. The United Nations Human Rights Chief called the suspensions outrageous, making an already intolerable situation even worse for the people of Gaza. What is the Minister doing to ensure the Israeli government allows life-saving aid to enter Gaza, that it reverses the suspensions of the licences, and that aid and humanitarian relief is not politicised or weaponised by the Israeli government?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have continued to raise the vital importance of all of the necessary aid getting into Gaza. It is welcome that over the last week the amount of aid that has gone in has increased, but it is still not adequate to the needs. We have raised the question of restrictions directly, repeatedly with the Israeli government, and we will continue to do so. It is vital that aid gets to the people who need it.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the UK consider a state to be a democracy? And would it continue normal diplomatic relations with that state were it to introduce a differential death penalty, one which was based on ethnicity?
Minister.
I think the honourable member refers to the legislation passed in the Israeli Knesset. We oppose the death penalty everywhere. On the 29th of March, we joined with many of our friends across the world to condemn this specific measure, and the Foreign Secretary has raised it specifically with the Israeli Foreign Minister. I can leave the House in no doubt about our opposition to these measures.
Dame Emily Thornbridge, Chair of the Select Committee.
Very much.
May I associate myself with the comments of the Foreign Secretary with regard to the Foreign Office and its dedication and hard work of its officials? We are particularly at a time like this in need of a Foreign Office absolutely at the top of its game, not just in this country but across the world. But the Foreign Affairs Committee's concerns remain about security more than anything else, and the impact of employing Peter Mandelson is something which causes us great concern. During his time being the ambassador to the United States, he was given access to top secret information. How can we protect our country against him leaking any of that, given his record?
Foreign Secretary.
My honourable friend, I know, has been taking evidence on this issue and I know has raised issues around security. Can I tell her that we take the issue around security extremely seriously? She will also know that there is a police investigation which is underway, which raises some of these issues, and she will appreciate I do not want to say anything that would cut across that, but I am happy to discuss this matter with her further.
Gareth Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, I refer the House to my register of members' interests. Point 13 of the first phase of the Gaza peace plan negotiated by the United States is very clear that Hamas must disarm, dismantle its terrorist infrastructure and play no role in Gaza's future. The government have expressed support for this and they are right to do so. But Hamas have been equally clear that they are not going to disarm. And every indication is that they are doing the reverse. So what steps will the government take to ensure that the removal of Hamas and the demilitarisation of Gaza become a reality?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was discussing precisely these issues yesterday. Hamas must disarm. There must be a process by which their weapons are decommissioned. There are discussions ongoing on those questions. Hamas must agree voluntarily to disarm. That is vital. It is a key component of the 20-point plan. And without agreement on that point, it will be difficult to make progress. I was discussing that with a range of our international counterparts yesterday, and we will continue to remain very focused. Mr. Speaker, may I take the quick opportunity just to correct? Okay.
Thank you. On Sudan and that failing international response, can I ask the Foreign Secretary whether she'll consider further economic measures and sanctions, including against the nationals of the countries that are supporting the belligerents? And will she encourage the Prime Minister to prioritise Sudan in his international engagements so he can show the leadership that she has? Thank you.
No problem. Foreign Secretary.
I can assure my honourable friend that my right honourable friend, that we are continuing to raise this as well. And we assess that there are around a dozen countries that are providing different kinds of arms flow support in different ways to the warring parties. That is an extremely serious concern, and we are raising it with a whole range of different countries. We are also continuing to look at the issue of sanctions.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the Minister's answer to question 1 on illicit finances, we still don't have publicly accessible registers of beneficial ownership in the overseas territories. Nearly 10 years after this House passed the necessary legislation and made clear they must be set up, when will the government put its foot down and say enough delay, enough obfuscation, open up these registers to proper scrutiny fully and now?
Well, he will know that we do have publicly accessible registers in some of the overseas territories, in Gibraltar, in Montserrat, and there's been welcome progress on legitimate interest access registers in a number, including in recent weeks. But I absolutely agree we need to go much, much further forward. We're working very closely to ensure that this progress is there, and I've set out my expectations very clearly.
Elizabeth McAllister.
Speaker, I have always been assured by both the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary that the case of my constituent Jagtar Singh Johal, arbitrarily detained in India now for 8.5 years, would continue to be raised at all levels. I understand that the Foreign Secretary met with her counterpart, Jai Shankar, on 2 occasions recently and was not able to do so. So can I have the Foreign Secretary's assurance that she remains committed to raising Jagtar's case and is actively working to secure his release?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I can give him the assurance that we do continue to raise the important case of Jagtar Singh Johal and to seek a resolution to his case as soon as we can. Thank you.
Robert Jenrick.
Last month, the United Nations General Assembly voted to demand that countries, including the United Kingdom, pay reparations for slavery. Astonishingly, the Foreign Secretary instructed our ambassador to abstain. and to issue a pathetic hand-wringing statement which failed to mention the United Kingdom's unique role in the eradication of this great evil. Are we a punchbag, or are we a great, proud country? Will the Foreign Secretary explain her decision and state to the House unequivocally that the United Kingdom will never pay a penny of British taxpayers' money in reparations?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are, of course, against reparations, and when he was a member of that party, I think he was against them, but who knows what he's for or against now. Goodness only knows. Let's face it, Mr. Speaker, he's just got his clip for social media, which is all this response deserves.
Ewan Steinbank. March was one of the deadliest months on record for settler violence in the occupied West Bank. For communities such as Jais, life is becoming intolerable. Going further than the diplomatic pressure currently being exerted, will the government expand sanctions for the many Israeli officials explicitly and brazenly empowering settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend for raising this important point. As I said earlier, this remains utmost in our minds. We discussed it with our partners yesterday. He will know, as he's heard Minister say from this dispatch box before, we won't speculate on further sanctions, but we treat this issue with the seriousness it deserves.
Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary has made it clear that a ceasefire in Sudan is a key priority. In the light of the Berlin Conference shortcomings, can she detail the diplomatic, economic and political levers she is using to bring an end to the violence, particularly with the UK allies, including the UAE, with direct stakes in the war? Thank you.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can tell the honourable member that as well as discussing this intensively at the Berlin conference, I've also discussed this with the UAE Foreign Minister, who I met a couple of days ago, and I've also discussed it with the other members of the Quad of countries, including the US, Saudi and Egypt as well. And we are continuing to work not just with the Quad, but much more widely to engage all countries in pressure to get to a ceasefire.
Greg Smith.
Mr. Speaker, can the Foreign Secretary give a guarantee that there is nothing in the so-called reset negotiations with the European Union or the rumoured reset bill that is incompatible with Section 38 of the Withdrawal Act?
Minister.
The Minister of the Cabinet Office has set out answers to those questions.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Foreign Secretary accept that as a matter of objective fact, this House was misled about the circumstances of Mandelson's security vetting, even if that misleading was inadvertent?
Well, the House was not given the full information. It is important that it should be given the full information, and I have undertaken to write to the Select Committee ensuring that full as well as accurate information is provided.
Carl Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the UK, we pride ourselves in allowing people to practice their religion freely. Can the Minister update the House on what he is doing with any new regime in Iran to protect the rights of Christians to worship openly there?
Minister.
Freedom of religious belief continues to be a very important issue that the Foreign Office pursues with vigour. I'm very glad that we're joined in the Chamber by our envoy on that question. We have raised questions of freedom of religious belief with the Iranian government on countless occasions. It is clear, given the scale of restrictions that the Iranians have put on their own people, that they are not listening to the United Kingdom's advocacy on these questions, but we will continue to raise these questions and pursue it with our partners.
That completes, and I think the Minister wants to make a point of order. Point of order, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just wish to correct the answer I gave the Shadow Foreign Secretary in relation to the Iranian appointments. While it is true that our diplomats have raised concerns about human rights issues in general, the Foreign Secretary has not herself raised within the United Nations the question of this appointment. There has been no opportunity for her to do so.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front bench change over. We now come to the statement. Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will update the House on the spring meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the continued action that the government is taking to strengthen our economic and energy security in response to the conflict in the Middle East. Mr Speaker, we did not start this war, we did not join this war. But since the war in the Middle East broke out, I have been clear-eyed about my duty to be responsive to a changing world and responsible in the national interest. The best economic policy today is our diplomatic policy. Negotiation, de-escalation and the permanent reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Last week in Washington, I held talks with world finance ministers, including the US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. I struck a joint agreement with 10 other major economies calling for a swift and lasting negotiated resolution to the conflict and agreeing to avoid unnecessary trade restrictions to support energy and food security. We agreed to maintain maximum economic pressure to ensure that Russia cannot profit from this war. And I was proud to announce the UK's third tranche of the extraordinary revenue acceleration funding for Ukraine's defences, as well as continuing to work with the US administration to increase economic pressure on Iran. The Prime Minister has also led global action, convening a summit of nations with the President of France to work together to support freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The UK will continue to play its part, including engagement with the insurance industry to support shipping when conditions allow. We are continuing to plan for every eventuality, but we must deal with the economic costs that are already being felt. I reject the demands for a knee-jerk response to this crisis that would put household finances at risk through higher inflation and higher interest rates. Every choice that I make will be about keeping costs down for families and for businesses. That's why I have extended the 5p cut for fuel duty twice since the election, saving the average motorist £90 a year compared with the plans that I inherited. It is why I have frozen prescription charges for 2 years in a row, frozen rail fares for the first time in 30 years, and why I am taking £150 off energy bills, with additional help for those struggling with the cost of heating oil. And it is why I've expanded the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme to over 10,000 manufacturers, addressing long-term competitiveness and cutting electricity costs from this year. During the last energy shock, the previous government's package of unfunded, untargeted support saw more than a third of the direct energy bill support go to the wealthiest households. That meant higher inflation, higher interest rates, and higher taxes. I will not repeat those mistakes. Last week, the IMF said that my plan is the appropriate response to the conflict. And I led a joint statement with 10 other major economies, agreeing to coordinate our domestic responses to ensure that they are both responsive and responsible. Mr Speaker, this government has the right plan for our economy. At the spring forecast, we saw how the action that we have taken since the election has prepared Britain to better weather this conflict. Inflation was at 3% and set to fall to target, a lower base than at the outset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, when inflation was high and rising. Borrowing was set to fall more over this Parliament than in any other in the G7. We are set to reduce the deficit by £20 billion from 5.2% to 4.3% of GDP this year. And I increased our financial buffers, with headroom against our stability room of £23.6 billion, so that we can weather shocks and keep borrowing costs down. Last week, the IMF welcomed the UK's notable improvement in our public finances. I am clear that the best way that we can build a stronger, more resilient economy is through economic growth. I welcome the recent figures showing that the economy grew by 0.5% in the 3 months to February and upgraded growth for the 3 months to January to 0.3%. I also welcome this morning's labour market figures for February, showing unemployment coming down and real wages continuing to rise as they have in every month since I became Chancellor, adding to the evidence that the government has set the right economic plan to steer our economy through the uncertainty ahead. But as I have said, the war in Iran will come at a cost. Last week, the IMF published their updated forecasts for the global economy in response to the war. They reduced their expectations for GDP growth in the United Kingdom and increased their expectations for inflation. This builds on their judgment that the UK is more exposed to energy price shocks than our counterparts, a problem that the previous government failed to address in 14 years. And on the IMF's observation that since the last energy crisis, the UK has had higher inflation than other countries, where the aftermath of Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget and the previous government's untargeted, unfunded support package contributed to a more persistent rise in inflation and in interest rates than in other countries around the world. The IMF's forecasts are a stark reminder of why we must stick to our economic plan and go further and faster on delivering our economic security. Since the election, we have invested in clean, homegrown energy, in renewables and in nuclear power. In 2025, we imported 17% less gas than we did in 2021. And gas generation now sets the wholesale price for electricity around a third less frequently than it did in the early 2020s, meaning that our energy system is now more secure and less exposed to volatile global energy prices. Today, we are going further, with a package of changes to reduce our reliance on imported oil and gas, boost the use of renewables, and smooth the impact of energy price shocks. First, oil and gas production from the North Sea is an important and valuable resource, and its workforce is a vital asset for our country. That is why we are harnessing our domestic supply by managing existing fields for their entire lifetimes, including by allowing tiebacks for those fields to ensure that they remain viable. Today, in advance of legislation, we are publishing further details on tiebacks, which I first announced in the budget, which external analysis has predicted could result in tens of millions more barrels of oil and gas being available for UK supply. Today's announcement gives industry greater clarity to support investment in these projects and maximise supply from our existing sites to support our energy security. Second, we are sweeping away the barriers to new renewables investment, accelerating vital grid infrastructure, reforming land access rules, and extending permitted development rights, as well as making more public land available for renewable infrastructure, which could unlock up to 10 gigawatts of new capacity, and helping households and businesses to switch to clean, cheaper renewable electricity through plug-in solar panels and better EV charging. And third, we are reforming our energy system. Currently, households and businesses pay more for their electricity when the price of gas is high. The electricity generator levy already recoups some of the excess returns made by generators due to high gas prices. And today I am announcing that I will extend the electricity generator levy past its scheduled conclusion in 2028. And ahead of that, I am increasing the rate of the electricity generators levy from 45% to 55%. This ensures that a larger proportion of any exceptional revenues from high gas prices are passed back to government, providing a vital revenue stream so that money is available for government to support businesses and families with the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East. But crucially, it will encourage older, low-carbon electricity generators, which supply about a third of our power, to move from market pricing to fixed-price contracts for difference. Under new proposals set out by the Energy Secretary today, and that will further weaken the link between high gas prices and the price paid for our electricity. and limiting the spikes in energy prices from driving up inflation and costs for households and for businesses. Mr. Speaker, this government has the right economic plan, a plan that was right before the conflict in the Middle East started and is now essential to weather the impact of that conflict. A plan that is backed by the IMF, a plan to keep costs down for everyone and to support those who need it most. And in a world that is more uncertain, a plan to, I wish it was more certain, and in a world that is more uncertain, a plan to build a Britain that is stronger and more secure. And I commend this statement to the House.
Shall the Chancellor Sybil Stride?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of her statement. Mr. Speaker, the UK has some of the highest energy prices in the world. That is crippling our economy, pushing up the cost of living, and leaves us particularly exposed to energy shocks like the one we are experiencing right now. And yet, the government seems totally unwilling to accept the scale of the problem and totally unwilling to shift in their dogmatic commitment to a net zero agenda which is making us poorer. Last year, we on this side of the House came forward with our cheap power plan. We said the government needed to scrap carbon taxes, scrap the renewable subsidies which are pushing up bills, and reverse the nonsensical decision to rely on imported oil and gas instead of pursuing the common sense approach of extracting our own resources from right here in the North Sea. Under pressure from this Conservative opposition, we have seen some progress at least, but at a snail's pace, with the Energy Secretary dragged with oh so much reluctance in the direction we have set out. Mr. Speaker, the action taken goes nowhere near far enough and is not fast enough. At the budget, the government announced they would take 75% of the cost of renewals off bills, but they didn't abolish the subsidies as we called for. They are still being paid, maybe not out of people's energy bills, but out of the hard-working pockets of hard-working taxpayers. And when it comes to the vast majority of businesses in our country, this government has done nothing for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, the proposals announced today risk locking in the costs of those subsidies by including them in the new contracts for difference, which the government is hoping that energy producers will sign up to. So can the Chancellor confirm that this is indeed the case, that under these arrangements, these subsidies will not only persist, but will be guaranteed? The new contracts being announced today are, of course, voluntary. So on what basis does the government think these changes will lead to an overall reduction in energy bills? Presumably, Madam Deputy Speaker, generators will only sign up to these arrangements if they are in their own commercial interest. So how is the government going to ensure that companies do not simply game the system and end up being guaranteed higher prices? How much will these announcements reduce energy bills by? Has the Energy Secretary even provided the Chancellor with an estimate of the impact on bills? And if there is no estimate, Madam Deputy Speaker, how can the Chancellor be confident that bills will indeed be reduced, not increased? And on that point, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can put a number on our plan. It would mean £200 off household bills. Why can't the Chancellor do the same with this latest announcement? The government have also said they will get rid of carbon price support. That is welcome. But they are not doing it until next year. And the CPS is only part of the carbon tax, which we on this side of the House are clear needs to be scrapped completely. It costs both households and businesses, and it needs to go. Why will the Chancellor not commit to removing these taxes completely? And on taxes, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady noted the importance of keeping fuel duty down. But once again, she had nothing to say about the onerous increase in fuel duty she still plans to bring forward in September. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have had no meaningful action today on the issue of North Sea oil and gas. The Chancellor says she wants to reduce our exposure to global energy, yet the government is choosing to leave us more resilient on imported hydrocarbons. We all know that she is in a completely different place to the Energy Secretary. He is committed to the gradual smothering of our oil and gas sector, regardless of the cost to our economy and the loss of those jobs and tax revenues. So why does the Chancellor not urge the Prime Minister to overrule the Energy Secretary on these matters? The revenues from new oil and gas extraction are vital given the state of our public finances. Madam Deputy Speaker, the current crisis shows how exposed we are and how damaging the government's net zero obsession has been to our economy, to households and to businesses. The government is right to want to reduce that exposure, but is doing too little, too late. We need an urgent change in course, not dither and proper cheap power plan to get bills back down, and we need it now.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, that response exposes a Chancellor who is out of credible ideas. Now, I thought I was sad to read in the weekend's newspapers that once again the Shadow Chancellor is being lined up for the sack by the Leader of the Opposition. But to be honest, after his performance today, I can understand her choice. Now, the Shadow Chancellor talks about the IMF. Yes, the IMF did downgrade the forecast. Why? Because of a war that was started, which his party unquestioningly backed, and because of our high exposure to global energy markets, which his party allowed. And we are taking the right choices. We did not back this war, nor did we follow the calls for the Leader of the Opposition or the Leader of Reform to join in. And we are investing in and we are reforming our energy market so that we can take back control of our energy security. The Shadow Chancellor talks about the economy. Well, let's talk about the economy. Before this war broke out, our economy grew by 0.5% in the 3 months to February and 0.3% in the 3 months to January. Inflation was expected by the Bank of England and the OBR to return to target, and interest rates have been cut by their fastest rate in 17 years compared to hitting 5.25% under the Conservatives, with mortgage costs going through the roof. He says it's the Bank of England's job to address inflation, but we had the same Bank of England when they were in government than when we were in government. They have cut interest rates when we have been in government because we got control of the public finances. They lost control of the public finances. Now, the Shadow Chancellor says that the response to a fossil fuel crisis is to rely more on fossil fuels and to reduce investment in clean, homegrown energy. And he's ignoring the fundamental lesson of both Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the conflict now in the Middle East. The Shadow Chancellor opposed new solar energy, opposed onshore wind power, and did not invest either in Sizewell C or in small modular reactors like this Labour government is doing. And just today, the CEO of Renewables UK has said that delinking results in reducing the link between volatile gas and electricity prices to help protect households and businesses against unpredictable fossil fuel costs, strengthening UK energy security. And on the issue of tiebacks, the Right Honourable Gentleman says it makes no difference, yet Offshore Energy UK says that developing fields as tiebacks addresses costs, lower emissions and extends the life of existing critical infrastructure, which is exactly why we are doing it. On delinking, the Shadow Chancellor says that it would lead to higher prices. Well, the exact opposite. The whole aim here is to move to fixed prices, and by increasing the electricity generators levy, which we don't know whether the party opposite support or oppose, by increasing the electricity generators levy, we incentivise those energy companies to come off the levy and come onto contracts for difference. And we are now beginning the negotiations with industry so that we can reduce that volatility in prices. And as the CEO of E.ON has said today, for too long the value in our energy system has flowed to the top of the chain. Today moves to start to turn that around, because instead of the volatility and the spikes that are so damaging both for family finances and business finances, we can take out of the system. But the Shadow Chancellor had nothing to say on that. And on fuel duty was never lower in 14 years under the Conservatives than it is today. And of course we are keeping all scenarios under review, but it is quite clear that the best way to bring down fuel prices is to de-escalate this conflict, not ramp it up like the Conservatives want to do. The Shadow Chancellor's got nothing to say on international cooperation, nothing to say on global negotiations to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, nothing to say on reform of our energy market, nothing to say on investment in our infrastructure. Why? Because he has no plan. Why? Because he doesn't have any ideas. Why? Because his party has no economic credibility. Labour has the right plan for our country. The Conservatives would take us right back to the bad days of high inflation, high interest rates and the mess they made of our economy.
Mandelson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the conflict in Iran is a reminder, is also a matter of energy security and of the cost of energy. It is a reminder for the second time in 4 years of the dangers of being dependent on international fossil fuel markets and the need to reduce our dependence on them. The Select Committee has heard a lot of evidence about the importance of decoupling the price of electricity from the price of gas. So can I encourage you to bring forward the measures that are going to enable the reduction in the amount of time where gas continues to set the price of electricity? It is a pity that the party opposite didn't take that approach following the invasion of Ukraine in 2022 when they had the chance.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for that question and the important work that he's done on this issue. There are two ways to reduce the number of days in which the gas price sets the electricity price. The first is to invest more in homegrown renewables and also in nuclear, so that more of the mix is made up of electricity. And the second way to do it is to de-link gas and electricity prices, in the first instance by increasing the electricity generators levy to bring in money, but also, and this is a crucial point, to incentivise those companies who are currently getting the market price to instead to go onto a contract for difference, which gives greater certainty for families, pensioners and businesses with their bills, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Chancellor for advance sight of her statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor should have come here today to explain how she was going to use the £20 million extra that the Treasury is pulling in every single day through higher VAT, higher energy profits levy and other taxes to tackle the immediate cost of fuel crisis that is facing families and businesses today. I believe the Chancellor is just fundamentally wrong when she says that a knee-jerk response would have put household finances at risk through higher inflation and higher interest rates. Just look at what other countries are doing. Instead, the government could have used this £20 million to drive down prices. The price of petrol on the pump, the price of train fares, the price of bus fares and the price of home charging electric vehicles. By slashing those prices, it could have helped the Chancellor to control inflation and higher interest rates. It's what other countries are doing. It's what we Liberal Democrats are calling for. Madam Deputy Speaker, we Liberal Democrats were the only political party to have in our manifesto a commitment to break the link between gas and electricity prices. So we are glad that 18 months on, this government has finally listened. In addition to the measures outlined today, can I ask the Chancellor about two specific things? First of all, has the Chancellor spoken to any of the banks about rolling out low-interest loans for householders who want to do the right thing, adopt energy-saving measures, but are struggling with the upfront costs? And secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met with the Competition and Markets Authority on Monday. The CMA and Ofgem both agree that there is a case to answer about the broken energy market and why hospitality and small businesses are being blocked. So would the Secretary of State join with me in writing to Ofgem and asking them to finally investigate without any further delay a broken energy market that is blocking out hospitality and small businesses from accessing the best deals?
I welcome the fact that the Honourable Lady and her party opposed this war and didn't want the UK to become involved, unlike the Conservatives and Reform. But I do find what the Honourable Lady has just set out as being fundamentally economically illiterate. I mean, the idea that a great fiscal policy is to close the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, why didn't we think of it when we came to office? If we close the Strait of Hormuz, all of our problems will be over because we can get in all of this money. And yet that is what the Honourable Lady is suggesting, that we're going to get some great windfall from a tax. The truth is the IMF and every other forecaster is clear that tax revenues are going to be lower, not higher, because of this conflict in the Middle East. And so the money that the Honourable Lady wants us to spend simply does not exist. And I'm afraid she's falling into the failed economic policies of the Conservatives, who who delivered untargeted, unfunded support, which resulted in higher interest rates, higher inflation and higher taxes. It is not targeted. She's suggesting an untargeted approach, and that is what's got us into the mess that we are in today. Now, I welcome the fact that she supports us on decoupling. That is the right thing to do with our gas and electricity prices. I regret the fact that the Honourable Lady and her party did not support the Planning Act, which enables us to build the infrastructure that we need to get the homes built and the energy infrastructure built as well. And on the specific issue about working with banks, yes, as a government, the Department for Energy is working with every high street lender and every energy company to help people who are struggling with their bills.
David Burton-Sampson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as my right honourable friend mentioned, in 2022, Liz Truss launched a household energy support package that provided blanket support to every household, including the most well-off. And it was estimated to cost between £57 and £60 billion just over the first 6 months, predominantly funded by borrowing. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the right thing to do and the fiscally responsible thing to do during this crisis is to do targeted support to those who need it most?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. It is the case that more than a third of the support with energy bills went to the top third of households, and that makes no sense at all, especially when those households then end up being burdened with higher interest rates on their mortgages, higher inflation in the shops and higher taxes for years to come. So the right approach is a targeted one to keep costs and interest rates down for everybody. But of course the very best economic policy would be de-escalation of this conflict, not ramping it up as the Conservatives and Reform want to do.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. She'll be aware of how important aviation is to the UK economy, and particularly Heathrow, which is responsible for huge amounts of air freight and economic activity in my constituency. Given all the reports that we've had regarding the supply chain of kerosene in aviation, can I ask what measures or discussions is she taking to ensure kerosene supply, and what consideration has she given to tax relief to ensure that our aviation sector is sustainable and continues to contribute to the UK economy?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. As you know, this government is a big supporter of our airports and the aviation sector, which is why we're backing a third runway at Heathrow, a second runway at Gatwick, as well as expansion at Stansted and Luton airports. We are in regular contact with the aviation sector. They are currently not reporting any challenges with the security of supply, but as the honourable gentleman would expect, and as the House would expect, we are planning for all different types of scenarios. But the best way to ensure the security of supply is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by working to de-escalate this conflict.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the fact that in this time of economic shocks, the government is playing its proper role to protect UK households from the worst harm. So can I thank the Chancellor for the work she's particularly doing with other finance ministers and governments to bring about de-escalation of the war, unlike the escalation that's advocated by others. Does she agree that in addition to the very specific measures she's talked about today and the Secretary of State for Energy has announced, that she needs to continue alongside the rest of the government to press other governments for de-escalation of the war as the best way to protect UK households?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and that's why I think the whole House welcomed the Prime Minister and the French President convening a meeting of 50 countries on Friday to work on how we could ensure the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, but then crucially the protection of vessels travelling through when it is safe to do so. And it's why I've been working with the insurance industry to ensure that the right cover will be available to vessels when it is possible to travel through the strait again. And when I was in Washington last week, I also met with our allies from the Gulf countries who made very clear the importance of both reopening the Strait of Hormuz but also preserving toll-free travel through the Strait of Hormuz.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On fuel duty, at a time when prices are going up, if the Chancellor's 5p increase goes ahead from this September through to next March, we will have the 8th highest fuel duty compared to other European countries. Surely this is not the time, and if she wants certainty, the best thing she could do is stand at that dispatch box and cancel the fuel duty hike.
I understand the concerns people have about filling up their car with petrol and diesel right now. That's why we've introduced cheaper fuel finders so that people can compare prices and get the best deal when they fill up their car. And it's also why we've had all the petrol retailers into number 11 Downing Street to ensure that we don't have any price gouging. There's still 4.5 months until September. We are preparing for every eventuality. I've extended the fuel duty freeze.
Could you confirm what further steps the government is taking to encourage the take-up of low-carbon technology?
I thank my honourable friend for that question and raising the challenges felt in many rural communities, which is why I put in additional money to help people with the cost of heating oil, recognising that the £150 off energy bills that came in April doesn't apply to heating oil, and we wanted to make sure that people had support there. But it's also why we are extending and increasing the generosity of the Warm Homes Plan, particularly including boiler upgrades to help people in all communities, but including in rural communities where the cost of heating homes is often higher.
Stephen Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, we're very fortunate in Scotland to already produce more renewable electricity than we consume, and of course we produce more oil and gas than we consume as well. Unfortunately, though, we don't experience any benefit on our bills. And, of course, the oil and gas workforce, who the Chancellor had the cheek to regard as a vital asset to the country, certainly don't feel like it, because 1,000 of them are losing their jobs every single month. So if she believes in jobs, if she believes in investment, if she believes in energy security and she believes in reducing climate emissions, can she outline why she hasn't yet moved to the OGPM and explain why she's allowing the Chancellor and the Energy Secretary to overrule the Chancellor and prioritise imports of LNG rather than supporting domestic energy sources?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. People in Scotland and right across the UK benefited from the money off their energy bills. We're one of the few countries in the world where energy bills for households went down in April rather than going up because of the changes that I made in the budget. And of course, that benefits households in Scotland as well. Today, myself and the Energy Secretary have announced changes around tiebacks. That's something that previous government could have done, but didn't do. And Offshore Energy UK has said that developing fields as tiebacks reduces costs, lowers emissions and extends the life of existing critical infrastructure. Of course, this policy will help create more and support more jobs in Scotland in this vital sector. But if the SNP are so concerned about jobs, why don't they back nuclear in Scotland like this Labour government is backing nuclear in England and in Wales?
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Chancellor's statement today and the announcement of both her and the Energy Secretary? We've seen 2 fossil fuel shocks just in the last 5 years, which have done untold damage to our economy. Half of the recessions since the 1970s have been caused by similar fossil fuel shocks. It's really clear that the move to clean, homegrown energy is good for the economy, good for security and good for household bills as well. Could the Chancellor set out what conversations she and the Energy Secretary have already had with those organisations that might be taking up those voluntary agreements, and when might we see those voluntary agreements agreed and us seeing the benefit of breaking the link between the gas and electricity price?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. What the investment in nuclear and renewables can do is ensure our security of supply, but also security of price. And the investment in fossil fuels cannot secure security of price, because that price is determined by international markets. And that is why we're trying to get the third of power that is electricity, but not on contracts for difference, onto contracts for difference, so that we can stabilise prices and avoid the spikes that we see because of that volatility in fossil fuel prices, as the honourable gentleman has said. Myself and the Energy Secretary have already met with the energy sector to discuss this policy and the negotiation of contracts of difference, and we are confident through both the negotiations and the incentive of avoiding the higher electricity generators levy that many businesses will be happy to and willing to move through a negotiated price onto contracts for difference.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The strangely cheerful outing from the Treasury front bench today really does make them the equivalent of the band playing on the deck of the Titanic as the government sinks around them after hitting the iceberg that is Peter Mandelson. If she thinks that anybody out there genuinely thinks she has made the economy more resilient to economic shocks, then I'm sorry to say the Chancellor is living in cloud cuckoo land. I have met the families who have less money in their pay packets because of her tax raids. I have met the businesses making people redundant, cutting investments or facing closure because of her tax rises. If she wants to help people in the economy, cut taxes.
Well, today we've announced an increase in the electricity generators levy to help constituents of his and all of our constituents to get lower prices for electricity. And instead of talking the country down, maybe the honourable gentleman might want to mention the fact that the economy grew by 0.5% in February, unemployment went down today, deficit reduction is the fastest pace of any country in the G7, and in every single month that I've been Chancellor, wages have risen by more than prices. Very different from what happened when his party were in charge.
Nick Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Chancellor for her statement today? Can I agree that the best economic policy today is diplomatic policy? Given the situation in Iran, can she tell us more about her plans for economic pressure on the leadership there to increase pressure to de-escalate this dreadful situation?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he's absolutely right that the best economic policy is diplomatic policy, reopening the Strait of Hormuz and de-escalating this conflict, which is why the Prime Minister hosted with France the coalition meeting on Friday last week. And it's also why, when I met with the US Treasury Secretary last week, we committed to doing more to increase the sanctions and the economic pressure on Iran. And my team of Treasury officials met with US Treasury officials last week to work out what more can be done following the excellent work that our two Treasuries have already done together to increase economic pressure on Iran.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a result of this war, agricultural inflation is now running at 7.6%, more than twice general inflation levels. Red diesel has doubled in price. Fertiliser supply is under serious threat. Food prices are therefore, predictably, likely to rise subsequently, causing hardship to millions of people, partly because of Britain's lack of food security. Is it not time for the government to U-turn on the Conservatives' policy that they inherited of England now being the only country in Europe that does not use its farm payments to actively support its farmers to produce food?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for his representation for the agricultural sector. As the honourable gentleman knows, on the two occasions where we have extended the 5p cut in fuel duty, that commensurate benefit is also applied to red diesel. But I do recognise the challenges faced by the agricultural sector and other sectors that are big users of diesel in the current conflict, and that is why we are working hard with industry to ensure that they get the support that they need, and also, crucially, why we are trying to de-escalate the conflict, reopen the Strait of Hormuz to make sure that availability of diesel and indeed fertiliser is improved.
Melanie On.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Chancellor on her statement today. The setting of electricity prices to international gas prices has long been blamed for the erratic nature of our electricity bills. Indeed, it was accepted previously by the party opposite that was going to be the case. But while they complained about it and did nothing, it's this government that is seeking to take action to disconnect those two issues. Can the Chancellor advise when she thinks that families will start to see a benefit from that decoupling of electricity from international gas prices?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable lady knows what she's talking about, not least because she's the MP for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, but also from her previous career before taking her seat at the last election. There are two ways in which people will benefit. First, in the short term, through the higher electricity generators levy. We've increased that rate from 45 to 55%. That will bring in money this year that can help us as a government to relieve some of that pressure on families and businesses, but then using that higher levy to negotiate the contracts for differences at a good price for bill payers and taxpayers, so that we get rid of that volatility. And I'm confident in the months ahead, whilst we have the higher electricity generators levy in place, that we'll be able to negotiate those new contracts and reduce that volatility. And crucially, this reduction in volatility will benefit both households and businesses.
Sir Julian Lewis.
May I welcome the couple of positive references the Chancellor made a little while ago to civil nuclear power. Given that we have in this country Rolls-Royce, a world-leading specialist in the design and construction of small modular mobile nuclear reactors. What plans does the government have to support this particular sector so that we are less dependent on the whims of Iranian dictators in the future?
Thank the honourable gentleman for that question. I was really pleased last week to sign with Rolls-Royce the contract for the first fleet of small modular reactors in the UK. They'll be located in Anglesey, but it will create jobs for people from Derby to Warrington to Manchester and Sheffield, and of course in North Wales and Anglesey itself. We are also working with Rolls-Royce as they look to secure contracts overseas, as they already have with Czechia, creating more good jobs here in Britain for this exciting new technology, which will also have the benefit of secure, homegrown energy.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because of the action of this government, rural communities in Norfolk received the highest payment of support for heating oil, with over £3 million in the whole of England. But there is a huge concern we have that over 60% of the applications that have gone in have not been completed by the Conservative-run council locally. So can I ask what the Chancellor's action will be to ensure that Norfolk County Council get these payments into the pockets of my constituents?
I'm sorry to hear that the Conservative Council in North Norfolk have not completed 60% of the applications for help with heating oil. The government made more than £50 million available and targeted at those places like North Norfolk and my honourable friends' constituents that need it the most. And I'm very happy to follow up with the Council, South Norfolk, very happy to follow up with the Council to make sure that people are getting the support that they need.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm relieved that the government is now committed to breaking...
Do you think we can live without an unseemly exchange over the dispatch box? I would like to be able to hear the question of the honourable member, and I'm sure the Chancellor might also like to hear it so she can respond. Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am relieved that the government is now committed to breaking the price link between expensive gas and cheap renewables. But given that the proposed solution is voluntary for electricity generators, how will the Chancellor ensure that the proposals that she and the Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero are putting forward actually deliver substantially lower bills? And if I send them to her office, will she consider the proposals from the think tank Commonwealth for a mandated, not optional, fixed price model to ensure that bill payers aren't left at the mercy of volatile international fossil fuel markets?
So, as I set out in my statement today, we are delinking gas and electricity prices. As the Honourable Lady said, that is the right policy. And we will achieve it through the increase in the electricity generators levy. By increasing it to 45% to 55%, we're providing a very strong incentive for companies who still get market prices to move on to contracts for difference to avoid the electricity generators levy. And if they don't go on to a contract for difference, they'll continue to pay the electricity generators levy, which are extended today, and we can use that money to help people with their prices. But the Honourable Lady's commitment to lower prices and more secure supply would be a bit more credible if they didn't oppose new nuclear and if they didn't oppose the Planning Act, which actually is going to make it easier to build the infrastructure investment in renewables and clean energy that we desperately need to lower bills and to get ourselves off fossil fuels.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for her statement and the work that she and the Energy Secretary have done in this regard. The focus upon renewables and the decoupling of gas electricity is most welcome. But could I just point out one of the problems that we inherited the party opposite, who've got the gall to complain about the high cost to businesses and households, that we are heading towards curtailment fees in 2030 of around about £6 billion per annum. And I wonder whether she'd be kind enough to meet with myself and the Honourable Member for Camborne and Redruth to discuss some of the technological options that are available to us to mitigate those searing costs.
I thank my honourable friend for that question and the interest that he has in this really important area. There are a number of things that we are doing on this front. First of all, the Planning Act, which passed through Parliament at the end of last year, despite the opposition of both the Conservatives and the Greens and the indifference of the Liberal Democrats, will enable us to build the infrastructure to get energy from offshore wind to people's homes and people's businesses, as well as investment in battery technology so that we can store energy. But the honourable gentleman will also have seen the announcement, I think, last week, that we're going to enable differential pricing at different times. So, for example, at weekends when demand for energy is lower, to be able to get free electricity in some cases. So these are all some of the things that we're doing to better balance demand and supply on the grid. And I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss further.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Is the Chancellor aware that the price of gas in the US is 10% lower than the start of the war, whilst here in the UK it's 30% higher, proving that if you produce what you consume, Chancellor, actually there is a domestic price of gas? So could she have a word in the shell-like ear of the Secretary of State for Energy and tell him to get on and approve the licences at Jackdaw and beyond, including onshore? More gas, more production, lower prices.
I think the honourable gentleman just said that he's in favour of fracking. If so, I look forward to campaigning against him on that.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Chancellor for her statement and for the work that she's doing during this globally difficult time. As a proud coastal, naval and defence city, Portsmouth understands that economic, national and climate security are inseparable, from household bills to flood resilience and defence jobs. So will the Chancellor reassure families and businesses in my constituency that today's actions such as decoupling will protect them from rising costs, support the jobs so vital to our city, but also ensure we have a city for future generations?
I thank my honourable friend for that question and for standing up for her constituents in Portsmouth. The purpose of decoupling gas and electricity prices is to reduce the volatility. And we all know from our constituencies how much particularly lower income families and pensioners struggle with the volatility in gas and electricity prices, because it is an essential and you need it for everyday use. And so decoupling will smooth out some of that volatility in the price of energy, giving greater certainty to families, pensioners and also businesses who all have to contend with the volatility of the fossil fuel market. That's why we want to move to more contracts for difference, which is what today's policy will achieve.
Dillon.
The Chancellor in her statement outlined a plan for tomorrow, but no help for today. The residents in Newbury, the small businesses, the farmers, want to know how high the Chancellor will allow petrol prices, will allow red diesel, will allow fertiliser to go until she decides to take positive action and reduce the cost of living crisis on those people in the Newbury constituency. How high does it have to go, Chancellor?
I would say to the honourable gentleman that in Newbury and indeed in all of our constituencies, people got £150 off their energy bills in April this year. There are very few countries in the world where energy bills fell in April. In most countries in the world, they are going up. And that was only possible because of the measures that I took in the budget last year. I have extended the 5p cut in fuel duty 2 times already since I became Chancellor. And obviously, we are following what's happening in the Middle East very carefully, looking at the impact on the UK economy, families and businesses, and we'll be ready to respond. But the best way to get bills down and prices at the pumps down is to de-escalate this conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That is the policy of his party, and it's the policy of this government, because that is the best way to help people with the costs of energy.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister was right in not taking part in the war led by Donald Trump and Netanyahu. The Chancellor is right by not doing a knee-jerk reaction to this economic difficulty. However, will the Chancellor keep under active consideration those that are most vulnerable, those that are on benefits and hard-working families who will struggle to pay for food to be put on the table and choosing between energy bills, and if need be, then action be taken immediately.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And when the previous government intervened in the case of an energy price shock, more than a third of the benefit went to the top third of income earners. That makes no sense at all when government resources are stretched and when it only resulted in higher interest rates, higher inflation and higher taxes on the exact same people, which is why we are looking at what targeted action could be taken. And it's also why, at the beginning of this month, the new state pension increased by up to £575, and we got rid of the two-child limit in universal credit, which will be responsible for lifting almost 500,000 children out of poverty during the course of this Parliament.
Carla Lockhart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no farmers, no food, no hauliers, empty shelves, no construction, a country that's not moving forward. In Northern Ireland, these three industries are now taking to the streets to protest, clear evidence that this government's inaction is pushing them to the brink. So today, will the Chancellor do the right thing and commit to cutting fuel duty, scrapping punitive carbon taxes and properly supporting the industries and sectors that are fundamental to this country's security and stability?
I thank the honourable lady for that question. In Northern Ireland and across the country, people got £150 off their energy bills in April, and of course Northern Ireland was the biggest beneficiary for the support in heating oil, which went disproportionately to Northern Ireland, given the reliance on heating oil in Northern Ireland compared with the rest of the country. The Business Industrial Competitiveness Scheme will reduce business energy costs for 10,000 manufacturing firms from this year, taking up to 25% off their electricity cost. And decoupling will reduce prices for electricity for both businesses and also for households. And when those contracts for difference come in, that will have a direct impact. But in the meantime, the higher electricity generators levy, which is coming in this year, will provide revenue so that the government can help cushion this shock for both businesses and families.
I'm only going to plan to run the statement until 2 o'clock. There are many members still standing, so short questions and perhaps short answers would be very helpful to get as many as possible in. Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor is right. This was not our war, but its impacts are being felt by businesses and families in my constituency of Peterborough. What's almost as shocking as the recent price hike is how exposed our country is because of a decade of underinvestment in nuclear, onshore wind and updating our power networks by the party opposite. So can the Chancellor reassure me that whilst we keep a razor-like focus on the cost of living for families, we will also do our utmost to speed up the development and renewal of our energy networks so we can power this country from our own sources, not just relying on imports?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. This is not our war. We chose not to join it, unlike the parties opposite, the Reform and the Conservatives, who are egging us on to do so. But we do need to become less exposed to global fossil fuel markets, which is why the Planning and Infrastructure Act will enable us to build the energy infrastructure we need, why we have signed off Sizewell C and a fleet of small modular reactors, why we're giving planning permission to solar farms, and why we've ended the effective moratorium on onshore wind, the cheapest form of electricity, to keep prices down for families, businesses and pensioners.
Manira Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor said in her statement, every choice I make will be about keeping costs down for families and businesses. Yet when I speak to small business owners in high streets across my constituency of Twickenham, Teddington and the Hamptons, especially cafe and restaurant owners, they tell me the soaring energy and food prices as a result of war are only compounding the pain they were feeling as a result of her choices to hike up national insurance for employers and doubling, in some cases, their business rates. So could I ask the Chancellor, what action will she take this month, this quarter, to help those businesses stay afloat, not in a year's time, because we need to see them stay open for our communities?
Hear, hear.
The best thing we could do as a government is keep inflation and interest rates down. Since I became Chancellor, Wages have risen faster than prices in every single month, giving people more money to spend, and interest rates have been cut 6 times, which will benefit all of our constituents, but perhaps most of all those in London, where house prices in places like Twickenham are more expensive, putting more money in the pockets of people. The announcement today around the Business Industrial Competitiveness Scheme takes up to 25% of energy bills from this month for 10,000 businesses, and decoupling will help all businesses with their energy costs. The electricity generators levy will bring in money this year, and then the new contracts for difference will reduce volatility and price spikes for all businesses.
Alex Baker.
Speaker, in my constituency I hear from many businesses, small businesses, who are worried about rising energy bills and what that means for their ability to grow and create jobs. So I welcome the measures the Chancellor has outlined today, particularly around decoupling gas and electricity, which will help safeguard my constituents from these international spikes. But everyone in this situation has to play their part. The government is doing their bit. Could the Chancellor set out what conversations she's having with the energy companies themselves on how they can further support businesses with the energy costs at a time of global instability?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I understand that the concerns that families and businesses have around the cost of energy and the risk of second-round effects if that's passed on to other goods and services in the economy. That is why my focus is on keeping interest rates and inflation down for everybody, and also why we're working to de-escalate this conflict. We are also working with energy companies to ensure that people that are struggling with energy debt, for example, are supported, and that people are not taken off of contracts.
Dave Dugan.
Deputy Speaker, I raised with the Chancellor on the 3rd of March during her vacuous spring statement that the war that had just started in the Middle East was going to have an inevitable and immediate consequence on energy prices, and I asked her what she was going to do about it, and she said that she had no plans to do anything about it. And here we are. She comes here today like the coo's tail, talking about fiddling about with contracts for difference next year, while my constituents are currently nearly paying £2 a litre for diesel. And in Ireland, the government introduced €750 million to support farmers, to support hauliers, to support agriculture and fisheries and household energy bills. If she was to do the same thing, it would be £8 billion. Where's the £8 billion for our communities, Chancellor?
In the last 2 weeks, we've announced up to 25% off energy bills for 10,000 manufacturers starting from this month. We have announced today tiebacks, which has been welcomed by OE UK to exploit more of our energy resource in the North Sea. And we've announced an increase in the electricity generators levy to bring in money to help with the costs of energy. We are one of the few countries in the world where energy bills went down in April because of the decisions that I made in my budget. And since I became Chancellor, wages have risen by more than prices in every single month, and interest rates have been cut 6 times. That is the difference that we are making. It would be nice if the SNP used the record funding we've given them to cut NHS waiting lists rather than seeing them rise and rise.
Talk Crichton.
Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Chancellor for her statement and her nimble response to the energy shock, including support for heating oil consumers who make up half the households in the Hill and Year. Of course, the future of energy security is not an either-or. We must pursue renewables with a community share in the wealth of wind, and we must use the tiebacks she detailed to fully exploit existing licences in the North Sea. Can I ask the Chancellor to encourage other ministers to match her commitment by hastening the review of Jackdaw and Rosebank, not just to ensure energy security, but to send a message to workers that we are with them in the North Sea and the Wild Atlantic for years to come?
thank my honourable friend for that question, and he's absolutely right that we need a balanced energy policy. Some parties oppose renewables, some parties oppose nuclear, some parties oppose oil and any oil and gas. The Labour Party, this government, has a balanced energy policy, investing in new nuclear, small modular reactors and Sizewell C, investing in renewables, solar, onshore and offshore wind, and yes, ensuring that there is a bright future for North Sea oil and gas. That's why today we set out our policy and more detail on tiebacks, and it's why in the not too distant future the Energy Secretary, in a quasi-judicial way, will make a decision on Jackdaw and Rosebank after the courts quashed the decision of the previous government.
Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We welcome the government announcement to cut the link between wholesale gas and electricity prices, helping to shield families across the UK from volatile fossil fuel prices, and using the very measure that Liberal Democrats proposed over a year ago. But it's now time to go further and faster to fix a broken energy market that sees households and businesses not having cheaper energy bills when powered by solar and wind, and even having to pay on their energy bills to turn off wind farms in British waters. I've written to the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, and will she meet with me to discuss our proposals to accelerate reforms, bring down energy bills and secure our energy supply? Thank you.
Well, I agree with the honourable lady around decoupling, and that is why we're using an increase in the electricity generators levy to bring in money immediately, but to incentivise companies to move on to contracts for difference. And in terms of having to pay when the solar and the wind can't be used, it would be a little bit more plausible if the Liberal Democrats hadn't sat on their hands during the planning and infrastructure bill, which will actually enable the energy infrastructure to be built that will bring electricity to people's homes, lower people's bills and give us the energy security that we want to see.
Herman.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, now the Chancellor will know that Auto Trader announced last week that for the first time the average cost of a new electric vehicle has fallen below the average cost of a new petrol vehicle. There's never been a better time to switch to EVs. Can the Chancellor elaborate on how these targeted announcements and some of the changes she's making today will support the switch to electric vehicles?
It's a really good point from my honourable friend. So a couple of things that we're doing today to make it more cost-effective to get an electric vehicle. First of all, the decoupling of gas and electricity prices will mean that electricity prices are not going to be set by high gas prices, which reduces the costs of filling up with electricity in an electric vehicle. But we're also making it easier for people to install electric vehicle charge points, including on their streets and in their homes, and things like making solar panels more available, including in high street shops, to enable people to benefit from that cheap electricity, which they can use to power their homes and their cars.
Robert Jenrick.
Kevin Brewer is a domiciliary care worker from Northern Ireland. He says he loves his job, but he drives 70 miles every day. And he told the BBC this week that for the first time he considered phoning in and saying that he couldn't do his job. In the end, he decided to put the cost of the fuel on his credit card. Chancellor, people are suffering across the country. Can I invite her to come on Monday to meet people like Kevin at the National Fuel Tax protest on Whitehall, where motorists, white van men and women, care workers and many others from across the United Kingdom will come together to ask her to take action now to cut VAT on fuel and to say she will not increase fuel duty in September.
Yeah.
Fuel duty today has never been lower than it was in the 14 years when he was a Conservative Member of Parliament. As I have said on numerous occasions, we are keeping under review fuel duty, but the best way to reduce the costs for people who are reliant on their cars is to de-escalate this conflict, which is the exact opposite policy of Reform UK, who wanted to join in this conflict and who said when the conflict started that we should stand with America. Well, I do not agree that we should be standing with America. We should be standing for our own country and families and businesses in our country.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important that we look at long-term measures like decoupling gas and electricity prices, because we know previous temporary measures haven't stopped our exposure to these shocks, leading to further insecurity for residents and businesses. So can the Chancellor say how quickly households and businesses like textile manufacturers in Huddersfield will benefit from this new pricing model? And can she say a little bit more about accelerating vital grid infrastructure? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for raising concerns of people in Huddersfield. Well, from this month, we are helping 10,000 manufacturing businesses in the industrial strategy sectors with the cost of electricity, reducing it by up to 25%. And today, we've announced that we are increasing the electricity generators levy, which will bring in more money for the Exchequer, which we can use to help people with the costs of this war, a war that we did not start, but where, of course, people in Huddersfield, Leeds and around the country are feeling the consequences of.
On heating oil, members of her Treasury team have been keen to point out that the small amount of funding, about £35 a household equivalent, was just the first step. Can she outline when the next step will come to support houses that are dependent on heating oil?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. We were pleased to be able to announce tens of millions of pounds to help people with the cost of heating oil in the same way in which we brought down gas and electricity bills for families and pensioners across the UK because of my budget decisions last year. I think it is really important that local authorities now make sure that that money is available to people. We heard from South Norfolk, for example, earlier that 60% of applications have not been processed. We need to make sure that that money gets to the people who need it. And of course, as I said, we will keep under review additional support. But the best way, and his party agrees with this, to bring down bills for families, businesses and pensioners is to de-escalate this conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which is why our diplomatic policy is so important here.
John Whitby.
According to modelling from NISO, gas will still set the price of electricity 30% of the time by 2030, despite most of the energy being produced from renewables. Solar and wind are now far cheaper than other forms of energy, and it's right that households across the UK and Derbyshire Dales in particular are able to benefit from these lower prices. Can the Chancellor therefore outline what steps she's taking to decouple the price of renewables from the price of gas and to drive down energy prices for homes in Derbyshire Dales?
This is the second energy price shock caused by a lack of availability of oil and gas in just 4 years. And what it shows is that we do need to invest more in homegrown energy to ensure security of supply and also of price to help people in Derbyshire Dales and right across the country. And that is why we are increasing the electricity generators levy, using that money to help people now, but crucially as an incentive to get electricity providers onto contracts for difference so that we don't have to pay more for electricity just because the price of gas is high.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chancellor said that we did not start this war and we haven't joined this war. And the reason for that is because this war is illegal. Iran never posed an imminent threat. Pakistan are taking valiant steps to negotiate a deal which led to Iran opening the Strait of Hormuz. But unfortunately and absurdly, you got Donald Trump, which is blocking the Strait of Hormuz, causing a major economic crisis for everyone. Welcome the 5% cut in fuel duty and the £150 reduction in energy bills. But the reality is that's having insignificant impact on families, especially vulnerable families. So what steps, imminent steps, is the Chancellor going to take to help and shield them?
Well, I'd like to join the honourable gentleman in paying tribute to the work that Pakistan is doing to de-escalate this conflict by hosting peace talks. I expect that all members in the House would urge all parties to return to those negotiations as quickly as possible so that we can end the bloodshed, but also ensure that bills come back down for families and the price at the pumps. We're already taking action, reducing household energy bills through the help with heating oil, and today's announcements on decoupling, on tiebacks, and last week's announcement on reducing business energy costs through the BICS scheme are all things that we are doing to help families and businesses now with the cost of electricity.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chancellor agree that economic security, energy security and national security all go hand in hand, which is why homegrown, lower carbon power that we control is so important? And can she tell us more about how small modular reactors being delivered by Rolls-Royce, backed by this Labour government, will play its part in delivering that power, security and good British jobs?
Well, it was great to meet with Rolls-Royce apprentices just last week in Downing Street with my honourable friend to see what difference this government's investment through the National Wealth Fund in small modular reactors will make, creating good jobs, paying decent wages, export opportunities from this new technology, and crucially giving us that energy security both on supply and price that investment in nuclear will provide.
Final question, Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, just so the Chancellor is aware, my constituents in Lagan Valley did not get £150 off their electricity bill. And I'm sure the Chancellor knows that that's because Northern Ireland is not in the same electricity market as the rest of the UK. But actually, even if you add the numbers together that we received through Barnett's, they do not total £150. So we hope that that lack of knowledge does not reflect the importance of Northern Ireland when this government comes to tackling the cost of living crisis. And when will you meet with my colleagues in the Northern Ireland Executive to discuss how to help us throughout this crisis?
So Northern Ireland benefited from the consequentials from that policy, with the money going to the Northern Ireland Executive, because, as you say, they're on a different electricity market. But at the same time, we listened carefully to what MPs and members of the Northern Ireland Executive said around Northern Ireland's exposure to heating oil. And that's why, when we made that support available, we did it through local authorities and locally, rather than a national scheme, recognising the higher exposure to heating oil in Northern Ireland than anywhere else in the country.
Point of order, Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I seek your guidance in what I believe is truly a genuine point of order as to how Parliament and the public should understand the terminology in Erskine May about inadvertently misleading the House. Yesterday, my honourable friend for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk pointed out that, and I quote, "The Prime Minister has said various things about Peter Mandelson's vetting process that have now turned out not to be true." And he asked, does he accept that he inadvertently misled the House of Commons? The Prime Minister replied, "No, I did not mislead the House of Commons," before arguing that other information that had been withheld from him had led to this situation. Now, my understanding is that giving the House wrong information, but in good faith, is precisely what is meant by inadvertently misleading the House. But the Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand that, and the Foreign Secretary, whom I asked a similar question to a bit earlier this morning, doesn't seem to understand that. So is it me that is misunderstanding the meaning of the term to inadvertently mislead the House?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order and for having provided notice of it. Whilst ministers themselves are responsible for the accuracy of their remarks at the dispatch box, As Chair, I am very clear this is of the utmost importance and ministers must take their responsibilities to this House seriously. If the Right Honourable Member requires further advice on what may or may not constitute this House being inadvertently misled, I would suggest he follow up on the specific concerns with the Clerk of the Journals in the first instance. Point of order, Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, unfortunately the Chancellor's away, and the Chancellor did give a response to the Honourable Lady for Lagan Valley, but we have some concern, as I expressed to you when I went to the Chair just about 15-20 minutes ago in relation to what the Chancellor said. She referred to the £150, and we would be aware in Northern Ireland the £150 we think is not there, and that's our assumption. I also cast a mind back to when the Prime Minister was here Monday week ago, and he referred to the home heating oil that was given to Northern Ireland, and he would consider more. Today, we hope that the announcement was been made would ensure that those in Northern Ireland will be getting extra help. Quite clearly, it's not. I'm not here to catch the Chancellor out. It's not about that. It's about getting accuracy when it comes to responses and getting honesty in the replies. What can I do, or what can we do on this side of the House to ensure that the Chancellor can correct the record?
Can I thank the Honourable Member for his point of order and for having given me some notice of it. I think it is very important, and he'll have heard the earlier responses, that the Chair is not responsible for ministerial answers, but ministers should be taking their responsibilities to make sure those answers are correct very seriously. I note that there are representatives of the Treasury bench still sat there. I'm sure the message will be passed back to the Chancellor, but he will have also heard her response to the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley. I don't intend to continue this debate via the Chair. Point of order, Carla Lockhart.
Thank you. Further to my honourable colleague's point of order, in response to my question, and I believe it is important to set the record straight, the Chancellor suggested that households in Northern Ireland got £150 off their energy bills in April. That is factually wrong and somewhat misleading, and I believe it is important that the record is set straight, because households in Northern Ireland will not see £150 off their bills like those in GB. The money which was received as a result of the Barnett consequential is still sitting in Sinn Féin's Economy Minister's departmental purse, unspent, and no forthcoming plans, and a refusal to engage with the Treasury to actually get the money spent. So I think not only do we need the record set straight, but we also need a plan to get the money to our constituents who are hard pressed. I wonder, will she advise me on how I can progress this matter?
Have heard my earlier responses. She most certainly has now put the matter firmly on the record. As I've said, the Chair is not responsible for ministerial answers, but I'm sure the Treasury bench has heard her and other points of orders loud and clear this afternoon. Which brings us to the 10-minute rule motion. Melanie On.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to prohibit the use of road surfacing materials which generate in-vehicle noise levels above a specified maximum. To require the resurfacing of existing roads, I thought people were very keen on my road resurfacing there, of existing roads which generate in-vehicle noise above that maximum and for connected purposes. In Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, everybody knows the A180. It's the road that carries people to work, to school, to hospital appointments, to our ports and back home again. It's the road that all visitors, loved ones and hopeful away fans have to take on their way into our towns. It is a road of huge economic importance. It supports industry, freight and trade, and it connects our communities to the rest of the country. Sadly, this main artery that supports life in our town is known locally for an entirely different reason, and that is noise. And it's not a minor irritation, it's not a bit of a background hum that drivers should simply learn to live with. It's a serious quality of life issue, a road safety issue, a public health concern, and increasingly a question of whether we're prepared to accept outdated standards on roads that thousands of people rely on. The A180 opened in 1983 as an extension to the M180. At the time, it was described as the noisiest road in the United Kingdom, and more than 40 years on, the same continues to be true. The problem has not gone away. Large sections of England's strategic road network were built with concrete in the 1960s and the 1970s. And according to National Highways England, there are around 400 miles of concrete roads on the network, which is about 4% of England's motorways and major A roads. Those roads are now nearing the end of their working lives. National Highways have themselves accepted that replacing them with modern road surfaces improves ride quality and reduces noise. And I welcome its Concrete Roads programme as a long-term plan to replace existing concrete roads with modern roads built to current standards. The A180 is exactly the kind of road that demonstrates why this programme must be delivered at top speed and why noise must be treated as a core design standard and not as an afterthought. For well over a decade, my honourable friend for Brigg and Immingham and I have presented the issues of the A180 to a variety of transport ministers. Issues I believe they only truly understand following a trip on the road itself. Indeed, through conversation, it often becomes apparent that those ministers have been on the road in order to go to the football at Blundell Park or to visit family, and they remember that road. They recall the conversations that they had, or at least that they tried to have, at the time about just how noisy it was. I'm pleased that we are now beginning to see the fruits of our labours, and I welcome the steps that ministers have taken since the general election to address some of the issues, because last month we saw the announcement of a £27 billion investment to fix England's ageing roads, including a full reconstruction of parts of the A180 and the M180. The works funded through the RIS3 allocation round will entail a full reconstruction of the A180 from Brocklesby Interchange to Barnaby Interchange. And while this is long overdue and welcomed as an intervention, the case of the A180 shows that investment alone is not enough unless noise is explicitly part of the standard we expect our roads to meet. In July 2025, following conversations I had with National Highways to push this issue, a close proximity road surface noise survey was carried out on the A180 between Stallingborough and Grimsby. That survey found tyre road noise levels on the concrete sections generally in the range of 106 to 108 decibels. While this is an external road surface measurement rather than a measurement taken inside the vehicle, I'd encourage National Highways to carry out a comparable in-vehicle study. It gives us a very clear sense of what motorists are up against. And to make that tangible, 106 to 108 decibels is in the same broad range as very loud machinery, a nightclub or a chainsaw. In the United Kingdom, the Health and Safety Executive says that employers must assess risk at 80 decibels, provide hearing protection at 85 decibels, and that exposure above 87 decibels must not be exceeded after hearing protection is taken into account. Drivers on the A180 for up to an hour a day are sitting in an enclosed environment, the equivalent of a pneumatic drill. It's so loud that you can no longer hear anything within the vehicle, causing people then to unwittingly add to it by turning up their radio, or drivers and passengers having to shout to be heard despite sitting right next to each other. We have clear rules and protections for prolonged noise exposure in many workplaces, because we understand that repeated exposure can damage hearing.
Honourable members have turned up in their droves to listen to the Honourable Lady's 10-minute rule bill. They might have the courtesy to listen quietly whilst we're hearing about road noise on the A180. Melanie on.
Appreciate it, thank you. I think maybe we all need some ear defenders in this place once in a while. We have clear rules and protections for prolonged noise exposure in many workplaces because we understand that repeated exposure can damage hearing and affect health. Yet for people who drive for a living, delivery drivers, HGV, logistics drivers, for road workers, for those who use this route day in and day out, we still do not properly factor road surface noise into the basic fitness of the road itself. The outcomes of repeated and prolonged exposure to loud noise are things like tinnitus, a continuous tonal ringing in the ears, ranges of hearing loss, or increased sensitivity to noise known as hyperacusis. The damage is almost always irreversible and cumulative. The HSE does recommend that employers seek to mitigate noise exposure where possible, and if it's not possible to provide ear protection, of course it's not possible inside a vehicle when all senses are required to be fully functioning in order to drive safely. with no mitigations that individuals or employers can take. The solution lies in the appropriate surfacing of the road. Clearly, the Government and Highways England recognise that these outdated concrete surfaces are not fit for purpose and have a range of other problems. Addressing the remaining concrete surface roads must not be allowed to slip down the priority list. Additionally, the experiences of hundreds of thousands of drivers using the A180 over the years should serve as a case study in all future road planning to ensure that noise levels, not just for the surrounding area but for the journey maker too, is part of the assessment of suitability. Because the basic principle behind my bill is very simple. Road surfaces should be judged not only on whether they remain structurally passable, but on whether they are fit for modern use. That means safer, that means smoother, and yes, that means quieter too. This bill would create a framework for setting a maximum acceptable noise level for road surfaces. It would prevent the continued use of surfacing materials that breach that standard, and it would require existing roads that exceed it to be resurfaced. And in doing so, it would finally put road noise where it belongs, at the heart of how we define a fit-for-purpose road. Communities that contribute so much to our economy through our ports, our energy sector and our industry should not have to put up with a road that is famous not for being a gateway for growth, but for the deafening racket it creates every time people drive on it. I say to all relevant stakeholders, I welcome the direction of travel and the investment already being made, but on the A180 and on roads like it, there is still a long road ahead. I hope the Government will work with National Highways, with me and with affected communities to address the issues this bill presents and to ensure that the roads people depend on are not only open but safe, modern and quiet enough to meet the standards motorists deserve. And I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Sarah Russell, Lee Pitcher, Martin Vickers, Joe Platt and myself.
Melanie on.
Road Surfaces Maximum Noise Levels Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 1st of May.
Friday the 1st of May.
From benches changing over. Before we come to today's emergency debate, I remind the House, as I did yesterday, of the rules relating to accusations against individual members. While certain criticisms may be made about government collectively, as Skin May, paragraph 21.24, makes clear that any accusations against individual members about lying or misleading the House may only be made on a substantive motion drawn in the proper terms. Today's debate is on a neutral motion that the House has considered the specific matter. It is not a substantive motion. I encourage all members to engage in respectful debate as our constituents would exist. We now come to the emergency debate. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Ken Bagnall.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House has considered the matter of the Government's accountability to the House in connection to the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And can I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this important debate. The Prime Minister personally decided to appoint a serious, known national security risk to our most sensitive diplomatic post. Peter Mandelson was not just a man who had already been sacked twice from government for lying, not just a man who had a public relationship with a convicted paedophile, but a man with links to the Kremlin and China, links so close that they were raised as red flags with the Prime Minister before his appointment. Yesterday, The Prime Minister did not deny that he knew about these links before he appointed Mandelson. He could not deny this because, by his own admission, he had seen the documents that proved the links. I cannot overstate how serious a matter this is. The Prime Minister sent a known security risk to Washington, to a position where he would see our most important allies' top secret intelligence. What if he had seen something and leaked it to one of our enemies? How much would that have damaged our security partnership? We cannot even be sure that didn't happen. What is most extraordinary is the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson before vetting was complete. He did this despite a letter from the then Cabinet Secretary, Lord Case, clearly expressing to the Prime Minister that the process required security vetting to be done before the appointment. So how can he then have claimed on the floor of this House that the process was followed when he knew that it had not been? He mentioned the word process, Mr. Speaker, more than 100 times in Parliament yesterday, but he was the one who didn't follow that process. Yes. This morning, we have heard the bombshell testimony of the former Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins. Sir Ollie Robbins had a long and distinguished career serving ministers. He is not the sort of person to give us a frank personal account of how things played out last January. So when he told us today that Downing Street put the Foreign Office under constant pressure to clear Peter Mandelson, that Number 10 showed a dismissive approach to Mandelson's vetting process, when he told us that it would have been very difficult indeed to deny clearance and that doing so would have damaged US-UK relationships, we know he is giving us the slightest indication of how bad things were. That there was actually an overwhelming drive from the Prime Minister's office to ensure Peter Mandelson was installed as ambassador. He has told us that Number 10 showed no interest in the vetting, no desire to wait and ensure due process was followed. In fact, the Cabinet Office even questioned the need for Peter Mandelson to be vetted at all. The same Cabinet Office that had discovered Mandelson's links to Epstein, China and Russia in its due diligence, the Cabinet Office which the Minister is in charge of right now. Instead, Mr. Speaker, according to Robbins, the focus was on getting Mandelson out to Washington quickly. And before the vetting even started, Peter Mandelson had already been granted access to, and I quote, highly classified briefing on a case-by-case basis. This is what the Prime Minister calls full due process. Now, yes, I will give way.
Also in the testimony today, did she not find it astonishing that, that the ex-leader of the Foreign Office said that he was made to understand that before they had completed their clearances, that Mandelson already had strap clearance, which gives him access to the most secure and most dangerous information held by government?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention? He is absolutely right. It is extraordinary. It is shocking. Now, the Prime Minister might have refused to answer my question around his knowledge of Mandelson's links to the Russian defence company Sistema yesterday, but that is only because he knows we know the answer. It was there in the due diligence. Yep. His choice of ambassador, retaining an interest in a Russian company linked to Vladimir Putin after the invasion of Crimea. And the Prime Minister's response to seeing that information? According to Robbins, constant pressure on the Foreign Office to get the appointment done. The Prime Minister, as my right honourable friend has just mentioned, placed top secret intelligence in the hands of a man he knew to be a national security risk. Yep. He did so before the official security vetting, not just knowingly, but deliberately, and to an extent that left a senior civil servant with a distinguished career under the clear and obvious impression that the vetting must return only one possible outcome, that Peter Mandelson was appointed. None of this was following full due process, by the letter or the spirit of that phrase. This is no longer just about what the Prime Minister was or wasn't told. This is about what he did before the vetting process had even started. Yes. And we now know that Mandelson wasn't a one-off. According to Sir Ollie Robbins, number 10 also asked for the disgraced Matthew Doyle, the Prime Minister's then Director of Communications, to be made an ambassador. Astonishingly, the Prime Minister's office even told Robbins to keep this request a secret from the Foreign Secretary. The idea that it is number 10 who are the victims of others not following due process is quite frankly laughable. The Prime Minister told Parliament yesterday that it was staggering that Ollie Robbins had not shared the recommendations of the UK security vetting with the then Cabinet Secretary, Chris Wormold. But today, we learned from Robbins that he had never seen the original vetting file. So if the Prime Minister is furious that Sir Ollie Robbins did not share the vetting details with him or the former Cabinet Secretary, why is he not furious with the Cabinet Office for not sharing it? Put simply, why exactly did he sack Ollie Robbins? It is no surprise the Prime Minister is not here today. These are difficult questions. He cannot claim not to have known about the risk Mandelson posed because he saw the due diligence that disclosed it, as he said yesterday. I still find it inconceivable that despite that failure of vetting being a front-page news story, no one in number 10 was aware of it. He cannot deny that his decision put Britain at risk, and the British public deserve to know how this failure happened, and they deserve to hear it from the Prime Minister himself. Yesterday, he had the chance to set the record straight. But members on all sides, and no doubt the public, were left wholly unsatisfied with the answers he gave. I am sure they will share my deep disappointment that the Prime Minister has chosen not to be here today. There remain serious questions about the decisions he took over the appointment of Peter Mandelson, but the Prime Minister does not want to answer any more questions today, and so in typical fashion, he has thrown someone else under the bus. So I feel for the Minister sent out as a human shield for the Prime Minister. It's not this Minister who made the Mandelson appointment. That was above his pay grade. He cannot tell us what the Prime Minister was thinking when he made those decisions, and he will not be able to provide this House with the answers it deserves to hear. But this is simply what the Prime Minister does. Sue Gray, Matthew Doyle, Morgan McSweeney, Chris Wormold, Ollie Robbins, Peter Mandelson. These appointments were the Prime Minister's decision, people the Prime Minister chose to appoint, and all people he then chose to sack. Are we meant to believe that all these people are the problem rather than the Prime Minister's judgment? As usual, his explanations yesterday left us with even more questions than answers. He says that he was justified in appointing Mandelson before vetting because of advice he received from the then Cabinet Secretary, Chris Wormold. But how can this make sense when that advice only came after the scandal had erupted? Post hoc advice is pointless. Soon after this, he then sacked Chris Wormold. So why is the Prime Minister now relying on the evidence of the very man he told us was doing so badly in the job that he sacked him? But let's move on to the Prime Minister's claim that no one in number 10 was aware that Mandelson had failed his vetting. Because enough people in Whitehall knew, enough people knew for journalists from The Independent, The Mail and Sky News to find out. Journalists have released texts with the Prime Minister's Director of Communications where they made number 10 aware of this fact. He did not deny this story was true. Why not? Something simply doesn't add up. Despite this, the Prime Minister went on to assure this House, to assure the public, that Mandelson's appointment was down to a failure of vetting. I cannot fathom how the Prime Minister can still claim not to have misled the House on this point. It is telling that when given the opportunity to apologise for misleading the House, even inadvertently, by my honourable friend for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk yesterday, he chose not to. I suspect that he chose not to because he knows that if he did, he would be bound by his own words, bound by the standards to which he held previous Prime Ministers from this very dispatch box. In 2022, he said, that if the Prime Minister misleads the House, he must resign. Either he is a man of his word, or he thinks there is one rule for him and another for everyone else. Mr. Speaker, unbelievably, half of the permanent secretaries who were in post when Labour took office less than 2 years ago have gone. The sacking of senior civil servants to carry the can for the Prime Minister's failures has already cost taxpayers more than £1.5 million in payouts. This is before Sir Ollie Robbins. It is quite something for the former Cabinet Secretary, Lord O'Donnell, to warn that the Prime Minister has created one of the worst crises in relations between ministers and mandarins of modern times. He said that the sacking of Sir Ollie Robbins risks having a serious and sustained chilling effect on serving and prospective civil servants. Another former Cabinet Secretary, Lord Butler, has said the Prime Minister put Sir Ollie in an impossible position.
Yeah, he did.
These are serious people who are calling out the Prime Minister's behaviour. The former head of Propriety and Ethics and Deputy to the Cabinet Secretary, Helen McNamara, has called the decision to sack Robbins unacceptable. She said that if they had published the papers that Parliament demanded back in February, that's the government, if they'd published that, this argument would be so much easier for everyone because we would all be operating on the same basis, the same facts. She's right. The delay in publishing the information required by the humble address is shocking. Where are the key annotations? Where are the decisions and meeting records? The box returns, as they are called, in Downing Street. Why are crucial forms left blank? These missing documents add to the mystery. Why is the government still trying to cover this up? Yes, I will give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. She will remember I asked the Prime Minister yesterday in the box note of the 11th of November, where Simon Case recommended that vetting went through before the appointment was made. The Prime Minister's decision note did not include the Prime Minister's decision, and it's been redacted from the conditions of the humble address. Does she think that the answer that has been redacted would show what the Prime Minister was trying to achieve by appointing Peter Mandelson without the appropriate vetting?
Can I thank my honourable friend for that intervention? He is absolutely right. Why were the Prime Minister's words redacted? These are key pieces of information that will help solve this mystery. Much easier for us to see and understand the words which he was giving at the dispatch box. I note that no Labour MPs have intervened on me. This is very unusual. Normally, when I'm standing here in a debate, they're all bobbing left, right and centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising these concerns because of the seriousness of the situation the country is now in. With war in Europe, war in the Middle East, a cost of living crisis and a global energy shock, we need a Prime Minister who has a grip on national security. Yet last week, the former Labour Defence Secretary and former NATO Secretary-General, Lord Robertson, warned that the Prime Minister had a corrosive complacency when it comes to defence. This is the same man who wrote the Prime Minister's Strategic Defence Review. He is ringing the alarm bell, warning us of the grave consequences of the government refusing to take the tough choices needed to increase defence spending. This matters because if we cannot trust our Prime Minister to tell the truth about this ambassadorial appointment, the whole, full truth, a key appointment in Britain's national security architecture, it calls into question the assurances he gives us on everything else. His promises to control taxes, which he has broken. His promises not to raise borrowing, which he has broken. Promises to back business, protect our veterans, defend our farmers, and prioritise growth, all of which he has broken. And he has broken them because at his core he is a man with no idea what he believes. Worse still, he appears to have no interest in doing the job of Prime Minister, just in being the Prime Minister. Curiosity is what drives serious leadership. Without curiosity, problems are neither fully understood nor solved. And this whole affair just goes to show why this country is heading in such a woeful direction under the Prime Minister's incurious regime. His defence yesterday summed it up. He says that no one told him and that he never thought to ask. This is, in his own words, incredible. But even if we take the Prime Minister at his word, even if we believe the unbelievable, it is no better. He appointed Mandelson despite knowing that he was a threat to our national security. He said due process was followed, having failed to follow that process himself, and he pressured the Foreign Office into signing off on this appointment. In 2022, the Prime Minister said, "I believe that if you're the leader, the buck stops with you." He said, "I will always stand up for my team, but I will also take responsibility for everything they do." That is what leadership is. How has he taken responsibility? It is clear that the Prime Minister has no intention of facing up to his mistakes. It's clear now that he is not a leader and he has no intention of doing the honourable thing.
On that point, will the Right Honourable Lady give way?
Yes, I will give way.
I congratulate her on securing this debate and indeed on eviscerating the Prime Minister in her speech. Does she not believe, however, that the sorry souls opposite us should have to put their money where their mouth is and that there should be a vote of no confidence in this Prime Minister in due course?
The Right Honourable Gentleman makes a very good point. I think he is right, because I don't believe the Prime Minister has the intention of doing the honourable thing himself, even though that's the standard to which he held everyone else. The decision, as I said, about whether he will ultimately take responsibility for his actions is now up to Labour MPs. We heard many powerful statements from that side of the House yesterday. Labour MPs know that the Prime Minister has let the country down, he's let Parliament down, and he's also let the Labour Party down. It is clear to everyone, except the Prime Minister himself, that he has failed on his own terms. It is clear to the public that he is failing at the job. It is clear to civil servants that he is throwing them under the bus. And it is clear to members across this House that he is not fit to lead. This cannot go on. This House deserves better. The country deserves better. The Prime Minister is not fit for office. The first duty, Mr. Speaker, of any Prime Minister is to keep this country safe. This Prime Minister has put the country's national security at risk. He must take responsibility. It is time for him to go.
The question is, as on the order paper, John Trickett.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And there are many ways of developing a culture how to run the government in Number 10. I was a witness in the years from the financial crash through to the defeat of the Labour government between 2008 and 2010. And I saw a Prime Minister who would never have come to Parliament or said privately that there were some facts of which he was unaware, because he was a man of detail. He was a man of a large vision, and he's a man who drove the state forward. Now, we may disagree, and I do personally, with some of the decisions he took, but that is a different culture than the one which the two previous Prime Ministers, Truss and our friend who, with his blonde hair, used to offer a culture in Number 10 of the exotic. And we went from the exotic to the toxic. And the fact of the matter is, I did not hear members on the opposite side asking questions about the culture of those two Prime Ministers that are here today in great numbers. They contributed to the mess which this country...
Mr Turner, the man is speaking, you just walked right in front. Sorry, John Trickett.
Mr Speaker, so those two Prime Ministers in particular, the chaotic and the exotic, left this country in a disastrous situation. But I do think that a Prime Minister who comes to the House and relies or implies that he relies on a culture of simply process is mistaken. I think the Gordon Brown model, flawed as it was, will be far better than the one which we've heard of from the Prime Minister. I'm sorry to say that, because I want to support a Labour government that's effective. But that is the case. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw the vetting, I saw the decisions, I saw the pressure, I saw the tumult, and I saw a Prime Minister struggling with a party to deliver a different kind of society and different kind of economy. Now, let me just turn to the present events. What did we learn from Sir Ollie today? I think there are 4 things which matter. First, that the Security Department had tended to be wanting to refuse the vetting of Mandelson when Sir Ollie first arrived, although others had said we don't need a vetting of any kind. And then, whilst the vetting process was going on, the government proceeded with or appeared to proceed with the appointment of Mandelson. And even the King and the United States administration were told that he would be the ambassador. The British state then conspired to deliver a positive vetting because that is what they believed the government wanted. And that was expressed in repeated phone calls from the private office in number 10, which I was very familiar with in those years, to Sir Ollie's private office. The pressure, according to the witness we saw this morning, who looked credible, made a very serious case that he was under pressure to proceed. And no, I'm going to make progress. There are many people standing on all sides, and it may well be pleased with some of the things I'm going to say, because I'm going to develop an argument and I want to proceed with it. The question which I haven't heard answered is, why was it that a group of people in number 10, and possibly the Prime Minister as well, felt that that level of pressure should be placed on the Foreign Office in favour of appointing Mandelson? And I think there are 2 possible answers, but let me focus on one. I think that the political unit in number 10, and possibly the Prime Minister too, wanted Mandelson because he was their close political ally and because he was plugged into a vast international network of what we might call the billionaire class. The truth is that much of the nexus of wealth which Mandelson was plugging into, but so was the President, by the way, was centred around Epstein. And let me just pause in my narrative for a second. None of this debate, none of these facts would emerge were it not for the courage and bravery and resistance of the women who had been treated so appallingly on Epstein Island. But getting Mandelson into Washington as part of that network was the highest priority. A political network of highly reimbursed billionaires, frankly. All of this leaves a bad taste. The government had promised change to the people, but the change which they saw in the end was further to accelerate the integration of the British state and government into the networks of the richest people. But people in our country, certainly in my constituency, didn't vote for that. They wanted a change for their ordinary lives, a better NHS, cost of living improvements and so on and so forth. Well, we've got a long way to go to deliver that, but we did deliver a disaster with the appointment of Mandelson. I've raised the question of unemployment 4 times in recent months. Growing unemployment in our area. It's hard to see how the time which was spent by the government ingratiating ourselves to Washington would really help the unemployed and the poor. And just think about Mandelson's business involvement with Russia and China. So obnoxious is China supposed to be? I think I'm right in saying that this building has spanned all Chinese-based networks, as though these are the agencies of an enemy state. How could it be that Mandelson's links were seen to be of such a low risk? And when it comes to Russia, this House has spent literally hours discussing the appalling behaviour of Putin and Russia in relation to the east of Europe. All of these should have counted against Mandelson, but they were weighed in the balance and they counted less than the opportunity which Mandelson presumably offered as his access to a network of people which included the President. So let me I want to be very quick. I've made a case. I'm going to just make one final point. Mandelson had played a key role in a faction which sought to change the strategic direction of our party, the Labour Party, and of the government. The truth is, they wanted to change the Labour Party into something it never was. I will do, but very briefly.
I thank the member for giving way. I thank the member for giving way, and he's making an excellent and very important speech. On the point about Labour Together, is he aware that most of the supporters, and indeed, as I understand it, the bankrollers of Labour Together, had nothing whatsoever to do with the traditions of the Labour movement. It was merely using a name in order to try and change the nature of the Labour Party away from its traditional socialist objectives.
Well, I have had a debate previously on Labour Together, so I'll leave the comments which my right friend has made to stand for themselves. This was a faction which sought to change the Labour Party in something it never was. And if we continue down the path which has been chosen, I fear that we are in a downward spiral from which we will not escape.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start by reflecting on something I feel, I'm sure many members across the House feel, and what our constituents certainly feel, and that is how utterly depressing it is that we're having to have this debate at all. Just a few years after we went through all this under Boris Johnson and the Conservatives, and less than 2 years after the British people voted them out of office for indulging in this sort of chaos and distraction, here we are again. Vladimir Putin is waging war on our continent. Donald Trump is waging war with Iran. We desperately need to strengthen our own national defences. Families and businesses are struggling against the cost of living crisis. Petrol prices have soared, and people are really worried about what Trump's war will mean for their holidays this summer and their energy and food bills this winter. And our NHS is still in crisis. We all have constituents who are waiting weeks to see a GP, people who are dying on corridors in our hospitals, loved ones who aren't getting the care they need. We should be talking about them today. Theirs are the problem the government should be focused on every single day. This is what they promised after all. In their manifesto, they said that the problems in our country are, and I quote, a direct result of a governing party that time and again puts its own interests above the issues that affect families. They promised to change that, but here we are again. Instead of fixing the NHS and social care, instead of properly funding our defence, instead of cutting prices at the pump, here we are having to ask why the Prime Minister appointed the close friend of a notorious paedophile sex trafficker to one of the most important and sensitive jobs in this government. Peter Mandelson, whose relationship with Jeffrey Epstein had been well reported and highlighted to the Prime Minister, who had already been forced to resign in disgrace twice from the previous Labour governments, and who we now know was deemed a national security risk by the government's vetting agency. And so we do, sadly, have to ask, why did the Prime Minister do this? Why did he appoint Mandelson? Why did he announce the appointment before the national security had been done, despite the then Cabinet Secretary Simon Case having told him that should happen first? And why was he so determined to get Mandelson in post that he created, as Ollie Robbins described it this morning, an atmosphere of pressure and a certain dismissiveness about the developed vetting process? A vetting process the Prime Minister had since blamed for his mistakes. And even after all this, even after yesterday's statement, the Prime Minister still hasn't told us why he appointed Mandelson. He admitted that appointing Mandelson was a mistake, and he's apologised for it. He's tried to make the rest about process and officials. But he still hasn't answered the fundamental question, why? But I think we know a big part of the answer, don't we? Donald Trump. This all comes back to the way the Prime Minister decided to approach his relationship with the President when he came back to office last year. Our party urged the Prime Minister to stand up to Trump, to stand together with our allies, to approach him from a position of strength, not weakness. But he chose the opposite course. He decided to try and appease Trump, to flatter Trump, to stroke Trump's ego and hope he'd be nice to us in return. And clearly, he thought Peter Mandelson was the man for that job. So that is it. The decision to try and curry favour with Trump instead of standing up to him. That is the original sin that has landed the Prime Minister and his government in the mess they are in today. And has it worked? Absolutely not.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Yesterday I asked the Prime Minister about Peter Mandelson's security vetting condition and his visiting of previous clients, which required him to be accompanied when he visited previous clients. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that we need to find out whether this lack of having accompaniment to visiting Palantir in Washington with the Prime Minister was a one-off, or simply Mandelson continuing business as usual?
Well, my honourable friend was right to ask that question yesterday, and I thought the Prime Minister's response to him was totally inadequate, that those types of meetings had not been recorded. But if we can go back to President Trump, Mr. Speaker, despite all the flattering, Trump has still caused enormous damage to our economy and to the livelihoods of the British people with his tariffs and his war with Iran. Trump still undermines NATO, makes threats against our country and our allies, and insults Britain's armed forces. And just look at what Trump said last night, that Mandelson was a really bad pick. Now, I won't dwell on the hypocrisy of Trump's words, from a man who was close friends with Epstein, who parted with him, and has so far taken no responsibility for that. From a president who still has, as his Commerce Secretary, a neighbour of Epstein, who visited Epstein's island and who lied about his relationship with him. All that is for another debate. But Trump's post, Mr. Speaker, hypocritical as it is, does show the futility of trying to appease him. It shows how pointless it is to make a decision, like who to appoint as US ambassador, based on what Trump would like most. It doesn't work, it hasn't worked. And I hope that on top of everything else, the Prime Minister and the party opposite will reflect on that point. The approach to Trump has failed. It is time to change course and stand up to him. Stand with our European and Commonwealth allies in defence of our national interest. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a mess of the government's own making. A mess born out of a futile attempt to appease Donald Trump. And a mess that just keeps getting worse with today's revelations, uncovered by my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, that the Prime Minister pushed for the appointment as ambassador of another Labour crony with ties to a sex offender. Catastrophically bad judgments that have created a mess that has distracted and consumed this government and stopped it from focusing on what the British people actually need. Because the people out there don't want more Westminster drama. They're thinking about the hospital appointment that keeps getting pushed back, the mortgage payments that just seem to keep going up, the loved ones who need care but is stuck on a waiting list, the threats to our national security from an ever more dangerous world. Those are the things that keep people up at night, and they deserve a Prime Minister and a government that is focused on them. Our party will never stop making that case. We will never stop holding this government to account, not for the sake of political point scoring, but on behalf of the British people who deserve better than this. Mr. Speaker, the last Conservative government failed our country by getting stuck in a cycle of chaos and scandal and refusing to move on. The question for the Labour Party is whether they will repeat that mistake or finally deliver the change our country needs.
Yeah. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton. And the point he was making latterly really about the economy and the situation we find ourselves in. I would say the Prime Minister is absolutely focused on that and has been from day one. There are these distractions and it would be great to move on from them, but of course we are entitled to this debate. But I do believe that he wanted to bring order to our trade arrangements, and that was why he was persuaded into appointing Peter Mandelson. And I am not a big fan of Peter Mandelson. I can assure you of that. But what I would say is, just a short year ago, many people in this House were fighting him and around the world for the deal that Mandelson managed to strike with the United States. Now, there are many questions about that deal that was struck by Peter Mandelson. But for the purposes of this debate, I just want to come back to some of the points that the Leader of the Opposition made. And I didn't intervene on her because I felt it was absolutely fine for her to continue. But just to pick up on some of the points that she made yesterday, because she amply demonstrated that she was very capable of not prosecuting an argument. She emphasized about process. And there is one thing I would say about this Prime Minister, is that he is absolutely rock solid when it comes to process. You may laugh, but for those of you in this place, those members, Mr. Speaker, who backed Boris Johnson, who accepted his lies in this place, or accepted the word of Liz Truss and that catastrophic kamikaze budget, that would be the question of judgment. On process, this Prime Minister is absolutely rock solid. And a second point I would make about him, Mr. Speaker, is he is a man of utmost decency and would never, ever lie, because he knows that his credibility rests on that. There is a point, I will come in a moment, I am just beginning to make my speech. There is a point here about some sort of conspiracy, some sort of cover-up that is being. And when the Leader of the Opposition speaks of number 10, I think she may be, if I could disabuse of her, the point is between the Prime Minister and the team around him.
Will you give away that point?
And the point is, I will come, there's others that I want to allow in. The point is to differentiate between the team around him and the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister clearly delegated responsibilities to his Chief of Staff. Now, it may be the case that the Leader of Opposition missed the fact that the Prime Minister sacked that.
Bernard, please, you're in my visual, be permanently stood up. He'll give way when he wants to, not because you're stood up, obviously, not Western.
I will bring in the right honourable gentleman shortly, just to ease your patience, Mr. Speaker. But the point being that when he sacked Morgan McSweeney, he realised that there were problems within his team at number 10. Now, she may claim that somehow number 10 was the leadership, or number 10 was the worst in living memory. Now, the living memory, I'm not sure how far back that goes for her, but as my honourable friend for Normanton and Hemsworth was saying, that we don't have to go back very far, I would say, to 2022 with a certain Liz Truss and her number 10 operation, or that of Boris Johnson and the 3 years we endured of his lying, his pathological lying in this place. But look, the Leader of the Opposition, and I will come to him in just a moment, the Leader of the Opposition was talking about the biggest decision that a Prime Minister can make is about the security of this country. Just a few short weeks ago, she was talking about that the United Kingdom should be drawn into the war in Iran, and it was proven absolutely wrong. I will allow my right honourable friend to come in.
I'm most grateful to the right honourable gentleman, who I know as a friend across this House, and we work together positively on many things. But as I served on the Privileges Committee that studied the Boris case and reached a conclusion upon it, if he wants to help the Prime Minister, I would be rather wary of making parallels between Boris Johnson and the present Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend. I mean, the point I was making was simply to address that from the Leader of the Opposition, who was suggesting the operation at number 10 was the worst in living memory. I think it's quite obvious that that is absolutely not the case. We have just had two very recent examples in 19 to 22 and then in 22-23 under Johnson and Truss. I want to make it quite clear that the way I see the mistake that may have been made by number 10 is the clear delegation, a clear delegation to his chief of staff. And that chief of staff was at the heart of what I would say is an inner circle within number 10, which no longer exists, of Peter Mandelson, of Morgan McSweeney and Matthew Doyle. And as has come to light just this morning, that Matthew Doyle was also part of that problem.
Honourable gentleman for giving way, and there must be a reshuffle coming, Mr. Speaker, because no one would seriously make a speech like this at such serious times. He says the Prime Minister was a stickler for process, and he has claimed that the Prime Minister has somehow delegated responsibility for the appointment. Therefore, can I ask him, with the box note from the Cabinet Secretary, the Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister and Chief Civil Servant, why he advised, and can the Honourable Gentleman defend the Prime Minister's decision not to follow that advice if he was making the decisions?
Look, I am not very close to these operations. I've never been a minister, but that is the honest truth. I have never been a minister, and to answer his point, I do not wish to be a minister either. But I am not close enough to that, so I cannot answer that honestly. But what I can say is what I heard from Sir Ollie Robbins this morning about how he was lent on, and also what documents he may have had access to, and also the vetting report. But look, what I would say, what we've heard today, is that the Chief of Staff lent on the Foreign Office, whether it was on Matthew Doyle or whether it was the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And that is the issue. What I would say is the Prime Minister, in my experience of having known him since 2017, is that he is absolutely straight as a die. He may have accepted the advice, and maybe that advice has now proven to be wrong. But, you know, he's been let down by those around him. He made a mistake. He understands and he's accepted that.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. And the court case goes quiet. Those are the immortal words in the famous film, A Few Good Men. That's the realisation in that court case that things have moved from process to accountability and responsibility. If you haven't seen the film, it's about two Marines who are on trial for killing another. But the real story that unravels is whether command can deny any responsibility of the actions that it set in motion. Here lies the parallel. When subordinates act on the understood direction of authority, where does responsibility ultimately sit? They acted because of you. It belongs to you. Let's recount the facts that we do, though, that aren't disputed in this House. Lord Mandelson was announced as the Prime Minister to be the US ambassador from the UK in December 24. UK security vetting recommended against developed vetting clearance in January 2025. The FCDO overruled that recommendation, enabling the appointment, and the Prime Minister stated publicly due process had been followed. Sir Ollie Robbins, then Permanent Secretary, was later dismissed. But what Robbins told us in the committee in November 2025 is telling. Quote, "By the time we are describing, it was clear the Prime Minister wanted to make his appointment himself. Therefore, I understand the FCDO was informed of his decision, acted on it, and via the Foreign Secretary sought and obtained the King's approval for the appointment. In this case, as Chris explained, the Prime Minister took advice and formed a view himself, and we then acted on that view." The FCDO is clear. This wasn't drift. It was acting under direction. The Prime Minister formed that view. They acted on it. Acting on instruction, acting on direction, acting on what the Prime Minister wanted. Yet, since then, the Prime Minister's been trying to separate the decision and the consequence. There's the decision, there are the consequences, but we and this public know you can't separate the two. If an official acts in the shadow of a settled view, responsibility returns to that source where the shadow was first cast. And let's draw some more comparisons in the film, because it's quite telling. Colonel Jessup does not issue the written order. Prime Minister does not personally do the vetting. Subordinates act on a clear command and intent. The FCDO acted on the political intent. The defence by the Colonel was, I didn't order that. The defence by the Prime Minister was, I wasn't told. The court finds, though, that authority can't be passive. We in this House say neither can the Prime Minister be. The blame lands on the subordinates, and the same again has happened here. In both cases, the controversy is not on the mechanics, but where the moral and constitutional responsibility resides. Officials were acting on a settled prime ministerial preference. The Prime Minister can't have it both ways. He can't have decisive authority on the way in and plausible deniability on the way out. That's not process, that's power without accountability. If the decision was his, isn't the responsibility his? And if not, why not? And whose is it then? I will give way.
I think this is probably a useful speech to intervene on due to my striking resemblance to Tom Cruise. But the key point in that scenario was about responsibility. And I think members opposite are probably lucky that Sadiq Khan has cancelled all the tubes today, otherwise there may be another transport mechanism they may be under. But does this not show wider that the Prime Minister is failing in his key role, which is to take responsibility for the decisions he's charged to take?
He's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, and the bottom line, it really is here. The Prime Minister has shaped the system by having a settled political decision, one that's had horrific consequences, despite all the warnings that we've talked about in this House about Mandelson being fired twice and etc. And is now trying to point to the process as the failings, but the country isn't buying it. The film teaches us this simple lesson. Power cannot hide behind those who obey it. And just before I finish, I have a message for the Labour MPs and would like to address them directly. And to paraphrase directly from that famous speech from Colonel Jessup, he says, the PM neither has the time nor inclination to explain himself to backbenchers who rise and sleep under the blanket of the very majority that he provides, and then questions the manner in which the PM provides it. The PM would rather you say just thank you and went on your way. Otherwise, he suggests you pick up a weapon and stand a post. Either way, he doesn't give a damn about what you're entitled to.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
Following the revelations at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee today by Oliver Robbins, who said how the Prime Minister had pushed for Peter Mandelson to be appointed and also was pushing for his former Director of Communications, Matthew Doyle, to be appointed as well, unqualified for the post. Would my honourable friend agree these are not the actions of a Prime Minister concerned about the national interest, rather his personal interest? Nor is it the actions of Prime Minister concerned about national security, merely his job security, particularly pushing for Peter Mandelson, who is a known national security risk.
The member is very senior and makes an absolute erudite point. The question is, we still don't know why the Prime Minister chose Mandelson. He's never said exactly the reasons why he did. We can all see the reasons why he shouldn't have done. But I will take it.
Can I just ask my honourable friend that there surely can be no situation that he thinks where officials do not flag concerns with ministers or prime ministers, because fundamentally it is them that are accountable to this House and the British public, and what we are talking about is accountability here.
Accountability starts from the top. Absolutely. We've heard in the FCDO today, the message from number 10 was, get this effing done. That was the political directive, and everything else follows suit. And that's exactly what Ollie Robbins has said. And here is where I conclude, Mr. Speaker, because this side of the House knows the truth. The public want the truth. The only question that remains is, can the Labour benchers, the backbenchers, handle the truth? Because surely if they can't, they must do something about it.
Just help the House with how many people got an informal time limit, 7 minutes, and the good example to set that record is Caroline Harris.
I will be very, very brief, as I'm not attempting to audition for a BAFTA, unlike some of my colleagues. And neither am I trying to attempt any factional point scoring, as some colleagues have stated today. The Prime Minister himself said yesterday Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed as our ambassador to the US. So I'm going to be very simple on this one, so can the Chief Secretary tell the House how the Prime Minister has changed the way due diligence and security vetting is conducted before appointments are announced in the future? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our ambassador in Washington stands at the nexus of the Five Eyes, with more classified intelligence crossing his desk than cross the desks of most cabinet ministers. It's obviously one of the most important appointments the Prime Minister makes, but it's also one of the most sensitive. A security failure in the post could seriously jeopardise the Five Eyes relationship. The Americans are notoriously twitchy about security. So the appointee's conduct before the appointment must be beyond reproach, and their trustworthiness must be impeccable. Now, we had one of our best ambassadors, Karen Pierce, was already in place. She was highly regarded by the State Department and the White House, and contrary to what the Lib Dem leader said, so much so that President Trump called the Prime Minister, urged him to keep Pierce, while expressing concern about Mandelson. One of 3 calls from the White House on her behalf and against him. She was a high-class, high-performance, zero-risk choice. Against that, we had the London establishment view that somehow Mandelson's amoral dark arts would make him a good ambassador, typically espoused by people with no idea what makes a good ambassador. And one of the questions before us in assessing the Prime Minister's judgment is whether Mandelson was a better appointment than Karen Pierce, and if so, was the benefit of that appointment sufficient to outweigh the clear risks of that appointment? And of course the answer to both of those questions is an emphatic no. It was abundantly clear to anyone taking a decision that he was a significant security risk. A man who'd twice been forced to resign from government, with known links to a paedophile, closely associated with Russian oligarch Deripaska, a man who'd been responsible for the deaths of 100 people, personally responsible for murders and extortion, and with whom Mr. Mandelson, or Lord Mandelson as he was then, spent weekends in his Dhaka and in Moscow. Weekends, of course, because the EU doesn't record where you are for the weekend as a commissioner. That's the sort of background we're talking about. And as we heard from my right honourable friend, the leader of my party, he was also non-executive director of Sistema, a Russian arms dealing company led by a Putin ally. And Mandelson's role at Sistema, when he stood down, he then took a large shareholding, which he kept for some time as well. All of this is in the public domain, and was in the public domain before he was appointed. China too, I can list them over and over again. TikTok, owned by the Chinese state. Shine, based on Uyghur forced labour. And of course, he always calls time and time again for, at the time, he called it time and time again for closer Anglo-Chinese relationships. Now, when you make appointments like this, it's not an appointment, not a judgment beyond reasonable doubt. It's not even a judgment on the balance of probabilities. It's a judgment on significant risk. Are you going to take a significant risk with a Five Eyes relationship? Of course you're not. Then it should be clear on public data alone that this man is a significant, or was a significant risk. And indeed, the proprieties and ethics team in the Cabinet Office flagged most of the issues I've just described to number 10 before this process started. And we should remember, and Mr. Speaker, forgive me for being so direct, but Peter Mandelson is a man who has proven he's greedy for money, greedy for glamour, greedy for status, greedy for power, and willing to break the rules to get them. That's the key point, willing to break the rules to get them. Such a man is a classic security risk in the face of Russian or Chinese compromise. That's not to mention the risk posed by, of course, his known involvement with Epstein. Number 10 chose, I'll give way very quickly, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank him for giving way. I have to say, I'm not in the Peter Mandelson fan club. I'm old enough to remember his first life in this government. But this morning we heard that the UK VS judged them to be a borderline risk, and we heard how officials thought that that risk could be managed. This is quite different from what you're outlining, of what the honourable gentleman's outlining.
Is the public information. If he wants to get into the argument on UKVS between UKVS, who we're now told was a marginal, and number 10, who says it's a red, the strike-off, he can argue between them. I'm talking about public data, what you should know before you start this process. And number 10, no, he's had his go. Sit down. Number 10 has chosen to ignore these things. And that's critical. Because we've heard already about the pressure put on the Foreign Office over and over again. And forgive me again, Mr. Speaker, but for the direct quote, because it's obscene, but the chairman actually recounted how Morgan Sweeney called Sir Ollie's predecessor and told him, quotes, just fucking approve it. Now, speaking to the committee, he made clear he was under constant pressure and there was an atmosphere of constant chasing. Why? Well, we already know it's not because Mandelson was a materially better candidate than Karen Pierce, the brilliant, well-established, highly regarded incumbent with excellent connections to the White House. It was because Mandelson was a leading member of the new Labour aristocracy. Full stop. Not talent, connection. It wasn't even, it was not in the national interest, plainly, it wasn't even in the Labour interest. It was in the interest of a Labour clique. Now, Mandelson's appointment was a decision in complete disregard of the risks, known risks, which explains the Prime Minister's lack of curiosity about the vetting. It wasn't lack of curiosity. He did not ask because he did not want to know. The former Cabinet Secretary warned the Prime Minister he should secure Mandelson's security clearance before the appointment. He was warned on the 11th of December by the Cabinet Office about his past, his public past. And on the 11th of September last year, number 10 was asked by a journalist whether Mandelson had failed to develop vetting. Number 10 knew. It's as plain as a pikestone. So, where do we go from here? We have a Prime Minister and a government in power who are making decisions in the interests of their own clique within their own party. And they're making their interests at the explicit risk of the United Kingdom. The Prime Minister should resign.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Peter Mandelson once spoke of the Labour left being sealed in a tomb. Today, it is the toxic politics he came to represent that should be buried. Politics that repels millions and drifts far from the values on which our party was founded. If we are serious about renewal, serious about learning the lessons of this troubling episode, then we must confront that culture, what enabled it. That means looking at figures such as the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, a protégé of Mandelson's, and of the network of influence around him. Mandelson's appointment did not happen in isolation, as we learned today. It reflects a wider direction under the Prime Minister, where those behind the Labour Together project wielded significant influence in developing this toxic culture, which has been allowed to take hold of number 10 in the governing of our country. It points to a political culture that lacks candour, exists to promote wealth and power, and ignores all else in pursuit of this. It's a culture where proximity to power outweighs principle, where access counts far more than accountability, and where the suffering of victims is overshadowed by connections. When decisions are driven by patronage and power is concentrated in a narrow circle, it is not only our internal party democracy that suffers, but the integrity of our public institutions and our country. And too often, it is our civil servants, those who serve with professionalism and integrity, who are left to carry the consequences. I want to commend Sir Ollie Robbins for giving evidence today. His professionalism and dedication after a week where he has been very publicly hounded by some in government was commendable. And it was good to see his trade union back them steadfastly at the committee today. Robbins will be a loss to the FCDO and the country, all brought about by a series of catastrophic political decisions by Number 10. That is not right, not fair, and it's not what the public expects of elected officials. And because of this, the public will rightly demand accountability and cultural change. This must begin with a thorough review of the political operation which brought the Prime Minister to power and which clearly continues to carry undue influence over this government. So I once again, as I have asked on multiple occasions, now in both letters to the Prime Minister and speeches in this place, call for a full, transparent and independent investigation into the activities and practices of Labour together, both prior to and after the election of this government. Only then will we fully understand how this exclusive political network has been able to undermine our democracy and institutions right at the heart of government.
Speaker, like many, I spent the weekend door-knocking in my constituency. People in Bicester and Woodstock are frustrated by delays to medical appointments, fed up with rising prices, and fearful about the war in the Middle East. Yet a number of them raised the Prime Minister's handling of the Peter Mandelson saga. Their overwhelming emotion was disappointment that a Prime Minister who promised change has delivered so little, and anger that a Prime Minister who said he would be better than the Tories had failed so badly. The Prime Minister set out yesterday to defend himself. Mr. Speaker, he set out that case like a barrister. He took the narrow view that the charge was misleading the House, and he tried to claim that Sir Ollie Robbins had repeatedly misled him, and so it was only natural that he should have misled us. He failed first by misjudging the seriousness of his failure. It was as though he was charged with petty larceny when the actual offence was gross misconduct decapitation. Yet the crucial weakness in his argument was one of chronology. He cited statements and reports between September 2025 and April 2026, but the crime he sought to defend was committed between December 2024 and January 2025. He had no answer to why he ignored the advice of the Cabinet Secretary to seek security clearance before appointing Mandelson. He could not explain why he announced Mandelson's appointment without conditions, nor why the offer letter to Mandelson, dated before Sir Ollie started work, said that Mandelson had cleared security clearance. Mr. Speaker, the damning evidence given today by Sir Ollie Robbins confirms what the Prime Minister failed to dispel yesterday. There was a complacent culture in Downing Street, indeed there may still be, which had a dismissive approach to vetting Lord Mandelson. The Prime Minister wants us now to believe he would have sacked Mandelson if he had failed vetting. Yet all the evidence then is that he and his team did not care about vetting and even believed it had already been granted. We further learnt this morning that officials in Number 10 asked the FCDO to find an ambassadorial role for Matthew Doyle, another man who was friends with a convicted sex offender. What is worse, they told FCDO officials not to tell the Foreign Secretary. The unavoidable conclusion is that under the Prime Minister and Morgan McSweeney, Number 10 believed it could fix plum jobs for the boys, and they were all boys, Mr. Speaker, with casual disregard for process, propriety or national security. So we come to the consequences of this sorry episode. First, a distinguished civil servant has lost his position as the fall guy for the Prime Minister. I was proud to work with Sir Ollie, and I know the regard held for him by ministers and civil servants. So I am frankly furious, to use a word of the day, to learn that a Number 10 spokesman has just said that Sir Ollie was, and I quote, a man of integrity and professionalism who made an error of judgment. Mr. Speaker, it is extraordinary that when political appointees like Peter Mandelson or the former Deputy Prime Minister are accused of errors of judgment or worse, the Prime Minister has come to that dispatch box and defended them for days. Yet when the Prime Minister's error of judgment was highlighted again, he took a few short hours to dismiss Sir Ollie. In the last 5 days, the Prime Minister has gone further and directed the full power of the state against one man. The Government Legal Service reinterpreted the Cragg Act on Sunday. The Government Communications Service briefed hard against Robbins. And Cabinet Office officials sought to prime the Foreign Affairs Committee before it heard from Sir Ollie today. This state-led assault on one man is unprecedented and it is unacceptable. If the point of committing an error of judgment is to resign, why is the Prime Minister still in post? Second, this whole episode has done grave damage to relations between ministers and civil servants. The Prime Minister once said, and I quote, "When staff make mistakes, I carry the can. I never turn on my staff." No one believes that now. His cowardly reaction has shown civil servants that they should be fearful of future treatment by the Prime Minister, Number 10 and ministers. As a former Permanent Secretary, I believed that the Prime Minister understood and valued the relationship between trust, candour and loyalty that governs the best relationship in ministries. Today, those relationships are shattered and our country will be the poorer for it. And so thirdly, Mr. Speaker, my constituents and people up and down the country worried about waiting lists, rising prices and threats to security can have no confidence that this Prime Minister can change our country for the better. When something went wrong in government, the Prime Minister did not take responsibility, he took the easy way out. When called on to defend himself, he failed abjectly. This sorry tale points to a corrupted culture at the heart of Number 10, and there is now only one man left to carry the can. He must complete the clear-out and resign.
Others pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came this morning from the Foreign Affairs Select Committee where we had the opportunity to speak to Sir Ollie Robbins as our witness. So I wanted to use this debate to pull out some of the pertinent points that we heard there, which I think are relevant. But before I start, I absolutely agree with members across the House that are saying that Lord Mandelson was a completely inappropriate and terrible choice for our ambassador. And there has clearly been a failure in the process that ended up with his appointment and vetting. But it's important that we look at what Sir Ollie said in the witness statement today, because some of that contradicts what has been said through some of the statements in the House. The first thing that Sir Ollie said, which I think was important, is that he said to the committee this morning that no ministers, not the Prime Minister, not the Foreign Secretary, nor any other minister or official in Number 10 was given any sight that UKSV had declined Mandelson's security vetting. They had no sight at all of any details of that vetting. And he said that, and he justified that, and he defended that, because no officials and no ministers should have sight of that vetting, because it is extremely personal and sensitive information. I mean, I'm someone that's gone through that process myself when I was working at the Foreign Office. What you do not want to create is any sort of conditions where people are afraid of sharing sensitive information in a vetting process that some period in the future might be leaked, and whether that's to politicians, whether that's to other people in your line management chain, or as we've seen later on, it's been leaked to the press, because that undermines the integrity of the process as a whole. So I think that, firstly, that reinforces what the Prime Minister said yesterday. The second thing he said, Sir Ollie, was he disputed the characterisation that UKSV had failed that Peter Mandelson's vetting, that it was some way a binary choice inside the Foreign Office. It's important that we explain, or I try and justify what Sir Ollie was saying, because the FCDO, they do have a slightly different process to other parts of government, and that is because as an overseas department, a bit like the MOD and other places, there are people that come into those roles with seriously long careers and all sorts of different interests. And I'm not suggesting that Peter Mandelson should have passed the vetting, not at all. But the fact that a borderline case was coming to FCDO and the FCDO was making that decision rather than UKSV was not unusual. That was quite a normal process to happen, according to Sir Ollie's evidence. And it's the sort of thing that is important that we hold in the future. And I think it's important for us to say that as well. And thirdly, I think that is really important is not only did... Please, I'll give way.
I'm really surprised that he's swallowing this guff about it being a borderline case. It was quite clear that security vetting put this in the red box, which meant fail. Sir Ollie is being lauded to the skies now because he's the victim of ruthless prime ministerial politics. But he also has an angle on this, and the angle is that he, shall we say, massaged his own judgment because he knew the pressure that was on him from the government. There was nothing borderline about this. The only reason he's saying it was borderline was because he needs an excuse for having overridden it when he shouldn't have done.
Yes. Please speak to what the witness told us in the inquiry this morning, and he was very clear, and many members made the same case that you're making now. That it was a red box, as we've seen in that evidence that was submitted. But he was very clear that it was borderline. This was very usual for the Foreign Office to conduct these types of cases. And I think you can make your own mind about whether you believe him or believe other people. Please.
What he actually said, I came in to watch, what he actually said was the advice he was given by his Director of Intelligence, I think, was borderline. One of the issues which were not clear was that whether the pressure from number 10 was simply on him or on all members of the channel, if you like, down to lower levels.
Yes, I had a different interpretation. So Sir Ollie also said, and you can look back at the transcript, that yes, there was pressure from number 10 to get the appointment done quickly. It could be interpreted that they wanted to get that appointment done before the inauguration of President Trump. There was an important timeline that needed to be done by, because there was a risk that any new ambassadorial appointments after that might be interfered. Again, this was the words of Sir Ollie. I'm not bringing this up from nowhere. And let me finish. The other important point: it wasn't just the UK security vetting system that put a borderline process through, and then the FCDO approved it. It was also the intelligence agencies. So I think it's equally concerning that Peter Mandelson was given strap clearance. And I asked Sir Ollie directly, were there any concerns raised by the intelligence agencies on the process of obtaining strap clearance, which is a higher level of security, which allows him to have access to the highest, most classified secrets that the country has. And there was no one from the intelligence agencies that raised any concerns during that strap process either. So I think these are serious concerns in the process. Yes, I'll go for
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I gently say to him and to others who seek to make this argument he's pursuing, at the heart of this is a toxic and dismissive culture at number 10. That's a point we can not get away from. That dismissiveness has led us to this place. This is not a small administration breach, it's a matter of national security. The British public is not buying it. Surely we should be saying there needs to be a full, transparent, independent inquiry into this whole situation to uncover the truth. That's what the British public want, with consequences for including the Prime Minister.
That is not my experience of number 10, and I am pleased to see that there is a review looking at the vetting system, because I think there are serious problems with the vetting system that this process has uncovered. Indeed, I mean, my takeaways from the evidence that I heard this morning are a number of them. I agree with members that Peter Mandelson was a terrible pick for our ambassador. Even without knowing the things that came out later, I think it was the wrong decision that he should have been picked. But also, there has clearly been failures in the vetting process, both with the DV vetting, both with the process of the FCDO and with the process of the strap vetting. So I'm pleased that the government has announced 2 reviews, one to be led by Sir Adrian Fulford and a separate Cabinet Office review to look at those vetting processes and ensure that both for Peter Mandelson's vetting and for the UK vetting system more generally, that such mistakes do not happen again. I'm slightly concerned that in the short term, the government has suspended the ability of overseas departments to operate their discretion in granting developed vetting. I know that that's a sensible response in the short term, but I hope as the reviews go through that the Minister will consider the reasons why these departments have that discretion in the future.
I thank him for giving way, and I'm very grateful for him to do so. And I've listened quite carefully to his speech. Given what he heard at the committee this morning and his background experience, does he regret Ollie Robbins' sacking?
I feel very sympathetic to Ollie Robbins. Ollie Robbins will have an opportunity to account for Sir Ollie Robbins, will have an opportunity to account for himself, but he gave a very good account of himself at the committee this morning, and it's not for me to make that judgment. I can think of several good reasons why the FCDO and the MOD might need to use that discretion in the future. I'm also really concerned that details about Peter Mandelson's vetting were leaked to the press in September. Even considering Peter Mandelson's misconduct, the integrity of that process is really important, and Sir Ollie also raised concerns about this issue. So I hope that the reviews that the Minister announced the other day will also look at the leaks to the press, because it is really unacceptable that such vital personal information about the vetting process has been released in that way. But most importantly, I think Sir Ollie's evidence, it rubbishes some of the accusations that members yesterday were making in the House and indeed in the media, that were questioning the Prime Minister's honesty about the situation, because he did categorically rule out any suggestion that the Prime Minister knew anything about that, for good reason. So I think those members that made those accusations and that were rightly thrown out of the House, they should come forward and correct the record and apologise on that point. I will take one more intervention and then I'll finish up.
But does he surely realise that to those of...
Did say 7 minutes, I think you know on 10. Don't worry, let's have a Roberts.
Does he surely raise to people outside that this argument, these fine details over process, it morphs into a defence of ignorance, and then it morphs into a defence of incompetency, and that actually is doing the Prime Minister as much harm as all these arguments about his honesty?
So I think we've heard real concerns about the process here, and I'm glad that the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has announced reviews into that process, because we really need to make sure we get it right in the future. Thank you.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a particularly sorry saga, and this is corrosive not just for certainly this government and the Labour Party. It's corrosive for the entire political class and politicians as a collective body, and it is certainly corrosive for the country. And that's because there is a particular theme that's emerged from this and from other episodes under this government around competency, or what the public would probably look at as a general theme of incompetency, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've got this situation here where it's frankly ludicrous and laughable that we've got to this point, that Peter Mandelson, a man who has, for the best part of 2 decades, his name has been synonymous. It's been a byword for sleaze and incompetence. That's before we knew about the risks that he posed or could continue to pose if he were given a position to our national security. And the corrosiveness of this and the corrosiveness of this government and the question of incompetency is borne out through all of the decisions that we've seen that the government has U-turned over. I think we're up to around 18 in 2 years. We've seen the corrosive effects of government policy across the board, whether it's on the economy, whether it's the price that business are paying as a result of questions that the government haven't asked. And that begs the question around the Prime Minister's general incuriosity around seemingly everything, least of all this, the most serious of issues. Now, Peter Mandelson was known to be a paedophile-adjacent character at the time that the Prime Minister took this decision, seemingly at any cost, to appoint him as ambassador to the United States. And I think so many in this House have alluded to it, that it seems that that happened because he was seen as a particularly slick operator at the top of the Labour Party, and he was seemingly untouchable to so many. And it's a great shame it's got to this point, this sort of ongoing debacle and scandal, the evasion from the Prime Minister, to have sort of, caused the downfall of Peter Mandelson. But there are unanswered questions remaining, Mr. Speaker, including a really simple one that has been asked many times. We haven't had an answer to this, but I would love to know, my constituents would love to know, many in this House would love to know, what were the seemingly virtuous qualities of Peter Mandelson that did warrant the on-balance risk, on-balance very serious risk that the government took in pursuing his appointment. The pressure placed on the Foreign Office into clearing and appointing Mandelson has become apparent over the last few weeks, and particularly this morning following the testimony of Ollie Robbins. And I mean, it's frankly reprehensible, Mr. Speaker. We've heard that Ollie Robbins was told, to get this done at any cost, to ride effectively roughshod over good moral conduct to deliver the will of the Prime Minister. And we're starting to hear sort of glimmers that certain people at the top of government, perhaps those in the Cabinet, had advised the Prime Minister or the Cabinet Office that they weren't comfortable with this. But the Prime Minister was just completely ignorant of this, Mr. Speaker, throughout the whole process. And we now know that Peter Mandelson was effectively appointed and given access to very sensitive security information before his security clearance was granted. So a direct question for the Minister, can the Minister tell the House whether he is aware that Peter Mandelson had access to sensitive information prior to the security clearance recommendation coming through? If the Minister is not aware of that, what review is being put in place to ascertain the level of that information, and what risk management will be put in place to mitigate the effects of the exposure of any sensitive information that Peter Mandelson may have obtained during that period before the security clearance came through. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's another question around accountability. And many of us in this House, but particularly the country at large, would love to know, why is the bar of personal accountability so low for everyone else, yet impossibly high for the Prime Minister himself? Now, if I'd had the chance yesterday, and lots of members wanted to speak, and I understand why I did not get an opportunity, but I would have loved to have asked the Prime Minister, at any point, had he considered resigning? And if not, why not? And how many more have to be blamed or scapegoated before this becomes a situation where the Prime Minister does the decent thing and resigns? How many more twists and turns does this saga have to follow, Mr. Speaker, before the Prime Minister does the right thing? Because I can tell the Minister, who is looking somewhat uncomfortable, and I commend him for coming to the front bench today, I can tell him on behalf of my constituents they are sick and tired of the evasiveness of this Prime Minister. They want him to do the decent thing and to resign.
Speaker, I want to address three aspects in my remarks. Firstly, the appointment of Peter Mandelson in the first instance. Secondly, the approach taken by the Prime Minister as details have emerged over the last few months. And finally, the vetting process overall. But first, just to reflect on the debate so far, I mean, it's been characterised by a collective amnesia on those benches, some amateur dramatic theatrics we've seen. We've seen the Right Honourable Leader of the Liberal Democrats demonstrate why he's such a risk to trade and industry with one of our largest partners, trading partners. We've seen a member who sits over there choosing to lecture this side about the traditions in the Labour Party. And we've even seen some of my right honourable friends who I suspect their experience of number 10 has been purely in attacking number 10 and in a disciplinary capacity, lecturing us about claiming to have real insight into the culture in number 10. So at the core of the current debate is the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as UK's ambassador to the USA. Clearly, Peter Mandelson's background of resigning twice from the ministerial office has been in the public record. And whilst there are other allegations about his conduct, not all of them were in the public domain at that time. And many recent revelations have led to his further dismissal from the ambassadorial post, action in relation to his peerage, referral to the police, and ongoing process there. It's clear to all that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed to this role. And whilst this is the case, the apology offered by the Prime Minister on repeated occasions in this House and outside has been full, wholesome and without equivocation. And most importantly, the Prime Minister has repeatedly and rightly apologised to the victim of Jeffrey Epstein for making this appointment in the first instance. So whilst the initial appointment has, and I suspect will continue to be a matter of debate, the Prime Minister's apology cannot be faulted. I want to, in a bit, I want to address the wider approach taken by the Prime Minister in this case and other allegations against senior figures in this administration. And I think this is relevant. I'll come back to you in a second. I'll take you in a minute. It's the case that this Prime Minister promised a change in approach to dealing with such matters, an approach that embraces transparency, that is robust and that is timely, is essential in maintaining public trust and confidence in the government, in politicians and in this House.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he knows full well, this is not any personal vendetta against Number 10. He, of all people, knows the culture that exists in Number 10 and the toxicity of that culture. The question I want to ask him, and I say this in all sincerity, does he really expect the British public to buy what he's saying?
I think I have a better understanding of the culture in Number 10 than you do, and I absolutely expect that the British public understand that the apology put forward by the Prime Minister has been full, it's been wholesome, it's been unequivocal, and that he hasn't messed about on that. If you come back to me, I'll take in a few minutes. And so maintaining. So dealing with allegations in a timely fashion, in a manner that is robust that ensures full transparency, is essential to maintaining trust and confidence in the government, in politicians and in this House. And on every occasion there has been an allegation levelled, the approach of this Prime Minister and this government, and whether it's been in Peter Mandelson, whether it's been in relation to previous Deputy Prime Minister, is the approach of this Prime Minister and government has been in marked contrast to the previous successive Tory Prime Ministers. We saw then a real refusal to accept allegations were valid. We saw a refusal to address allegations in a timely fashion by referring for investigation, of investigations being dragged out, and a refusal to accept the findings of investigations. In the case of Peter Mandelson, it can be seen that the allegation and information, as in allegation information has been forthcoming, the Prime Minister has come to the dispatch box again and again, and he has sacked him, he's taken action again and again. And that action has been robust, speedy, and the ongoing commitment to the humble address will ensure full transparency in this. And this is in marked contrast to how the previous government has handled such matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman is talking about the point of full transparency, and it is in the ministerial code that ministers must be open and transparent. When the Prime Minister came to this House in February and said that the reason he'd sacked Mandelson was because he'd lied to him about his relationship with Epstein, do you think that was a full and transparent account of the reasons why Mandelson should not have had the job?
The Prime Minister set out why the information he presented to this House at the different times based on the information he had at the time. And I think further questions to that should be directed to the Prime Minister. But I think fundamentally though, this side will not take any lessons from that side, who over a number of years presided over trampling trust and confidence in politicians and in this House into the ground again and again and again. So whilst I suspect this House has not seen the last of Peter Mandelson issue, I am hopeful that the change in approach towards allegations by this Prime Minister and this government of transparency, timeliness and robust action is one that will continue in the future, and there's a lesson there for all of us. The final point I want to address is the vetting process. I believe strongly that the vetting process followed by government and departments should be robust, should have the confidence of those subject to vetting, as well as the government departments employing them, their colleagues and the wider public. And clearly to maintain that confidence requires a high degree of anonymity and confidence in that process. It's also the case that any information thrown up as part of that vetting process is acted on appropriately by government or by department in a timely fashion. But there's a fundamental dilemma in expecting the government, or the Prime Minister in this case, to act on information that was never made available to government or ministers. And that's the fundamental issue here. So we need to ensure that the vetting system is fit for purpose, and a balance between confidentiality on the one hand and response at the appropriate level is essential. Clearly the current balance is not correct, and I welcome the steps being taken by the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister in this regard. I'll end by saying that this whole episode has exposed issues of judgment and process, and I suspect the debate will continue long in relation to both. But there is much to commend the judgment and approach taken by the administration in relation to information as information became available. And whatever the merits of the case, or whatever people feel about what's being discussed, some of those approaches in relation to transparency, timeliness and robust action is something I hope will continue.
So John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning's Foreign Affairs Select Committee session lasted 2.5 hours and was certainly one of the more remarkable that I've attended, and I have been involved in a number of quite controversial Select Committee hearings over the years. I do think that it showed the Select Committee system at its best, and members across the House worked together, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Hales-Owen, a fellow member of the committee who spoke earlier. And I also share his view that Sir Ollie Robbins, who gave us evidence, put in an impressive performance. He is clearly angry at the way he has been treated, and he does have a distinguished career which has been brought to a premature end, and clearly he is very upset by that. But in his evidence, he did make some extraordinary revelations. He, of course, had given evidence to the committee last year in November when, as the chair of the committee suggested in our introduction, we may have heard the truth and nothing but the truth, but probably not the whole truth. This morning we heard a lot more of the whole truth. And what became absolutely clear, and had already been suggested at the previous hearing, was that number 10 Downing Street was absolutely determined that Lord Mandelson should become the ambassador of this country to the United States. So Ollie told us that his predecessor, Philip Barton, had strongly advised that this should not happen until after the developed vetting process had been completed. But despite that advice from the senior permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, it was ignored. And indeed, the Cabinet Office, we are told, then went on to suggest that developed vetting might not even be necessary. And yet this was not just a routine appointment. It was not routine for two reasons. Firstly, it was the appointment of probably the most important ambassadorial post that this country has. And secondly, very, very unusually, it was a direct ministerial appointment. Most of the time, ambassadorial appointments are made from within the civil service, and people have already had that vetting procedure. This was somebody who was being brought in from the outside, who had not been vetted, and already had a track record of having twice had to resign from government. I'll give way.
I thank the Right Honourable Member for giving way. And the role of the Prime Minister is the highest honour in UK politics and demands sound judgment. And the reality is there was no sound judgment when he did appoint him a disgraced individual who had 2 resignations and well-documented associations with a sex offender. And what we hear from the Labour benches today is lambs to the slaughter. They are defending the indefensible, and the general public are hearing that today and are hearing how disgraced this place is by the decision of the Prime Minister to appoint Peter Mandelson.
completely agree with the Honourable Lady, and it's somehow being suggested from the other side, but it was people advising the Prime Minister. I think one speaker earlier said the Prime Minister had been persuaded to appoint him. Well, I worked for the Prime Minister, and she coined a phrase, officials advise, ministers decide. And in this case, it was the decision, as she says, of the Prime Minister. But Ollie Robbins also pointed out that actually, by the time he took up his position, essentially he was presented with a fait accompli. He actually set out to us. He said, I took over as PUS on the 20th of January. He then said, already due diligence had been completed, and we know that that process, which included interview with Morgan McSweeney, had revealed the ongoing relationship between Lord Mandelson and Peter Epstein, but that was ignored. We were told that approval of the appointment had already been given by the King. It had been announced publicly to the press. Agreement had been given from the United States, which is, and Sir Ollie Robbins made this clear, but that is not just a formality. There is a very significant development. He'd also been given to the FCDO building and IT access. And finally, he was being granted access to highly classified briefing on a case-by-case basis. All of that had happened. And so I asked Sir Ollie Robbins if, given all of that was already in place, if now he were to have the appointment withdrawn, would that not damage our relationship with the United States of America? To which he replied very clearly, yes, it would. My right honourable friend, the member for Goole, has already set out, but actually we already had a very good ambassador in Washington, but nevertheless, Downing Street had said to the US administration that they wanted Lord Mandelson to be appointed, and the White House had given their agreement through the agreement procedure. So for Sir Ollie Robbins then to withdraw the appointment would have been a real damage to our foreign policy. Now, you can argue that if Sir Ollie Robbins were told that the UKSV process had resulted in a clear recommendation denial, then he might, or perhaps even should, still have done so. But he also told us this morning, but he wasn't told that. We were told that he didn't see the UKSV report. We were told that he didn't even see, in fact, he didn't even know about the fact that the report has a red box with a tick in it saying deny. He said he'd never seen those documents before, and that would be normal because it is a very restricted access for the reasons actually the Honourable Gentleman for Halesowen set out. And so all he was told was that there had been leaning towards refusal, and it was a borderline case. Now, whether or not that was an accurate reflection of what the report actually said is another matter, and we can perhaps debate at what stage or how far the message from Downing Street, we want this person to be appointed, had been transmitted to try and make it as possible as it was. But what we are told is that after Sir Ollie Robbins had arrived as Permanent Secretary, he was subjected to regular calls from Number 10 saying, get it done. And he also told us that it wasn't get it done subject to security clearance, which in his view it should have been, that the press release put out announcing the appointment of Lord Mandelson didn't say subject to security clearance. Subject to security clearance was never mentioned. This was announced as a decision that had already been taken. Why? That is a matter that we can that is open to conjecture. There is the view of the some on the other side that it was somehow a reward for services given in getting the Prime Minister the job. Or the leader of the Liberal Party has said it may all be to do with the trying to cozy up to President Trump, although, as my honourable friend pointed out, actually our previous ambassador had done a really good job in representing this country to President Trump. We may never know. What we do know is that the Prime Minister was absolutely determined that that appointment should be made. And even after the appointment had been made, and when all of the these things began to become revealed, in particular the ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which the Prime Minister said that he was unaware of the closeness of, and he was very angry when he was told. There had already been inquiries being made. Journalists have been ringing up Number 10 and saying, but we've been told he failed his security vetting. And Number 10 put out a denial. Now, Number 10, you would expect, if journalists were calling up saying, is it true that actually he didn't pass the UKSV assessment and they recommended denial of security vetting, that before just saying, no, that's complete rubbish, they might actually begin to ask questions. They might say to the Prime Minister, you should be aware we've had an inquiry about this. But no, apparently none of that happened, or if it did happen, again, it was simply swept under the carpet. The end result of this process is that for over a year, this country had, representing it at the most senior level, in the America, which is our closest ally, someone who the security agencies have concluded is a security risk. We do not know the full extent of the damage that may have been done during that time. The Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid, is coughing at me, so I won't give way. But I fear that there is still more to come, and I can say, I hope on behalf of the Select Committee, that we will continue to pursue this.
Dr. Alison Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will reiterate my honourable friend from Hales Owen's point that I wish I'd never heard the name Peter Mandelson. He should not have been appointed. It is right that he would have been sacked, and I will acknowledge his experience and expertise on the issue, which I will admit I don't have. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday in my response to the Prime Minister's statement focused on Jeffrey Epstein's victims, I briefly mentioned the issue of parties opposite seeking to gain political capital, and much to the chagrin to the reasonable, quiet people of this country, asked for the Prime Minister's resignation, yet again causing chaos to the governance of this country that the opposition is so addicted to. The opposition grumbled at this, as they are doing so now, so I want to take this opportunity to clarify. I will repeat. If we ignore the social media trolls and bots and ignore the self-interest of billionaire-owned right-wing press, the quiet, reasonable majority of people do not want a change of Prime Minister. As one lifelong Tory said to me yesterday, I see the Prime Minister is still here. That is a good thing. They are grateful that this Prime Minister, as a teacher I can out-talk you all, they are grateful that this Prime Minister has not drawn our country into a mad, dangerous conflict, a conflict the opposition would have immediately joined. People value a stable government, a government that focuses on matters people really care about. They want a stabilised economy. They want reform to send and support for schools. They want our NHS rebuilt and waiting lists to drop. They want our roads fixed. They want their wages to increase. They want affordable homes. They want their communities to be safe and welcoming. And they want violence against women and girls tackled. People are fed up of politics and fed up of this navel-gazing over process. They are fed up of more politicians politicking and point-scoring. They are tired of it. And why? I will come to you in a minute. I'm in the flow, and I will promise you I'll come to you. Because after 14 years of the previous government chopping and changing Prime Ministers and Secretaries of State and the blonde bumbler and the loopy letters, this country was on its knees, its people exhausted. The people do not want more of the same, and despite the opposition's constant efforts, we will not let them manufacture more chaos, and I will kindly give way.
To the point that she's just made. Is she familiar with the YouGov poll that regularly asks the UK population how well they think Keir Starmer is doing as Prime Minister? And is she aware that the latest data shows that 70% of the UK population think he's doing badly?
We're glad he's here.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I will say that polls can generate answers depending on how they form their questions. And I will say, if you look at other polls, if we like them, he is still a lot more popular than certain other members present in this House. And in reference to their chaos, I will speak up for the civil service and I will express empathy to Sir Ollie Robinson. In the whirl of Prime Ministers and Ministers of the previous government, among the COVID partying and profiteering, and the party opposite has never apologised and I will never forgive. The civil service clearly did their best to stop this country from sinking into the mire. In such chaotic conditions, it is no wonder that the culture developed that decisions would be made without fully informing ministers or prime ministers, partially because under the party opposite they probably couldn't be sure who would be the prime minister or minister that month. I will give way.
I think the remaining people who want Starmer to remain Prime Minister are those people who are worried who the Labour Party may pick to have instead. But I wonder if the Honourable Lady would make a comment on, she seems to be saying all sorts of other whataboutery sort of information, but has she considered that actually this is not manufactured? This is a huge national security concern, that we had an ambassador who had access to security information at the highest level, who was a security risk to this country.
Yes. I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention. I do apologise, I struggle with my hearing. I didn't quite pick up everything that she said, but I will come to the policy about the vetting and security in a second in my speech. I hope that might deliver an answer to her. Do apologise. And I remind the parties opposite that the process they are quibbling about, that this is a policy, I think this might give you the answer, this policy of organisation being able to grant vetting, contrary to advice of the UKSB, has been running for many years under successive governments. It is this Prime Minister, this government, that is now reviewing this process. And I will reiterate the key points. Mandelson should never have been appointed as our ambassador. The Prime Minister has repeatedly acknowledged this and repeatedly apologised. I'm conscious of time. We have a 7-minute guideline, so I will carry on. It is clear that Foreign Office officials granted developed vetting security clearance to Mandelson and never told ministers they'd done so against the recommendations from the vetting agency. This is shocking, and any reasonable person would have assumed that this information would have been proffered without asking. The policy is wrong. It should change, and as a result of the review, hopefully it will change. This government, less than 2 years old still, will not let such a policy continue. I am pleased the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has immediately suspended the ability of the Foreign Office to grant security clearances, but again, he's not in his seat now, but the Honourable Member for Hales-Owen, I understand that he asked for that to be a short term for other security reasons, and I acknowledge his point. Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks to the previous government and the cryptocurrency fuel damage of reform and, of course, the economic suicide of Brexit, both are responsible for, people are fed up and trust in politics is at an all-time low. And indeed, the Prime Minister recognises this and he understands the recent revelations has further damaged that trust, and I acknowledge that too. But I stress, politics can be a force for good. Politics focused on people, not political process. Politics focused on the decent, hard-working people of our country, thankfully still at peace due to the strength of this Prime Minister, can be a force for good. The opposition is still addicted to chaos and game-playing, seeking scraps of political capital where they can. I suggest they have flogged this issue as much as they can. They need to focus on rebuilding their dying party and apologise to the people. This Prime Minister and this government is focused on rebuilding this country, the country they broke and still won't apologise for.
Danny Kruger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister came to this House only yesterday, saying in his own words, I will now set out the full timetable, and later insisting he'd come to give the full account to the House. And that followed Downing Street's acceptance earlier in the day that his previous account had at the very least inadvertently misled members. So yesterday was meant to be the great clean-up, the day of the full facts, full candour and full accountability. But today, Sir Ollie Robbins gave evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee and published a letter that blows a hole straight through the Prime Minister's version of events. And many honourable members have made the points already exposing this. Obviously, the lack of curiosity on behalf of the Prime Minister is inexplicable and reprehensible. The evasions, the obfuscation, the blame shifting that we've seen, and the blatant contradictions. I want to just point out one that I don't think has been particularly surfaced so far this afternoon. The Prime Minister said that he was astonished. He said it was incredible that information like this could have been withheld from him. But it is significant that in his letter, Sir Ollie Robbins says that the position that was conveyed to the committee in September 2025, that I quote, "Ministers are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome," was agreed with the Cabinet Office and with Number 10. So, in other words, the Prime Minister is now trying to dump the entire scandal on one official for acting within a position that Downing Street itself had signed off. That is not accountability, that is a stitch-up. And worse still, we also learned today that before Sir Ollie even took over, due diligence on Mandelson's appointment had been completed. Approval had been given by His Majesty. The appointment had been announced. Agreement had been secured from the United States. Mandelson had building and IT access, and he was already receiving highly classified briefing on a case-by-case basis. We've even learned that the Cabinet Office itself raised whether developed vetting was necessary, and the FCDO had to insist on it. So let us drop the pretense that this was some neutral, pristine process derailed by one Mandarin misconducting himself. The appointment was politically driven from the top and forced through in an atmosphere of pressure. Now, of course, the Prime Minister's position is untenable, as many members have said. But if it is possible, the Prime Minister's honesty or position isn't the most important thing about this saga. What matters even more is our system of government, for which the Minister is partly responsible. And if the Prime Minister has been surprised to find that the civil service acts within processes that screen ministers from information and from the power to make decisions, no one else is surprised about this. I think the Prime Minister has spent so long as a civil servant and then as a politician behaving like the civil servant that when he finds that the system doesn't work, he has a sort of professional breakdown and starts spluttering about process and reviews of the processes. Yes, we need process, but the fact is that appointments, like everything else that the government does, are political decisions. Politics is simply the management of the common life of the community, the management of trade-offs between different ideas and interests. And we in this country have developed over many years a model of doing things, of doing politics, that is or was the best in the world. Civil servants, accountable to ministers, accountable to Parliament, accountable to the public. Break those links of accountability, and instead of a hierarchy with the public at the top, ultimately in charge through the ballot box, and civil servants at the bottom, genuinely the servants, the democratically elected masters, instead of that, you have the civil servants at the top, unaccountable. You have ministers floundering around like this lot are. Parliament is pointless and the public is outraged. So that's what's got to change. A great restoration of the principle that the civil service serves the public. And it does this by respecting the ultimate responsibility of ministers as decision makers. It is absurd to have rules that shield the decision makers from the information they need to make a decision. No other organisation would do this. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is why we need to restore the Armstrong principle set out by Robert Armstrong in 1985. As he said, the civil service has no constitutional personality or responsibility separate from the duly constituted government of the day. So yes, I want to see the back of this Prime Minister, but most of all, I want to dismantle the cabal of permanent secretaries that run this country and restore the proper authority of Parliament. Thank you.
So I am going to try and get more members in to speak, so I'm reducing the informal time limit to 4 minutes. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to start with a point of inquiry that I hope that the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister will be able to answer in his response later, so he's got time to look into it if he doesn't know the answer already. Because yesterday I asked the Prime Minister whether his former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, passed all his security vetting and whether he ever handled documents for which he had anything other than the appropriate level of clearance. I'm not sure that the House thinks that we got a clear answer from the Prime Minister yesterday to my question. But even if at some point Morgan McSweeney did get clearance. I'm sure that the House would be horrified if this happened long after he started working in Downing Street and after he was involved in the Mandelson appointment. So it would be good to get a date as to when Morgan McSweeney got his security clearance and to confirm whether he handled any materials prior to this for which he didn't have appropriate clearance. If the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister can't find an answer to that question by the time he responds, then perhaps you could answer that in writing by the end of the week, given the urgency of this matter. The situation we're in, of course, raises questions about process. And process is important. But let's not mistake that this is fundamentally political. Politics drove this. Something that was unusual about the appointment of Mandelson was that it was a political appointment. It isn't standard for the ambassador to the United States to be a political appointment. Whatever Peter Mandelson is and was, and I have my own opinions on that, he wasn't a career civil servant, and he'd been up to other things, and so the security vetting was clearly very important indeed. But the fact that this was fundamentally political, a political decision by the Prime Minister, driven as well by Morgan McSweeney, is evidenced by the fact that everyone in here knows that the Prime Minister wouldn't have signed off someone with Peter Mandelson's record to stand as a Labour candidate for a town council. Yet he was eased into the incredibly important position of Ambassador to the United States of America. And I will give way.
Honourable Member for giving way, and I think he's getting to the nub of the issue here. This is about fairness in society, and we tell everybody else outside of here who we make the rules for, play by the rules. But when you're in here yourself, when you're the chief man, you can do what you want. And that is what's flying in the face of the vast majority of public. Would you agree?
I totally agree with with the honourable member, and she makes a very powerful point, and that's why the public are so outraged. And it was a political appointment. And the reason the Prime Minister was so grateful to Mandelson was because of the role that he and Morgan McSweeney played in getting him to be leader of the Labour Party through that organisation, Labour Together. And what was it that made them think that Peter Mandelson was such a wise political appointment? It was because of what Peter Mandelson represented. Peter Mandelson epitomised the idea that the role of the Labour Party isn't what it was set up to do, which is to be a voice for working class people and the trade union movement, speaking truth to power and changing society in the interest of the many, not the few, but it is, in fact, an organisation that should be closer and closer to the super rich and powerful. It was because of Mandelson's proximity to the super rich and to the powerful that he was appointed to that role. And that's what led to decisions, and I'll come to the end, that's what led to decisions which has made the Prime Minister and the government unpopular. That's what's led to decisions like the cuts to the winter fuel payment, the cuts to disability benefits, because the idea, the vision that Mandelson put forward is one which has polluted our party, and that's why we need a full and independent investigation into Labour Together, the organisation favoured by Mandelson, by McSweeney, and which has dragged this party through the gutter, and where we saw certain nefarious practices tested in our party in opposition, now brought into government. That needs to change, because otherwise where we're going to end up with is despair, leading to the election of a Trump-style government in this country led by reform, something which no decent person in this House should want to see happen.
David Simmons.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I first crossed paths with the Prime Minister when he and I were both working to improve the way our country deals with cases of child sexual exploitation. And one of the principles which was enshrined in law across our society as a result of that was accountability, the golden thread between the leaders, managerial and political. and those who follow their instructions. And it was very clear that if you led an organisation where mistakes were made, if you ignored the warnings, you were accountable, or you created a culture in which those warnings were not properly shared, you were accountable. And it is not at all clear why the Prime Minister, since all he learnt and all he did in those days, has decided to abandon that position. It was said of the Prime Minister, pretty much the first time I have seen him angry was when he commissioned this report. He was angry because he did not know. He wondered why the escalation process did not permit the case to be referred up to his office. Those words do not refer to anything to do with Peter Mandelson. They date to the decision of the Crown Prosecution Service not to proceed against Jimmy Savile. But those words in The Guardian could refer exactly to the matter that we are debating today. So I gently say to the members opposite that whilst past performance is not a guide to the future, this is a Prime Minister who has got form in deploying exactly this defence when caught out. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I cannot let this debate pass without raising an issue which is of great concern to my many constituents who are workers at HMS Warrior, the base in Northwood, just on the edge of my constituency. As my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, has set out, as a result of the Prime Minister's dismissive attitude to vetting, the pressure he placed on officials, an individual was given access to intelligence on which my constituents rely to keep them safe when they are undertaking operations at a very high level of personal risk for the benefit and the long-term interests of this country. And the Prime Minister refuses to accept any accountability for the risks that his decision may have placed my constituents and their loved ones and so many other people who serve our country at. So I hope this Minister will be able, on behalf of the Prime Minister, to give the House an unambiguous assurance that whatever was shared with the Prime Minister, whatever was shared with ministers, that the necessary minimum risk mitigations were put in place so that we can be confident at least that this government thought to try and keep my constituents and those who serve our country safe.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister apologised to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, but where was that sense of responsibility when he made the decision regarding Peter Mandelson? And where was that sense of responsibility when he actively chose to ignore information that was already in the public domain? This morning, the Energy Secretary said, Prime Ministers make errors, Prime Ministers are fallible, Prime Ministers are human, but I'm struggling to understand how the gravity of misjudgment in this political appointment can be explained away as a simple human error. This is not a split-second judgment. This was not a decision made of urgent necessity under pressure in the heat of the moment. This was a deliberate, considered political appointment made in full knowledge of the political priorities involved. Morgan McSweeney even swore it through. What is more is that members on the opposite benches were given lines to take yesterday, prompted to quote a victim of Epstein in defence of the Prime Minister. And when Mandelson was appointed last year, their suffering was of no consequence to the government when they weighed it in the scales and found which side they wanted to come down on. In truth, it is thanks to the bravery of victims like Virginia Giuffre that Epstein's crimes are even in the public domain. Her sister-in-law, Amanda Roberts, said this about Mandelson's sacking last year. Our governments have allowed these people to hold their status and their title without shame. It is unfair we continuously pull these skeletons out, that survivors have to continuously point the finger for us to do the right thing. These were women and children who were trafficked and abused by a network of men who acted with confidence that they were untouchable, too powerful to challenge and too protected ever to be brought down. And truly it raises the uncomfortable question of whether Peter Mandelson's familiarity to that world was treated as a skill set rather than a red flag. Was he chosen precisely because he was comfortable rubbing shoulders with the sort of men who shared private jets with Epstein, rather than in spite of it? So how can the Prime Minister now express sympathy for victims of crimes committed by a man whose closest associates he chose to elevate? How can he claim to share their pain when he made himself the very decision that caused such distress for them? And just this morning, Sir Ollie Robbins told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that Downing Street asked the Foreign Office to find a senior diplomatic role for the Prime Minister's then communications chief, Matt Doyle, even though Doyle had campaigned for a friend charged with possessing indecent images of children. This is the government that promised to turn the page on Tory sleaze and restore trust and integrity to British politics. Instead, not once, but twice, the Prime Minister pressured the civil service to appoint friends of known sex offenders to senior diplomatic roles. To close, Madam Deputy Speaker, the facts were known, the associations were known, the public record was clear, this was a public decision, it was a wrong decision of such magnitude that the only conclusion will be to end the Starmer administration. And that is when the Labour Party, of course, decides to do it, because that is the Labour Party's responsibility.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and I both asked the Prime Minister whether he knew about Peter Mandelson's role as a director at Sistema when he appointed him to be the ambassador to the United States. Given that the Prime Minister didn't answer our question then, I will repeat the facts of that case and ask the Minister to clarify. From 2013 until at least 2017, Peter Mandelson served as a director for Sistema, a Russian conglomerate which invests heavily in Russia's military-industrial complex. This means that Mandelson remained a director at Sistema after Russia's annexation of Crimea. It also means that he would have maintained close contacts with figures linked to the Russian government, including Sistema's former chairman, Vladimir Yevtushenko, who is currently subject to sanctions as a result of his links to Vladimir Putin. Any sensible Prime Minister would want to consider these facts carefully before appointing somebody to a sensitive diplomatic post, and would give proper consideration to whether those relationships would leave that person exposed to Russian influence. This is particularly true in the case of Peter Mandelson, who has a long history of improper financial conduct. In November 2024, the Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to conduct security vetting on prospective candidates before appointing anybody to the ambassador's post in Washington. In December 2024, the Prime Minister ignored that guidance and appointed Peter Mandelson anyway. In January 2025, the Prime Minister repeatedly insisted before the press and the public that Peter Mandelson had passed security vetting, despite the fact that was not the case. And when asked yesterday, he twice refused to confirm that he knew about Peter Mandelson's links to Sistema, despite the fact that the advice that he received in December 2024 explicitly pointed it out. That advice included the following quote: Mandelson served as a non-executive director of the Russian conglomerate Sistema, which is itself the majority shareholder of RTI, a defence technology company. Mandelson remained on the board until June 2017, long after Putin's annexation of Crimea in 2014. So either the Prime Minister is still reluctant to share with us all the information we deserve, or he didn't read the advice that he was given, despite insisting repeatedly that his decision to appoint Mandelson was based on that advice. So, in light of this, could the Minister tell us definitively this afternoon whether the Prime Minister considered these facts about Peter Mandelson's role at Sistema when appointing him? Yes or no? If he did not, why did he not read his brief? And if he did, why did he not consider them sufficiently concerning to abandon, or at the very least, pause to reconsider the appointment of Peter Mandelson to arguably our most important and most security-sensitive ambassadorial role? The Prime Minister has spoken extensively about what he did not know, but we and the British public are incredulous that he did not ask. We do know that the Prime Minister knew about these Russian links. So what questions did he ask about these facts? What questions did he ask officials? What questions did he ask Mandelson? Or did he simply not want to know?
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, everybody said pretty much everything, but I'm going to say some of it again, as is my wont in this chamber. But I have to say, first of all, my congratulations to my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, who laid out a powerful case against the government and particularly against the Prime Minister and his excuses in all of this. But today I thought we had something really very intriguing take place, which is we had the person that had just been sacked brought to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee to give testimony about what this was all about. And what we really learned was how much that this government had wanted, for some reason, Peter Mandelson to take over that job of being ambassador, that they drove everything aside in the pursuit of this, bullying civil servants, essentially sacking one of them because he didn't give the answers, it appears, that they wanted, and excusing themselves on the basis that everybody else was wrong and they were right. Well, they weren't, and this has now come home to roost. And so the essential fact of this is, you know, many of us knew about Mandelson's activities. I have literally here a great dossier on him about his links with China, hundreds of names to do with the people he had met and who he had been giving details of all sorts of things to. We know now that he lobbied the government. He lobbied them over electric vehicles and the tariff. Outrageous, really, continued to put pressure on them, even when he was given the job. That is the nature of the man, still repaying his links back to China. And we've heard from my honourable friend about his links with Sistema in Russia. But there's copious evidence, even on those alone, why Peter Mandelson should never have been allowed in any government post whatsoever. Before there was any attempt to inspect that, it was in the public domain. And there is no way on earth that the right honourable gentleman is going to get up here and talk about faults within the system and not getting clarity. Nonsense. Everybody that wanted to know knew. We knew about it. In the Interparliamentary Alliance for China, we had all the details. They were published. There is no excuse for the government to say we waited for the Foreign Office to deliver this great thing and they didn't tell us. They knew. Number one, they knew. And the second point about this is the way they manipulated this, which is shocking, absolutely shocking. The outgoing Cabinet Secretary, after what he saw in the Cabinet Office's review of this, the due diligence, which, by the way, is not the same as what the Foreign Office was doing. This was a search through to have a look and recommendations to government. They showed just how tainted this man was, this corrupt man and corrupting man, how tainted he was and what he had been up to. And seeing that, he made the advice to government, which is the job of a Cabinet Secretary, that you shouldn't go ahead to a point, you should wait for this full review to take place, and one way or the other for him to be cleared or not cleared. But the government didn't do that, and that's the other question. In what world would they go ahead, despite that advice, sensible, reasonable advice? Why do they press on? Not only do they press on, but at such speed, and they put the King, His Majesty the King, in the firing line on this. You know, it's here, they approve the appointment, and it goes to the King, because they've now declared it, even though they haven't had clearance. The agreement has been given to the US partners. What in heaven's name could have happened later on? And none of the stuff to do with Epstein was even in the middle of this argument, which it would become. So the man is utterly corrupt, and they want him as our ambassador. And he's given highly... And this is the other bit about today that I found astonishing. The admission by the ex-permanent secretary, Ollie Robbins, that he understood that despite the fact that he wasn't cleared, he had been given strap clearance to see documents of such importance that they could have brought the government and the country down. And I'm going to end on this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because you've been most tolerant. I simply say this. The Prime Minister is in the firing line on this one for very good reasons. He's in charge, and he knew what was going on. The people he sacked are still in the firing line because they cannot weasel out of this. They committed an offence in the books of anybody in this single chamber. And the right honourable gentleman will be in the firing line because he's been put here to literally try and tell some story about how this was none of the Prime Minister's fault. He has been economical with the actuality and terminally inexact. And all I can say is no more terminal inexactitudes, please, when he gets to the dispatch box.
Dr. Ali Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I begin my remarks on the appointment of Peter Mandelson as UK Ambassador to the US, I just want to stress my profound respect for the victims and survivors of the disgusting child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. I very much hope that they are in the minds of all of us in this chamber today as we debate this, and because we should remain mindful that the chain of events that has led us to this point, that's brought us here, actually stems from their bravery in standing up and speaking out to expose Epstein's crimes. Now, what's at stake here is actually the future of the Prime Minister. Certainly questions of the Prime Minister's judgment. The Prime Minister's sole defence appears to be that he just wasn't told. But it's clear that the Prime Minister, first of all, didn't understand the security vetting process and actually didn't want to understand that. He didn't want to do the security vetting process in the first place. He created a culture of political pressure that overrode that process. And finally, he's thrown a civil servant under the bus for failures that should be placed very clearly at his own door. He didn't clearly understand the process. There was a process of UKSV doing the developed vetting, and then of the Foreign Office considering that. Now, we've had Sir Ollie Robbins giving evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee today, saying that there was, a degree of grey area, that it was borderline, that he only had a verbal briefing. He didn't even see the piece of paper that made it clear that UKSV felt that Mandelson should not pass developed vetting. But Sir Ollie Robbins says that he decided that there could be mitigations to be put in place in that system. This is clearly a process that the Prime Minister himself didn't understand, despite the fact that at least one honourable member has said today it was very clearly notified to him in advance. The Prime Minister didn't even want to do this process. Again, it's clear from Ollie Robbins' testimony today that there was a tussle between Number 10 and the Foreign Office about whether to undertake the vetting at all before Sir Ollie Robbins took up his position, with Number 10 just wanting to rush through the appointment about it, and the previous Permanent Secretary had to really dig his heels in order to insist that the vetting was done. And then the FCDO was subsequently hassled by Number 10 to get the appointment done before Trump's inauguration, without any curiosity or any caveats about whether the vetting was passed. The Prime Minister asked no questions. He displayed terminal professional incuriosity. Willful ignorance. Totally unacceptable. It's clear that no value was placed on the vetting process by Number 10, despite the PM now claiming that he's completely staggered that he was not told about it. Indeed, Ollie Robbins today said that Number 10 had a dismissive attitude towards the vetting. And Number 10 put in place a culture that established, again in the words of Mr Robbins, a very, very strong expectation that vetting would be passed. There was no culture of paying attention to due process. There was simply a culture of getting a political appointee in post as quickly as possible with the minimal scrutiny. And it didn't just apply to Mandelson, it applied to, again, as we heard today from Ollie Robbins, Matthew Doyle, where a request came from Number 10 to put him into a political, into a position without even informing the Foreign Secretary. And now the PM has a temper tantrum and sacks the civil servant because he's furious about this. The country is furious with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has previously said he takes responsibility for mistakes made in his team, but there is no accountability on show today. There is no responsibility taken by the Prime Minister. This is just one of numerous errors of judgment by the Prime Minister. He should resign.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and indeed, as others have already said, you almost feel like everything has been said at this point, but one thing that strikes me in all of this is that this is called the House of Commons. Our job is to come here and represent the common person. And it is so far removed from the common person, this entire debate. As I said last night, if one of my constituents in Lagan Valley is accidentally overpaid on a benefit, that's clawed back. No matter the cost to that person, the human cost, that's clawed back right away. No questions asked, no special circumstances, And we see that writ large across our public life. And the reason being is because we said that we valued a rules-based, ordered system. We wanted a society that was fair, and we valued integrity, and we valued trust, but more importantly, we wanted to understand that the people that came to this house were going to act in a way that was beyond reproach, that was going to act in a way that they expected everyone else across the UK to behave. Now, I have a guy, disabled, accidentally parked in a parking space, didn't have his blue badge displayed, and he's getting hammered. He's getting hammered. Maybe he'll get off, who knows. But we are dealing with a situation where the Prime Minister of the day is now saying that he regrets the appointment of Mandelson. Yeah. And I'm not going to get into the whys and wherefores of DV and strap and CTC and everything else, because my people in Lagan Valley don't know what that means. And a lot of people are banking on the ordinary man and woman on the street not to know what that means, and to stop being curious, and to suspend their expectations, because this is all highfalutin serious stuff and we don't really know what that is. Maybe they did do right, maybe they didn't do right, because they're bamboozled. But I'm going to break it down for them. I would say this to the Prime Minister. What was it about the twice disgraced, paedophile-adjacent, self-styled Prince of Darkness that you found so attractive to put into this plum job, not just of government, but of the United Kingdom on the world stage? What was it, Prime Minister, that appealed to you about Peter Mandelson? We still don't have the answer. We still don't have the answer. But all I know is that my constituents are disgusted with all of this. And this isn't the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time. It has been going round in a merry-go-round no matter who it is. And I'm really glad that the member for Liverpool West Derby is in the chamber, because he has worked tirelessly to make sure that issues at the nub of this, the duty of candour, the obligation to be honest with the public, let alone your colleagues and the entire administration. And yet we're telling families that they can't access documents for another 100 years due to technicality? How am I making that make sense to them? And I am indignant, and I am outraged. And a lot of people in this building are expecting us to no longer be outraged. We'll be outraged. Because if we can't prove that this works, we know he's going to step into the shadows. We know he's going to be out there setting the algorithms. We know who is going to be preying on the carcass of what was a once great democracy. And we've seen other democracies fail. Let's not fool ourselves that the UK is immune from this. And the number one thing we can do within our gift is to show that we still value integrity. And for those reasons, there is not a single excuse that this government can come up with that I can sell to my constituents or myself that I will believe. And for those reasons, I believe that the Prime Minister needs to go, not just for his own party, but more importantly, for the sake of the country.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I sat through yesterday over 2.5 hours of questions and responses to the Prime Minister. Pretty much responses focused on process, when really what's fundamental to the issue at hand is judgment and national security. Now, I really don't think you need to have some sort of fancy UK vetting or whatever it's called dossier to know that Mandelson is a risk to national security. Exactly. But what's more, above and beyond the impact on the victims of Epstein, is the fact that surely the FCDO and the machineries of government knew that the American administration had information on Epstein, had compromising information, very likely, on Epstein, given Mandelson's close association with Epstein, and they were going to appoint somebody to admittedly an ally, but nevertheless a foreign power, to negotiate with that foreign power very difficult, critical negotiations to the national interest, knowing it's highly likely that country has compromising information on that individual. That, for me, is the most egregious fundamental failure in terms of protecting our national security. And we know, and we have learnt, this was a political decision. This was the Prime Minister's decision. But what more, this reflects on all ministers given collective responsibility.
Yeah.
Now, I believe in forgiveness. I strongly believe in forgiveness. And the Prime Minister has come here and he has apologised of sorts. It's been a very caveated apology. I didn't know. People didn't tell me. People lied and lied and lied to my team. We know apologies only count, they only have value if you truly believe you did something wrong. The Prime Minister needs to finally show some leadership and take responsibility for his actions for all of us.
And solemn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood at the dispatch box for nearly 2.5 hours, and he said on at least 12 occasions that appointing Mandelson was an error of judgment. His judgment. He apologised for it. He said he took responsibility for it. But at no point, not once in that 2.5 hours, did he tell this House what his error of judgment was, or exactly where he went wrong in his reasoning. Madam Deputy Speaker, that distinction matters. Saying I should not have appointed him is a description of an outcome. It is not an account of a judgment. It's like saying I should not have crashed the car without accounting for the actions that led to the crash. Because whether the driver was speeding or distracted or asleep at the wheel, the answer matters. It matters for understanding what went wrong, it matters for preventing it happening again, and it matters for judging whether the driver should still be behind the wheel. The difference is not a technicality, it is the difference between meaningful accountability and accountability that is merely performative, between a Prime Minister who owns his decisions and one who merely acknowledges them. Accountability to this House is not a constitutional nicety. It is the condition on which this House and the people we all represent grant the government the authority to act at all. We all know what was in the due diligence report the Prime Minister received in December 2024. The twice resigned minister, the China connections, the Russia connections, the Epstein association that continued after conviction. The Prime Minister received that report. He has confirmed he knew its contents, but he proceeded anyway. That was his judgment. And it is that judgment, not the vetting process, not the Foreign Office chain of command, not Sir Ollie Robbins, that this House has not been given an account of. Instead, yesterday we received a detailed, exhaustive account of what officials failed to tell him. Yet the more exhaustive the catalogue of official failures becomes, the more completely the Prime Minister's own reasoning disappears from view. You cannot simultaneously claim an error of judgment and outsource its explanation to official failure. He has offered us an alibi instead of an explanation, an account that places him away from the scene of the crash. Yesterday's statement was a masterclass in process that the Prime Minister was apparently unaware of. It was not an account of a judgment. This morning, Sir Ollie Robbins told the Foreign Affairs Committee that Number 10 showed no interest in whether Mandelson would receive clearance, only when. That there was, in his words, a generally dismissive attitude to Mandelson's vetting, with focus only on getting him to Washington quickly. This is not a picture of a Prime Minister kept in the dark by officials. The alibi, it turns out, has witnesses, and they are not saying what the Prime Minister told us yesterday. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has wide executive latitude. He is entitled to make difficult appointments. He is entitled to weigh competing considerations and reach conclusions that others would not reach. That is what governing requires. But the latitude is not unconditional. It comes with a democratic obligation to account for his reasoning to this House and to the people we represent. Not to describe outcomes, not to catalogue process, but to explain his judgment. What did the Prime Minister weigh? What did he conclude? And where in his reasoning did he think he went wrong? Yesterday he told us 12 times that he made an error of judgment. But he has not told us once what that error actually was. We still don't know how he crashed that car, and this House demands an answer.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday's statement from the Prime Minister should have brought clarity. Instead, it has left this House with more questions than answers. And this isn't a narrow procedural issue. It goes to the judgment of the Prime Minister. And it's really a disgrace, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he's not here today to answer questions. Perhaps the usual excuse that he wasn't told holds clear. So let me begin, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the exchange I had with the Prime Minister yesterday, because it crystallises the problem. On the 4th of February, the Prime Minister told my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, that the vetting process had disclosed information relating to Epstein. Yesterday, he attempted to rope that back by saying he had conflated vetting with due diligence, before then insisting he understood the distinction. Those positions cannot comfortably sit together.
No.
If he understood the distinction, why give an answer that conflated the two? If he did not, why claim certainty at the dispatch box? His defence that due diligence forms part of the wider process does not answer the question he was actually asked at the time. And if that is not misleading the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is difficult to see what is. And that lack of clarity runs through the entire account. The Prime Minister confirmed that he chose not to follow the advice of his then Cabinet Secretary Lord Case in November of 2024 to carry out vetting before he appointed Mandelson. That advice was clear and obvious. Instead, the Prime Minister now relies on a later review by Chris Wormold, which merely says the approach may be usual, not that it was right. So the question remains, why was the advice rejected when it mattered? The Prime Minister's account of what he knew is equally difficult to reconcile. He says he had confidence that the vetting process had addressed the most serious concerns. Yet he also says that he'd not seen the vetting report. If he'd not seen the report, on what basis did his confidence rest? If he was relying on the Cabinet Office due diligence paper, why was that not made clear at the time when he was specifically asked about security vetting? Why was a direct question met with an answer that did not address it at all? The contents of the due diligence paper raised further questions. It highlighted connections to Russian and Chinese interests. It referred to involvement with Sistema, a company embedded in Russia's industrial and military structures, with well-known links to Kremlin-aligned figures. This information wasn't hidden, it was in the public domain and placed directly before the Prime Minister in December 2024. So why did none of that trigger greater caution and, more importantly, greater action? And most seriously of all, the Foreign Affairs Committee heard evidence from Sir Ollie Robbins today consistent with Mandelson being able to act in a role and have exposure to sensitive material before that process had concluded. And we also discovered the Prime Minister's team tried to put Matthew Doyle, another friend of a known paedophile, into an ambassadorial position.
Shocking.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are left with this. We still have no clear account of who knew what and when. No clarity on what decisions were taken, where responsibility lay, or how this situation was allowed to develop. But I think we do understand why. This is about judgment. Time and time again, the Prime Minister has shown a willingness to appoint individuals despite serious concerns about their record. A Transport Secretary with a fraud conviction, an anti-corruption minister under investigation, a homelessness minister with a record that raises profound questions, and a Deputy Prime Minister who failed to meet her own tax obligations. And in this case, despite personal associations that should have raised the most serious red flags, despite connections to hostile states, and despite a long and controversial history in public life, the Prime Minister judged Peter Mandelson to be a suitable candidate for one of the most sensitive ambassadorial roles because of his influence over the Labour Party and the Prime Minister himself. This is not a failure of process, it is a failure of judgment. And with judgment like that, this Prime Minister is not fit to lead this country for a moment longer.
Edward Morella.
Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning, Sir Ollie Robbins appeared in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee. What I saw was a dedicated public servant who over 25 years has held some of the most senior roles in the civil service. The Prime Minister would like us to believe that he was let down by officials like Sir Ollie. But in truth, it was the officials who were let down by the Prime Minister. They were let down by a Prime Minister who decided to appoint to the highest diplomatic post in the Foreign Office a person with a known association with a convicted paedophile who had been forced out of government on previous occasions for personal failings. Having made that decision, Number 10 was determined to ram it through. We have heard of the repeated calls to Ollie Robbins' private office demanding that they get it done and do it quickly. Number 10 even went so far as to arguing that the vetting process wasn't necessary at all. It was the FCDO officials who insisted that the proper process be applied. It was thanks to that decision that there were risk mitigations in place at all. Other members have raised concerns about security. But if it wasn't for officials insisting on security vetting and the imposition of mitigations, how much worse would the national security risk have been to the UK? This is not the Prime Minister being let down by officials. It is officials clearing up the Prime Minister's mess. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister wants us to believe that the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the US was a singular error of judgment. However, we now know, as a result of Sir Ollie Robbins' evidence, that Number 10 also sought an ambassadorial appointment for the Prime Minister's Director of Communications, Matthew Doyle. Appointing one friend of a paedophile as an ambassador might be an error of judgment. Attempting to appoint two looks like no judgment at all. In his statement to the House yesterday, the Prime Minister says it beggars belief that officials in the Foreign Office saw fit to withhold information from ministers. However, we have now learned that Number 10, having sought an ambassadorial position for Matthew Doyle, ordered Sir Ollie not to tell the Foreign Secretary about it at all. On the one hand, the Prime Minister thinks officials should not withhold information. On the other hand, Number 10 are ordering officials to withhold information. Who is letting down who? Madam Deputy Speaker, today I saw a diligent, committed, proud and passionate civil servant who worked unbelievably hard for this country and for this Prime Minister. The Prime Minister may have found someone to fire, but the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was his. The decision to ram that appointment through was his. The decision to announce the appointment before security had been completed was his. The Prime Minister is running out of people to fire. It is time he answered for them.
The Minister will be called at 5 p.m. precisely, sir, with the remaining time, Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the focus of many members was asking the question of the Prime Minister why he never thought to ask whether Mandelson had had security clearance. There was great reticence about asking that question. But today we discovered there was no such reticence in Number 10 when it came to trying to meddle in this process. We heard from Sir Ollie Robbins this morning that the message was very clear from Number 10. The Prime Minister wants this done at pace. The Prime Minister didn't tell us that yesterday. This had nothing to do with him. This was an independent process. Never once did he tell us that his officials told the Foreign Office this must be done at pace. We heard from Sir Ollie this morning that there was an atmosphere of pressure from Number 10, that throughout January there was constant pressure to get it done, some of it laced with expletives. Get it done. And then Sir Ollie came to the point of telling us it would have been very difficult not to approve Mandelson. That in the context of the meddling, of the pressure, of the insistence that it should be done and done at pace. And that in a context where the Cabinet Office even, he reported, said there should be no need to vet Lord Mandelson. Think of it. The man twice dismissed, the man with a litany of black marks against him as a public official, and the Cabinet Office, at the heart of this government, protested there was no need to vet Mandelson. What we had on display in the appointment of Mandelson was an unbridled, unabashed display of cronyism of the highest and most disgusting order, and corroborated by what at the very same time was happening in respect of Matthew Doyle. At the very same time, in the same early months of 2025, the Prime Minister, who wanted to rush through to get Mandelson approved, was also secretly behind the backs, not just of this Parliament, behind the backs of his Foreign Secretary, was saying, could Matthew Doyle be found a ambassadorial post? But don't tell the Foreign Secretary. That is the circumstance that prevailed in the Prime Minister's number 10. And yet he comes to this House and he tells us, nothing to do with me, Gov. People didn't tell me. I'm innocent because I didn't know. Well, as a lawyer, he should know ignorance is no defence. And as a lawyer, he should be, his training, his instinct should be to interrogate, not to cover up. Sadly, what we've had in this case is a monumental failure, not just of process, failure of character, failure of judgment, failure of leadership, and he should go.
Minister Durham Jones.
Mr. Speaker, today's motion asks this House to consider the government's accountability to this place regarding Peter Mandelson's appointment. The government has been and remains fully committed to keeping the House informed of all relevant information related to Peter Mandelson's appointment and subsequent dismissal as Ambassador to the United States. Government ministers have addressed this House on a number of occasions on this matter. The Prime Minister has set out to this House that while much of the debate on this issue has focused on process, at the heart of all of this is the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson in the first place. The Prime Minister has been upfront about that and takes responsibility for it. The Prime Minister knows that he should not have made the appointment. He regrets the decision and he apologises, in particular to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein for doing so. Those women and girls have been subject to intolerable cruelty, disgusting abuse, and yet to date without justice. And their experiences should be taken seriously and they should be listened to. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not come to the House today to defend that decision. It was the wrong one. I am here, however, to account for the government's accountability to this House on the process that followed. Mr. Speaker, I take the government's responsibility to this House seriously, and so I will not take this opportunity this evening to try to score party political points or to defend a decision that the Prime Minister himself has said is wrong and for which he apologises. But I do commit to returning to this House as often as required. I give way.
For the Minister giving way, in taking this wrong decision, did the Prime Minister follow due process?
The Prime Minister followed the process that was in place, and I will turn to some of the details of that in the remainder of my statement. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th of March, I addressed the House in response to the humble address, as we released the first tranche of documents relating to Peter Mandelson's appointment and his subsequent dismissal. I committed to keep the House updated as we work to publish documents relevant to that humble address, and I recommit to do so today. I would like to reassure the House that we are proceeding at pace to process the outstanding documents, a number of which are currently in the process of being reviewed by the Intelligence and Security Committee of this Parliament, with the aim of publishing the next tranche of documents as a matter of urgency. In the debate, Mr. Speaker, I was asked specifically about a question of redactions. in respect to documents being published in relation to the humble address. I'll just be clear that redactions are visible on the face of the document by the black marking out of information. If there is no marking out, it is not a redaction. And all redactions are agreed via the Intelligence and Security Committee before they come to this House. Sure.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. We've heard a lot from the other side today about process, but can the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister please tell my constituents, tell the House and the country why on earth did the Prime Minister appoint Peter Mandelson to be the ambassador to the United States?
I refer you to the Prime Minister's, I prefer the Honourable Gentleman to the Prime Minister's words, Mr. Speaker, but also to reiterate his apology for having made that wrong decision in the first place. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the specific matter of security vetting. As the House heard from the Prime Minister yesterday, on the evening of the 14th of April, he was told for the first time that last year, before Peter Mandelson took up his position as ambassador, that the Foreign Office had granted Peter Mandelson developed vetting clearance against the recommendation of the United Kingdom Security Vetting Authority, UKSV. Again, Mr. Speaker, in the debate this evening, there have been accusations that the Cabinet Office had suggested that developed vetted status or the process to seek that was not necessary. Those accusations are inaccurate, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm to the House, based on advice that I've received, that a question was asked by the Foreign Office of the Cabinet Office team whether, on the basis that Peter Mandelson was already a member of the House of Lords and a Privy Councillor, whether further developed vetting status was required. That then subsequently took place, as members of the House know. The Foreign Office officials who made the decision to overrule the recommendation of UKSV then failed to notify the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary or her predecessor, the Deputy Prime Minister or any other minister, including myself, including the former Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Wormold. That has been confirmed today in evidence by Sir Ollie Robbins to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. I'll give way.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way. I've been listening to this entire saga being described, and it is confusing even for someone who's a Westminster insider in the Westminster bubble. Can I ask a question about process? Because he's mentioned the 14th of April, when the Prime Minister was notified that there had been a breach in the security vetting and it had been failed on one extent. At that point, could he explain to me the process of what the Prime Minister would have had to do to gather all the information before coming to the House? So who would he have to speak to? What legal advice did he have to take? Who would he have to consult? And what permission did he have to have? This is important. What information did he need to have before he came back to the House? I want to know, and my constituents want to know.
I thank my honourable friend. As the Prime Minister has made clear to the House, and indeed via the publication of a minute of the meeting in which he was informed of this information, the Prime Minister made it immediately clear to his officials that he intended to come to this House to inform members of Parliament of the situation that he had just been told, but that he needed an urgent set of information about who had made what decision when in order to be able to provide the full facts to Parliament. On Tuesday the 14th, this is when the Prime Minister instructed officials to establish the facts urgently. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Prime Minister that he should have been informed of this a long time ago, as should this House. There were multiple opportunities for this issue to have been raised, not just including when the decision to grant Peter Mandelson developed vetting status was initially made, but then subsequently when the Prime Minister asked the former Cabinet Secretary to assure him that all due process had been followed, and he had been assured of that, and then subsequently when the Foreign Secretary and the then Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office provided a signed statement to the Foreign Affairs Committee confirming, and I quote, Peter Mandelson's security vetting was conducted to the usual standard in line with established Cabinet Office policy.
The Prime Minister has clearly said that he was right to sack
the senior civil servant, Oliver Robbins. So can the Minister guarantee that the government will contest any employment claim from Sir Oliver Robbins for unfair or constructive dismissal all the way to the Employment Tribunal and will not use taxpayers' money to pay off this gentleman to avoid that outcome?
The Honourable Lady will know I am not at liberty to comment in respect of any potential claim to the Employment Tribunal. Peter Mandelson's security vetting was carried out by UKSV between the 23rd of December 2024 and the 28th of January 2025. This included collecting relevant information and interviewing the applicant, in this case, on 2 occasions. One issue was raised in the debate about this particular time period, where there is suggestion that Number 10 applied pressure on officials at the Foreign Office in relation to the security vetting process. It was confirmed in testimony today before the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that no such pressure was applied beyond asking for the process to be completed as quickly as possible, and by Sir Ollie Robbins that no personal contact was made of him via telephone or message, testimony from the official himself in front of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Then, on the 28th of January 2025, UKSV recommended to the Foreign Office that developed vetting clearance should not be granted to Peter Mandelson. The following day, on the 29th of January 2025, Foreign Office officials made the decision to grant developed vetting clearance for Peter Mandelson nonetheless. This was an established process for the Foreign Office, which had the authority to be able to make those decisions. And it is worth reiterating this for the sake of clarity, as the Prime Minister did yesterday, that UKSV makes decisions for many departments in government, but not for the Foreign Office. The final decision on developed vetting clearance is made by Foreign Office officials, not by UKSV. When I became aware of the details of Peter Mandelson's case, following the publication of Guardian reporting last Thursday, I was then briefed on this matter that evening at the Cabinet Office by officials, both in respect of the case of Peter Mandelson, but also the existing policy regarding UKSV recommendations and the Foreign Office's decisions. I immediately suspended the right for the Foreign Office to overrule UKSV recommendations pending further investigation. And in reply to my honourable friend from Halesowen, I can confirm that the review that Adrian Fulford will be conducting for the government should be completed in around 4 weeks, so that we can take a quick decision to the proper functioning of the process.
I'm grateful for the Round giving way. Actually, in his letter, Ollie Robinson's letter to the committee today, he actually countermands what the Honourable Gentleman said from the dispatch box. He says, I believe the Cabinet Office raised whether vetting was actually necessary. I understand the FCDO insisted that it was the requirement before Mandelson took the post to Washington. After their due diligence, they were insisting it wasn't necessary. Surely he needs to retract.
I repeat my words and refer back to them. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the ability of officials to disclose sensitive vetting information. As the Prime Minister has set out, I accept that the sensitive personal information provided by an individual being vetted must be protected from disclosure. If that were not the case, the integrity of the whole process would be compromised. However, what neither the Prime Minister nor I accept is that the appointing minister cannot be told of the recommendation made by UKSV, nor does the government accept that Foreign Office officials could not have informed the Prime Minister or the Foreign Secretary or the Cabinet Secretary of UKSV's recommendation, whilst also maintaining the necessary confidentiality that vetting requires. The Civil Service Code on this issue is clear, not in just normal practice, but especially in relation to when ministers are giving evidence to Parliament, as was the case via correspondence from the current Foreign Secretary to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. There is no law that stops civil servants sensibly flagging UKSV recommendations while protecting detailed sensitive vetting information to allow ministers to make judgments on appointments or to explain matters to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the government has also changed the direct ministerial appointments process so that due diligence is now required as standard. The Prime Minister has also changed the process so that public announcements about direct ministerial appointments can now not be made until security vetting has been completed. Mr. Speaker, clearly what came to light about Peter Mandelson following the release of files by the United States Department for Justice was deeply disturbing. In February this year, the Prime Minister instructed officials to carry out a review of the national security vetting process to ensure it is fit for purpose. I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that the terms of reference for that review have now been updated to include the means by which all decisions are made in relation to national security vetting. The Government has appointed Sir Adrian Fulford to lead this review, and for completeness has separately asked the Government Security Group in the Cabinet Office to look at any security concerns raised during Peter Mandelson's tenure as Ambassador to the United States, in answer to the question raised by the Honourable Member for Bromsgrove. We will publish terms of reference, and the Government commits to returning to the House on its findings and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, just two other questions that were raised during the debate. One, there has been accusations made of the Prime Minister, both in this House of misleading and outside of this House of lying. That has been shown today by evidence in the Foreign Affairs Select Committee to be not true in any way. And I am sure the House will be as concerned as I am that whilst officials felt unable to provide this information to ministers, this information was made available to the Guardian newspaper. As a consequence of that, I can confirm that a leak inquiry is now underway. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I thank Right Honourable and Honourable Members for their contributions to today's debate. This is my 6th address to this House on the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States of America. I recognise the House will want to know about the next steps in respect of the publication of the remainder of the information relevant to the humble address that was not included in the first tranche. I commit to the House that we will release this further material shortly, subject to the processes ongoing with the Metropolitan Police and the Intelligence and Security Committee, and we will continue to keep members updated as we make progress. Mr. Speaker, I commend the statement to the House.
Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by thanking members from across the House for speaking in this debate today. We heard many powerful statements. I'm particularly grateful to the many speakers on my side, including the members for Chingford, Ruislip, Goole, Morden and Weald. I found myself nodding along to the member for Leeds East, the first time I think that has ever happened. But, Mr. Speaker, we heard very good speeches from the member for North Herefordshire, from Largan Valley, East Wiltshire, St Neots, North Antrim. This is membership from all sides of the House giving powerful statements. Members of all parties who know that this story doesn't add up. We have also heard some statements supporting the Prime Minister, which can only be described as brave. As I said when I opened the debate, I do feel for the Minister sent here today on the Prime Minister's behalf. He is the latest person to have to carry the can for the Prime Minister's mistakes. He could never have given this House the answers it deserved to hear about what is, at its core, a failure of the Prime Minister's judgment, a failure of the Prime Minister to follow process, and a shocking failure of the Prime Minister to take responsibility for his own mistakes. Not just apologise, take responsibility. The Minister could not answer why the Prime Minister decided to appoint Peter Mandelson to our most important diplomatic role, despite many members asking, in full knowledge from the due diligence that Mandelson was a security risk. He could not answer why the Prime Minister chose to ignore the Cabinet Secretary and appoint Peter Mandelson before he received vetting. That was clearly not the process at the time, despite what the Minister is saying at the dispatch box. He's saying they changed the process. The advice in November 2024 was to carry out the security vetting. So what process are they changing? One he's just making up. He could not answer why the Prime Minister put the Foreign Office under constant pressure to approve the appointment. He could not answer why Number 10 were dismissive of the entire vetting process. He could not answer why Number 10 also asked for the disgraced Matthew Doyle to be made an ambassador and hid this from the Foreign Secretary. And he could not answer why the Prime Minister sacked Ollie Robbins if he was following a process which he claims was there already. Doesn't make any sense. He couldn't answer because only one man can. That man is not here today. I do not know whether he thinks he is above answering these questions. We'll try again tomorrow. I do not know whether he still somehow thinks that he did nothing wrong, but I'll tell you what I do know. The Prime Minister has put the country's national security at risk. He is not fit for office. He must take responsibility. It is time for him to go.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And firstly, I'd like to apologise for not being able to give you advance notice of this point of order. I asked if the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister could answer the question which I've been trying to get repeatedly, and I would like your advice, Mr. Speaker, on how I get an answer to that, is to the question of did Morgan McSweeney have security clearance at the time he was involved in the Mandelson appointment? And so if we could have an answer to that question either now in writing and you could advise me, I'd be grateful, Mr. Speaker.
What I would say is, look, we aren't going to carry on the debate, and I know the member's been here long enough. He will pursue it, and I'm sure that the Treasury bench will have heard that he doesn't feel he's had an answer, but I certainly know it won't be the end of it. Right. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I'd like to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
No. I can inform the House of Lords Amendments 39 engages the Commons financial privilege. If the Lords Amendment is agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving the Commons financial privilege to be entered into the journal. We will begin with government motion to disagree with Lords Amendments 2, with which it will be convenient to consider all other Lords Amendments, government motions and amendments as the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion. Who said that? Ian. Minister.
Move. Thank you. It's very short to speak possible. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government was elected with a clear mandate to deliver change. But to deliver change that people can see and feel, we must empower our communities. So we are determined to build a different type of state where local leaders and communities with real skin in the game are given power and control to shape the things that matter in their place and in their lives. Our English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill is a critical, bold step to deliver this, driving the biggest transfer of power out of Whitehall to our regions and our communities in a generation. It sets a floor for devolution, and we intend to build on the foundation set out in this bill to give communities the power, the control they are demanding to drive the change that they want to see in their place. I will give way.
I thank her for giving way. She'll be aware that at the moment there are elections, we're in an election campaign for Surrey West and Surrey East Unitary as a consequence of this bill, and we still haven't had an announcement yet whether we will get a MER for Surrey, which is critical for protecting our green belt if the Conservatives do not retain power after these elections. Can she update the House today on the importance of protecting our green belt and getting a MER for Surrey who can do so?
Thank you to the honourable member. The question of unitarisation is being dealt and applications have been made, and the government is going through the process and looking at the objective criteria. No doubt the honourable member has had many conversations with my colleague, the Minister for Housing, on these matters. I will, however, try to focus his mind and his attention on the key premise of this bill, which is community empowerment and devolution, and the amendments that we are discussing here. But look, before going to the amendment, I want to thank my noble friend Baroness Taylor for so ably guiding the bill through the other place and put on record my appreciation to all those peers who contributed to its scrutiny. So let me begin with the government's amendment that was made in the other place. Following the insightful contribution of peers in the other place, Lord's Amendment 1 adds culture as a distinct area of competence within Clause 2 of the bill. By including culture as a distinct area of competence, the government is sending a clear signal of the role that strategic authorities can and should continue to play in supporting cultural initiatives, as well as recognising the important role that culture, in its many forms, plays in enriching the quality of life and supporting local economic growth. We're also improving the operational flexibility of Commissioner model introduced by the bill. Lord's Amendment 3 and 5 increase potential appointments of commissioners up to 10, and Lord Amendment 125, 127, 129, 131, 33 and 135 allow more than one commissioner to operate in a single area of competence. The next group of important changes the government made in the other place concern local accountability and scrutiny. Government committed to exploring a local public accounts committee model in the English devolution white paper. This recognised that greater powers afforded for local scrutiny are needed to reflect the increased scale of responsibility which will be devolved to mayoral strategic authorities through the bill. To that end, Lord's Amendments 7, 137 and 138 introduce local scrutiny committees which replace overview and scrutiny committees in mayoral combined and combined county authorities. Local scrutiny committees will provide an enhanced scrutiny regime with stronger oversight and a broader remit to reflect the scale of mayoral responsibilities and the greater teeth to hold mayors to account. At Commons report, Government introduced amendments to the bill which would amend the Licensing Act 2003 and introduce a new strategic licensing role for the Mayor of London. This included an amendment to create a new duty on the Mayor of London to determine and publish a new strategic licensing policy.
On that point,
I will give way.
May I thank the Minister for being so responsive to the concerns that I and colleagues in London have shared with her about strategic licensing. And in that respect, may I confirm it's not the government's intention for an application to be treated as of potential strategic importance solely by reason of its location within the London Plan designation or a London mayoral policy area, but instead, in deciding whether a licensing application is of potential strategic importance, the government intends that regard must be had to the residential character of the immediately affected area and to the evidence of the local licensing authority?
Thank you to my honourable friend for raising this important question and for his ongoing engagement in this. Let me take his question in turn in the context of the set of things that we are trying to do through this bill. So, look, the government is really clear, and Baroness Taylor made this very clear in the other place, that we recognise that the licensing authority are often best placed to make licensing decisions based on their local knowledge. So in that context, the evidence provided by the licensing authority will have a significant role in both the design of the policy, but the determination of strategic importance, potential strategic importance. I will give way.
One of the areas that's been talked about is the ability for scrutiny bodies to take decisions, and the challenge in London is that it has to move to a two-thirds majority making decision. Now, the amendment or the suggestion was put forward that this could be changed and brought in line with the other authorities, so it's got simple majority voting. Would the Minister agree that we've missed an opportunity to do this here?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will come back to that point because it speaks to a particular amendment I'd like to speak to, but I do want to fully address the point that has been made on particularly the call-in powers with regards to licensing. And look, my honourable friend, as well as the honourable member for cities of London and Westminster, Hackney South and Shoreditch, Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, Dulwich and West Norwood, have provided very clear, insightful feedback, constructive engagement, and they have done a fantastic job, I may say, of representing the concerns of their constituents. And so let me reassure them on all the key points that they have raised. This amendment will be embedded within the 2003 Licensing Act, and I think it is very important to put that on record. The licensing objectives which seek to protect and safeguard local communities will apply, and the Mayor will be required to have regard to them when exercising the powers conferred through this amendment. The government is also incredibly clear that there must be the right balance between encouraging the growth of hospitality in the nighttime economy, which we want to do, but also protecting the needs of local community and their place. And the safeguarding and the reassurance that's required is locked into the way that we have designed this policy. Local licensing authority, as I've said, will continue to be the default decision maker, and therefore the Mayor must have regard to the evidence that they are providing to determine the decisions that they make. And finally and crucially, where cumulative impact zones have been designated by boroughs. This will remain the case, and the mayor must have regard to the cumulative impact assessment. So we hope we have designed this in a way that provides that balance between growth, but critically residential amenity and safeguarding the protection of the local community. And as we design the detail around potential strategic importance, we are committed to working with members across the House as well as our licensing authorities to ensure that we get this right. On pavement parking, which affects communities across the country and disproportionately harms people with mobility or sight impairment, as well as those with prams or pushchairs who rely on safe, accessible pavements to move around independently, this government is committed to creating safer, more inclusive streets. Laws Amendment 41 and 158 will enable the Secretary of State to make regulations under which English local transport authorities would be able to prohibit the parking of motor vehicles on pavements in their area. This will include detail on how local transport authorities will exercise the power to prohibit pavement parking, which vehicles would be excluded, and permissive exemptions. I will give way.
Thank the Minister for that, for giving way. I'm just wondering, with these new powers being handed to local transport authorities, will there come funding to actually enforce these new measures and obligations that the councils are getting?
Well, we have a policy that wherever there are new powers that are conferred, whether to local authorities or combined authorities, the new burden principle is in place. And in designing this particular policy, we will work really closely with local authorities to ensure that we are doing enforcement in a way that actually bites for our communities in the way that they want to see. I will give way and then I will try and make progress.
I do thank you for giving way, and I think any progress on banning pavement parking is progress, so absolutely welcome that. So will guidance be given to local authorities on how that could work? I mean, we've got a ban in Edinburgh and it's been transformative, so hopefully we can look to there for some examples of how this could work. And also, you did mention, sorry, the Honourable Lady did mention exemptions. Will the government be mandating any exemptions centrally, or is that entirely up to the local authorities to make that decision?
Minister.
Thank you to my honourable friend. We will be learning from the insights in Edinburgh and other places that have applied this. We will be providing further details and guidance on how this could work. And in doing that, we will try and strike the balance between setting out an overall framework that enables places to put this in place, but allowing places to be able to use their discretion, their local knowledge, to make sure that it works in their interest. On private taxis and private hire vehicles, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we agree with Baroness Casey's view expressed in her report published last year that the vast majority of trades, whether drivers, vehicle proprietors or private hire vehicle operators, are hard-working and law-abiding people who take pride in their work, it is right that there are enforcement powers available to prevent those few that seek to abuse their position of trust and pose a risk to the public. Laws Amendment 43 to 79 provide that any licensing authority may temporarily suspend with immediate effect any licence, whether it was issued by that authority or by any other in England, that is being exercised in its area when necessary to address a risk to public safety. This new clause places certain duties and obligations on the licensing authority in terms of how these new powers will work. For example, the length of the suspension and what action the authority that issued the licence might take. But other details, such as the content of the suspension notices, are to be set out in secondary legislation. We acknowledge the suspension powers may impact licensees' livelihoods, and they can only be used where the immediate suspension of the licence is judged necessary in the interest of public safety. Nevertheless, powers have been taken to set out in secondary legislation any legislation and appeals process, and to enable compensation to be payable by licensing authorities in certain circumstances. The amendments in the other place also support the effective application of national standards, placing a duty on all authorities in England to report breaches of them to the authority that issued the relevant licence. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. I think she's slightly brushed over Amendment 41 on agents of change, and this is an excellent bill, but I do think it's disappointing that the government is rejecting Amendment 41. If we want to properly protect our beloved music venues, pubs, cultural institutions, we need measures with teeth. Agent of change works in Scotland, where it's in statute. The measures don't really work in England at the moment. I had hoped that the government might put in an amendment in lieu on this issue. There's still time, I guess. But if not, I know she's going to say that they're looking at the government are looking at the planning policy framework. Can I just encourage the strongest possible protections in that for venues that I've talked about?
Minister. Thank you to my honourable friend, and I will be touching on Lord's Amendment 41 and 95, which, as he says, places the agent change principle on a statutory footing within the planning and licensing and statutory nuisance regime. This is the principle that, look, whilst I and the government respects the concerns raised in the other place and the concerns that my honourable friend has raised, that in some cases new homes are adversely affecting existing businesses and cultural venues in their vicinity, we are not persuaded that this amendment is necessary given the changes in progress to the planning system already. The agent of change principle is already firmly embedded within the national planning policy, and both the licensing and the statutory nuisance framework give local decision makers the flexibility to factor it in where relevant to the circumstances of particular cases. We are furthermore already considering changes to strengthen this duty because we recognise the arguments that he has made. And as the House will be aware, we recently consulted on a new national planning policy framework which would strengthen this policy and will ensure that the principle is effectively applied to protect businesses whilst building the houses the country desperately needs. Today I can commit to publishing updated planning policy guidance on the agent of change following the publication of the final national planning policy framework, and this guidance will ensure consistency in application of the principle and a fair approach across local planning authorities. And so I hope this will be enough to satisfy my honourable friend, and I do urge the House to disagree with Lord's Amendment 41. If I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, turn to statutory trusts. I want to address Lord's amendment on statutory trusts moved by Lord Banner. It fixes a current gap in the law where land held on statutory trusts was previously appropriated or disposed of without complying with the statutory advertisement requirements under the Local Government Act 1972. The law currently provides no legal mechanism to resolve this situation, resulting in a difficult and protracted legal wranglings. Whilst this will only apply in a very small number of cases, this government does not believe historic procedural errors should be left unresolved, especially when that risks preventing the delivery of environmental improvements or improvements to community facilities. I'll make a little bit of progress and then I will give way. Look, this amendment creates a mechanism for the Secretary of State to intervene in these rare cases to determine whether the land should remain in statutory trust or be disposed of. Crucially, the amendment does not weaken protections for public recreational land. It introduces a rigorous evidence-based process overseen by the Secretary of State with strict qualifying conditions and robust publicity requirements. It has a broad public interest test at its heart, which includes environmental and heritage considerations. By providing a clear route to fix the gap in the law that we see, the amendment ensures that decisions about land previously held for public enjoyment are taken in the interest of the public. And for those reasons, the government does support the amendment. I will give way.
For the Minister for giving way. With respect, can I correct the Minister? There is a process by which it can be corrected, the land can be reconveyed to the local authority and then the correct process carried out. Does the Minister agree with me the weakness of the amendment, Lord Banner's amendment, is that the local authority has no role to play in the process they should have used? The local authority has a role to play. This is moving from localism back to centralised government making decisions. Is that not wrong?
Minister. Madam Deputy Speaker, I disagree with him because ultimately it is still the responsibility of local authority. What this amendment is trying to get to is those specific cases where the local authority has not applied the proper process to dispose of land, and then we are in a limbo, and this creates a mechanism in which to resolve it. But ultimately there is a process in place for local authorities to choose to dispose of land or maintain them in statutory trust, and that is not affected by this. This is trying to get to those situations where that hasn't been discharged properly, and there is currently a gap in the legislation that we hope that this amendment responds to. I will give way briefly.
But then there are two remedies. One is to reconvey the land to the local authority to do it correctly, or to bring an amendment that gives the local authority a role to play. The local authority has no role to play in this amendment. That's why you're moving from localism to ministerial fiat. That's what's wrong with the amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, what I would say is that ultimately, whether it is in the planning system or in other systems, the ability to, in issues where we have a contentious situation because there is a disagreement, because a local authority has not discharged its responsibilities in terms of disposing of statutory trust, where you have it and it's contentious, at the moment we are in limbo. And what this does is create a mechanism by which that can be resolved. But we're very, very clear. There are strict criteria that are put in place. There are clear safeguards that are put in place. And ultimately, the Secretary of State will opine and come to a decision based on what is in the public interest. And the ability for the community to be able to make representation is very clear and very firmly built into the way that we are designing this policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will try and make progress, and I will move now on to amendments made by peers in the other place. Look, whilst we welcome the scrutiny and challenge provided and are willing to make sensible concessions in some areas, most of the amendments in question serve to undermine the core principles of the bill, and for that reason we cannot accept them. And let me be clear precisely why in each instance where that is the case, starting with Lord's Amendment 2. This amendment seeks to include rural affairs as a standalone area of competence for strategic authorities. Peers in the other place highlighted the distinct challenges facing our rural communities, from public transport through to employment opportunities through to affordable housing. The government recognises these challenges and agrees with many of the points that were made in the other place. However, we cannot accept this amendment because we consider it unnecessary. The areas of competence have been deliberately framed in broad terms, allowing a wide range of activities to fall within scope, including matters relating to rural affairs. From transport through to local infrastructure to the housing, the existing area of competence already allow for strategic authorities to address rural needs where relevant. And crucially, this is now being borne out. So, for example, in York and North Yorkshire, Combined Authority is already piloting affordable rural housing. So there is no disagreement on policy. The government recognises the role that strategic authorities can play in supporting our rural communities. Given this, I'm happy to commit to bringing forward non-statutory guidance to support strategic authorities in delivering for rural communities using the powers and functions that they have been given. On Lord's Amendment 4, it seeks to ensure that appointments of commissioners by mayors are made through a fair and open selection process. On this, we agree. This is why the government has published statutory guidance which sets out the selection and appointment and remuneration process. And we hope by doing this, this satisfies the points that were raised in the other House. If I move to Lord's Amendments 13 and 87, which reduce the threshold needed for London Assembly to amend the Mayor of London's final draft budget from a two-thirds majority to a simple majority, which was a point that the Honourable Member was making. It is the government's intention to simplify and ensure there is consistency in voting arrangements across all of our strategic authorities, including the Greater London Authority. For most decisions, the default will become a simple majority, but this does not apply to mayoral budgets, which will continue to require a two-thirds majority to amend. So given that mayors and combined authorities may only have their mayoral budgets amended by a two-thirds majority, the government believes that this amendment would bring scrutiny of London's mayoral budget out of line with other strategic authorities. And for this reason, we do not support this amendment, and we urge the House to overturn these amendments. I will make progress, if I may. Lord Amendments 26 and 89 would require that mayors, combined authorities, and county authorities may only designate greenfield land for development where it is satisfied that no suitable brownfield land exists. The government is strongly committed to a brownfield-first approach and has been clear that brownfield land should be the first port of call. To further support this ambition, the National Planning Policy Framework was revised in December 2024 to set out that proposals for brownfield development should normally be approved. We also expand, I will make a little bit more progress, if I may. We also expanded the definition of previously developed land in the framework to include large areas of hard-standing, better reflecting land that is already developed. We are looking to go further still in our support for brownfield development as part of our most recent consultation on changes to the National Planning Policy Framework, which closed in March. The government strongly promotes the policy, so there isn't a disagreement on policy here. However, brownfield sites vary greatly and need to be both available and in the right place to support sustainable development and meet the needs of the community. Imposing such a requirement in legislation rather than in policy, which is what we do across all aspects of the planning system, as this amendment seeks to do, would be unduly rigid, likely to delay land coming forward for development and support sustainable development in some cases. I will give way.
Grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, because I'm conscious we don't have a huge amount of time this evening. But when it comes to brownfield first, if this Labour government was really serious about brownfield first, she would accept this amendment from the House of Lords, because this is exactly about making sure developers develop on that sort of land first, and it protects communities and the environment in areas like mine that are becoming under attack from her government's 20,000 homes that they want to impose on Walsall.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to resolve from the fact that we want to build more homes. We have a housing crisis. We absolutely need to build more homes across the country. But we are agreed on the principle of brownfield first. Our argument is, as we do across all aspects of the planning system, from local authorities, it should be done in policy. It is far too rigid to be put on the face of the bill. And so we have strengthened the national policy framework to deliver that policy intent. And we hope that that will reassure and satisfy members both in this House and members in the other place. Now, if I may very briefly turn to Lord's Amendments 36, 155 and 90, removing the provision in the bill relating to local authority governance and executives. The government continues to hold a strong preference for executive models of governance, and in particular the leader and cabinet model, which is already operated successfully by 80% of councils. For this reason, I will make progress. We cannot accept the amendment made in the other place. The government's provisions are intended to bring greater clarity and consistency in local authority governance across England. However, we have heard and we have responded to the genuine concerns of members in this chamber and noble lords in other places on certain aspects of this policy. Members will recall that at Commons report stage, the government brought forward its own amendment to allow those councils that have more recently adopted the committee system following a council resolution or referendum to continue with those arrangements until the end of the moratorium period. We believe that this strikes the right balance, and so we do not think that the amendments are necessary. And then finally, let me just turn to Lord's Amendment 37 and 91, which requires the Secretary of State to develop and implement a strategy for parish governance in England. Let me put on record, we absolutely see the important role of parish councils, parish and town councils, and we are clear that they will have a role within the neighbourhood governance system that we will be rolling out through Clause 60. And so we do not think that the amendment that is proposed is necessary, but what we are committed to is ensuring that we are very clear with an amendment in lieu that neighbourhood governance structures may include town and parish councils. We're also pleased to commit to updating the existing community governance review guidance to reflect examples of good practice for local authorities. I will have to make progress unless I incur the wrath of Madam Deputy Speaker. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the group of amendments 85, 86, 97 to 116 and 120 to 121 and 23 collectively seek to remove the Secretary of State's power to direct the establishment or the expansion of a combined authority or combined county authority, or to provide for a mayor in certain circumstances. The government has been clear that devolution has the potential to drive growth. We've also been incredibly clear that we will always seek to make sure that these partnerships are locally driven. And I hope that the evidence, both the new combined authorities we have established in recent weeks, but also from our invitation to all areas to form foundation strategic authorities, suggest that we are taking a local first driven approach. I am happy to, I will make progress. I am happy to give the House a commitment that the government will not commence these ministerial powers of direction when we get royal assent for 2 years following royal assent, nor will it use the powers to provide for a mayor without local consent for a period of 4 years following royal assent. And I hope that this will reassure members in the House. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, many amendments for us to work through together in this debate, but I hope the House has seen that we are willing to engage with amendments that we think enhance the bill, but we cannot and we will not accept amendments which undermine the core principles of the bill, which is fundamentally to make sure that we're giving local authorities, local leaders and communities the powers that they deserve, and therefore urge the House to support the government's position.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2, and I call Shadow Secretary of State James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We are today considering the Lords' amendments to the devolution bill. So I begin by recognising the work that has taken place in both houses to try and improve this legislation, which is in many ways such a curate's egg, and there are faults and flaws which their lordships in the other place have worked towards improving. I'd like to thank them for that work. But we, on this side of the House, have been clear throughout the passage of the bill that this is a centralising bill. It takes decisions away from local communities and places them into the hands of ministers, often without consent. And we've already seen the consequences of this centralising power and government knows best attitude. We've seen elections cancelled and then reinstated. We've seen restructuring of local government imposed from the centre, driven by political considerations rather than the voice of the independent boundary commissions. Local leaders presented with plans and told to comply. It's called a devolution bill, but it is not devolution. So we welcome the improvements to this bill that have been put forward by the Lords. The question before the House, however, remains simple. Does this bill empower local areas, or does it continue a pattern of centralised control? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will go through the amendments in turn. I turn first to Lord's Amendment 36. This is an important and practical improvement to the bill which we support. It establishes clear principles. Brownfield land should be used first. This is just common sense. We want to get more houses built. Of course we do. But if we are to get more houses built, we should start with land that has already been used rather than virgin land. This amendment protects communities while still enabling homes to be built with local approval and local consent. I will.
Just briefly, the Right Honourable gentleman makes a really important point. And in the West Midlands, under the leadership of Andy Street, it was proven that you can regenerate on brownfield site. We've done it in the Walsall Borough. The government has to be prepared, as we did in government, to put some funding into it to unlock these sites. It can be win-win. Develop the brownfield sites, regenerate our towns and cities, create the housing that young people want as well as old, and protect the green belt, the green spaces, for as long as we possibly can, so that communities such as the ones I represent, and 600 people came out last weekend to protest about the government's measures, can enjoy the amenity of life and that they currently do.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. And this fundamentally betrays a lack of ambition by the government. The honourable gentleman for Greenwich and Woolwich, he will know Kidbrooke in South East London, a fantastic example of previously developed land, poor quality post-Second World War tower blocks, redeveloped, increased beauty, increased density, good for the local economy, good for the local society, but this does nothing to encourage more developments like that. But what it does do is encourage developers to build cheap and awful in green fields around urban areas, which is the opposite of what should happen. So let's talk about local consent. Let's talk about local consent. Lord's Amendment 98 addresses one of the central concerns with this bill. It ensures that changes to local governance cannot simply be imposed from the centre. And this matters because devolution must be with consent of local people, not imposed from Whitehall. On commissioners, this issue has been rightly scrutinised by the Lords in Lord's Amendment 4, which strengthens transparency around the appointment of mayoral commissioners. And we have consistently argued that power must come with proper accountability. Following engagement with colleagues in the other place, the government has now published draft guidance on appointments and remuneration. This is welcome, but the guidance is not the same as proper accountability, and there remains a real risk of expanding layers of unelected roles, expensive and unelected roles, without sufficient scrutiny, and we will continue to press for further and stronger safeguards. On London governments, Lord's Amendment 13 makes a targeted change to how decisions are taken on council tax requirement, and it lowers the threshold, a point that was made by my honourable friend who is no longer sadly in his place. It lowers the threshold for the Assembly to amend those decisions, strengthening its ability to hold the Mayor to account. This is a step towards greater democratic accountability in London, and we support it. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we support these improvements, concerns do remain. On Lord's Amendment 42, we have been clear about the need for proper safeguards. We argued that any change in this area must be preceded by a full review. The government promised a wider review of protections for public open spaces and that they would engage widely before recommending any changes. But those commitments have been watered down. Those commitments have been watered down. And suddenly we discover that rather than a proper consultation, it has become an internal review. This is why we have again tabled an amendment to require a proper review of open space availability before these powers were exercised. I will give way because I have a thing to say about your party.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. Does he agree that the amendment that the Tories have tabled would do nothing? Actually, it's just a tick-box exercise and allow the amendment to pass after the Minister had regard to the report. Why didn't the Tory party vote against this amendment, given that their amendment didn't even pass? Why did they not vote against the amendment, Lord Banner's amendment?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely disagree with the honourable gentleman's assessment of this. And had his party in the other place actually voted to keep these protections in, we wouldn't have this discussion at this dispatch box now. His party failed to do their work in the other place. And I'm not going to stand here and be lectured. I'm not going to stand here and to be lectured by his party who failed to do their job. Madam Deputy Speaker, the pattern here is familiar. The government centralises powers first and then considers accountability later. The amendments before us represent sensible improvements. We will support them where they do. But the underlying concern with this bill remains, and the concern is this: devolution must trust local people in local areas, and in so many ways this bill does not. Devolution only works when there is proper transparency in decision-making and proper safeguards when powers are expanded. And in many ways, this bill does not. And that is what we will continue to press for, and that is why we will continue to hold this Labour government to account, because this bill has serious consequences. It is currently still deficient, and we will support the Lords in the amendments which they have put forward to improve this bill.
Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The implications of this legislation will be significant for communities across the country, and it is therefore crucial that we get it right. I would like to begin by paying tribute to Eamon Boylan, who sadly passed away earlier this month, a pivotal figure for Greater Manchester's devolution journey. During his time as Chief Executive of the Combined Authority, he understood that the more power we obtain, both regionally and locally, the more we can deliver. And Eamon certainly helped Greater Manchester to deliver following the progress made by the likes of Sir Howard Bernstein and Sir Richard Leese. We in Greater Manchester have been at the forefront of progress in this area, and we have been focused on one thing: making tangible improvements to the lives of those who elect us. This Labour government must be radical in its approach to devolution, bringing power closer to people, not hoarding it in this place. And we must future-proof this government's achievements from those who would seek to undermine and unravel our progress. We need to ensure that the transfer of power to our communities is permanent. From adding culture as a devolved competence to strengthening restrictions on gambling premises, there is much to welcome in these amendments. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I would like to cover amendments related to private hire vehicles, both in terms of national standards and Lord's Amendments 55 to 62 in relation to enforcement powers for drivers operating in other areas. I previously tabled an amendment on this matter that I believe would have empowered mayoral strategic authorities to require private hire vehicle drivers to licence within their region. This would have brought licensing, enforcement and monitoring closer to home and would have forged stronger ties between drivers and the communities they serve. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of Baroness Pidgeon, who sought, as I did, to phase out-of-area operations. I nonetheless welcome the steps that the Government, in the form of Lord's Amendments, has taken towards this in enabling licensing authorities to take enforcement action against a PHV licensed out of area and to temporarily suspend licences. I especially welcome the steps that these amendments take to improve information sharing between licensing authorities on the conduct of individual drivers. While I do support this step and the Government's work on national standards, we must acknowledge that the system at large will still be characterised by out-of-area operations. I commend what the Government is seeking to do, but if we are to bring about better processes when it comes to enforcement, we need to incentivise or perhaps mandate drivers to licence locally and therefore disincentivise drivers from taking shortcuts to obtaining a licence hundreds of miles away from where they wish to operate. Even now that there will be a clearer line of communication between licensing authorities, a lack of local knowledge, context and history will all mean that decisions could still be made in a vacuum. My constituents would agree that local enforcement measures are best carried out by authorities who have this local understanding, and that despite the best efforts and intentions, there will still be things that officers in Wolverhampton and Sefton can never know about what's going on in my borough of Rochdale. I would appreciate the Minister's views on this and whether, in their view, gaps in enforcement could still remain and what the Government plans to do about this. As we know, enforcement is generally funded by licensing revenue, but in Greater Manchester, for example, around 50% of PHVs are licensed elsewhere, to avoid our rigorous standards and fees, limiting this revenue which could be utilised for enforcement. Can the Minister please also set out how they will ensure licensing authorities have the adequate funding in place to effectively utilise the new enforcement powers that will result from this bill? As I made clear during report stage, Madam Deputy Speaker, the private hire and taxi sector is critical to our regional economies, but for too long the safety of passengers and the ability of licensing authorities to do their job has been undermined by a model that is not fit for purpose. And I hope that the measures being considered today are a stepping stone on the path towards both ending out-of-area working and keeping passengers and drivers safe. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, devolution has been a bedrock of growth in Greater Manchester, and going further can only help us go faster, from transport policy to regeneration to the coordination it takes at a regional and local level to keep my constituents healthy and safe. As I made clear in my opening remarks, the more autonomy we obtain, the more we can deliver, and this is why this legislation cannot represent the heights of our ambition or an end to the journey, but the next step. My constituents in Harewood and Middleton North are tired of top-down policy making, and I hope that this bill is implemented with the backing it needs so that we can finally dismantle the structures that have failed our regions for decades. Further progress in areas such as ending out-of-area private hire vehicle operations would assure constituents like mine of the government's intent, and I look forward to seeing more progress in this area, hopefully in the form of additional primary legislation. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to start by thanking colleagues in the other place who have worked tirelessly to improve this bill right across the House, but in particular the Liberal Democrat peers Baroness Pigeon, Lord Foster of Bath, Baroness Bakewell and Lord Shipley. As we on these Liberal Democrat benches have said throughout the passage of this bill, while it has potential, it does not amount to true devolution. And I sincerely hope that after the King's speech we will see more real devolution and more on neighbourhood governance. What this bill offers is power handed down with strings attached, shaped and constrained by central government rather than genuinely entrusting to local communities. And the government's response to the Lord's amendments before us only reinforces that fact. The government says this bill rebalances power away from Whitehall, but their response to the amendments tells a different story, resisting even the most modest steps that would give local areas more clarity, flexibility and control. I believe these are the real hallmarks of devolution. So let me start where I feel power is being withheld. So our Lord's Amendment 2 would ensure that rural affairs are properly recognised within the competencies of strategic authorities. The government says this is unnecessary and that non-statutory guidance will suffice. And I do appreciate the Minister that has moved forward on this issue. However, I take the view that without clear legal requirement, rural areas risk being overlooked, as they too often are at the moment. There must be a duty, either on the face of the bill or through statutory guidance, to ensure that rural communities are properly considered. Non-statutory guidance sadly can be ignored. It creates no obligation. And this really matters. Rural areas are already under pressure, facing higher delivery costs and feeling the strain of the recent funding review. Without a clear duty, they risk once again becoming an afterthought. We see the same pattern when we look at how power is exercised. Lord's Amendment 4 would ensure transparency in the appointment of mayoral commissioners. The government again sense that their work is enough. But these are unelected positions with real influence. Transparency should never be optional in any layer of government. The guidance speaks of visibility and accountability, yet says nothing about merit-based selection. There are concerns about patronage, and they're quietly acknowledged, but they're not being addressed structurally. If the government believe appointments should be fair and open, and that is what I firmly believe, and I think we can quite clearly see the public expect, the government should have no hesitation in putting that principle into law. So turning to my colleague in the Lords, Baroness Pigeon's Lord Amendment 13, which would strengthen democratic oversight of the Mayor of London's budget. Just very briefly and very simply, a two-thirds threshold is not a safeguard. It is a barrier to effective scrutiny. A simple majority isn't radical, it is democratic. Londoners deserve an assembly that can genuinely hold the Mayor to account. We also see the government's lack of true devolution in how decisions are shaped on the ground in terms of planning. Lord's Amendment 26 would embed genuine brownfield-first approach, and the government says policy already achieves this, but the reality is very different. Developers are often incentivised to build on green belt or green fields because it's quicker and cheaper. The reality in my own constituency is the majority of large planning applications are coming forward on green belt and grey belt. This is undermining public trust in development altogether. People recognise that we need more homes. People want more homes, but the way they see it happening is undermining their trust in the process. Brownfield sites may be more complex, but they come with infrastructure, they come with connectivity, they come with the opportunity for real regeneration. Once again, if the government is serious, that priority should be reflected in law, not left to policy alone. I will give way.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady because she makes a very important point, which I think she knows I have a lot of sympathy with. In my area, it's estimated that 5,000 homes alone could be unlocked because of if we had a proper brownfield first approach to planning. Does she agree with me that this is the whole issue around housing is not about a lack of land, but it's about a lack of funding to regenerate some of these sites, and a lack of political will from this government, and a lack of a little bit of ambition. Look at the brownfield sites, look at the empty buildings, and look again at the housing targets that have been arbitrarily put on areas which will do nothing to protect us from urban sprawl.
Frankly. I remember for her intervention, I certainly recognise the fact when it comes to brownfield first development in my own constituency, where an area where in the town centre we could deliver homes, at the moment that is prevented by the fact we do not have the money to progress at pace with the necessary flood alleviation scheme. So we will be voting to support the Lords in this amendment. We need to keep this in the bill. Turning to sort of local government structures, and perhaps this is the clearest example of how democracy itself is not actually being devolved by the government. Our Lord's Amendment 36 would allow local authorities to determine their own governance structures, and instead the government insists on imposing a single model from the centre.
On that point, would the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. Green-led Bristol City Council recently received a glowing peer review from the Local Government Association this month, specifically noting how moving to a committee system has strengthened democratic engagement and transparency. It also, by the way, enables cross-party cooperation, and an honourable mention to the local Lib Dems in Bristol there. So does the Honourable Lady agree with me that if independent non-political reviewers can see the benefits, then the government should not be imposing the more tribal, less cooperative leader and cabinet model on councils?
I thank her for her intervention, and she's absolutely right. We saw in the last Labour government how the Labour government actually imposed the cabinet structure on councils up and down the country, and actually true devolution puts the power of choice in local government's methods in the hands of local people, and therefore an approach that doesn't allow local government councils to change towards that committee system is the wrong approach and is not devolution. You simply cannot claim to devolve power, denying local areas the ability to keep the system they have chosen or they wish to choose. So I asked the Minister, can she clarify whether councils with the committee system will be able to stay as a committee system, and whether she will actually consider allowing other councils to change to the committee system should the local council team and local people wish to. Turning to Lord's Amendment 37, which introduced a national strategy to support and expand parish and town councils, the government say this should be left entirely to local decision-making. But this isn't about removing local choice. It's about whether communities are even given the opportunity in the first place to really understand what a parish council could mean. Without a national strategy, there's no direction, no support, no momentum to expand parish governance. I have seen in my own community and my own constituency the power of a parish council. Parish councils give residents a direct voice. They ensure development works with communities, not against them. And at a time when councils are becoming larger and more distant, parish councils keep power close to the people. And I think one of the most compelling things about parish councils is that where they exist and they have a local neighbourhood plan, 25% of SIL goes directly to that local community. Where there isn't a parish council, that drops to 15%, which is then held centrally.
Would the Honourable Lady give way on this point?
I will give way.
I'm incredibly grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way on this point. And can I congratulate the Conservative Lords for insisting on this particular amendment, although I wonder if the Shadow Minister might have a word with the Surrey Heath Conservative Association, who have campaigned vigorously against parish councils in my area, describing parish councils as gravy trains that allow most councillors to do very little, if anything at all, and collect a financial allowance. However, setting that inconsistency to one side, can I ask my honourable friend whether she agrees with me that in the context of local government reorganisation in Surrey, where we have a new West Surrey with 650,000 people and which will be bankrupt on day one, that parish councils actually represent an incredible receptacle through which to move key local assets so that they can be secured for the future?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I couldn't agree more, Madam Deputy Speaker. We can see in parishes across the country how giving them the community assets allows them to look after those assets for the community. I'm a massive advocate for both that approach, but also town and parish councils as a whole. I think one of the final areas of reluctance that we see from the government when it comes to devolving power is around Lord's Amendment 41, the agent of change principle. And I would just like to declare an interest that I am a vice chair of the APPG for music, but it has shown me, and I've seen it in my own community, that the wonderful power of bringing together that live music venues have. And this amendment is so crucial to protecting community assets and live music venues. So I really wonder if she can advise whether the guidance she has mentioned will be statutory or non-statutory. We on these benches will be voting to support our Lord's colleagues. So finally, I want to end in the spirit of positivity about what we can do when we work collaboratively. And that is in reference to Lord's Amendment 80, which is co-sponsored by my Lord's colleague, Lord Foster of Bath, with the government. And it really genuinely shows what we can do when we work across these benches to improve legislation. At best, good ideas do not belong to one side, and this amendment, I think, really reflects that. But I will end on my central point, which is this bill asks us to believe that it delivers devolution. But devolution cannot simply mean the limited powers ministers are willing to relinquish while so much remains held or controlled by Whitehall. If you don't trust local communities and their elected leaders with real authority, real decision-making and real agency, then you have not really devolved power at all. That is why these Lord's amendments matter, and that is why we will oppose the government's attempts to remove them. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And we'll start with the 5-minute time limit. Dr. Becky Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So my own area of Sussex is on the fast-track devolution programme, and whilst this brings challenges and inevitably means that there are parts of the plane we are still building whilst we learn to fly, I nevertheless think that for my constituents in Worthing West and for all residents in Sussex, this devolution of power and resources has the potential to transform our area in terms of health, education, housing, transport and sustainable economic development. So, in this debate today, I would like to concentrate my remarks on Amendment 80, given the shortness of time, which strengthens the ability of licensing authorities in England, Scotland and Wales to issue cumulative impact assessments, or gambling impact assessments. This amendment will give councils a clear, evidence-based tool to assess the cumulative impact of adult gaming centres and identify areas where further gambling premises would undermine local licensing objectives, including vulnerability and clustering.
Will she give way?
I will, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Crewe, in my constituency, is currently facing proposals for yet another adult gambling centre, which I've personally objected to. And I wonder if she agrees with me that strengthening gambling impact assessments, as well as the wider proposals in the Pride in Play strategy, allow areas like Crewe and other places in the country to actively shape our high streets. And does she also agree with me that it is now incumbent on local authorities to proactively take up those powers?
I thank my honourable friends, and I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with what he says. And I should say that actually, together with my honourable friends, the member for Hells Owen and the right honourable member for Chingford and Woodford Green, I am an officer of the APPG for gambling harm. So we have been doing significant work on gathering evidence in this area over the past 18 months. Going back to adult gaming centres and identifying areas that have significant vulnerability, I would like to say that the sad truth of the matter is that adult gaming centres are predominantly found in highest numbers in our poorest areas. And areas of deprivation need investment, employment and development, not a drain on resources and an open door to the black hole of addiction. However, this amendment is only the start of what we need to do in this area in order to create environments where our populations can thrive. Aim to permit remains and will hold attention with gambling impact assessments, as it means that councils must still start from a presumption of granting licences, limiting their ability to respond to community opposition, high street saturation and local priorities, even in areas where there are clear concerns about over-concentration of gambling venues. The Licensing Committee in my own area and Worthing Council have recently turned down yet another request for a gambling premises on our high street, but this has now gone to appeal, and the presumption of aim to permit means that the balance of evidence is more difficult to hold, even with sound public health and local economic development arguments. We must therefore continue to develop our legislative approach in this area. Once the impact of gambling assessments has been assessed, we should make a decision on bringing forward legislation to remove aim to permit. to give councils the right powers to protect and develop our local areas. And alongside this, as the impact assessments and aim to permit will only refer to the opening of new centres, we must also ensure that current licences are not being abused and that licensing codes are upheld. This amendment speaks to our national and local government desire to pass and enact legislation that lets people thrive in the places where we live, creating a healthy democracy with clear objectives and properly resourced alongside legislation that allows local government to protect populations from harm and create healthy environments is an integral part of this devolution bill, and I very much welcome it for both my area of Sussex and across our country.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the interest of time, I will try and keep my remarks short and just speak to a number of amendments proposed by the other place. I'd firstly like to start by speaking in favour of Amendment 26, which is Brownfield First. Now, if this Labour government were well and truly a Brownfield First Labour government, then they would support this amendment and support it being put in the bill. Broxbourne has had its fair share of development, but targets are going up and up. This Labour government have increased Broxbourne housing targets by 22%, whilst decreasing them in London by 11%. That is not fair, and that is creating, in the village of Goffs-Oak, which is under attack, loads of urban sprawl on green spaces and on the green belt, which is what this government should be trying to protect. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, because the point of urban sprawl is exactly the point that Greenbelt was put in place. Greenbelt, the purpose of Greenbelt was to protect areas such as mine and my honourable friends and many others that are on the periphery of some of the biggest conurbations and urban areas from urban sprawl. Does he agree with me? This Labour government does not care about our communities. All it cares about is an arbitrary housing target.
My right honourable friend makes a fantastic point, and she is an excellent campaigner to protect the green belt within her constituency. And it leads me on to say the green belt around London was set up after the Second World War to protect the peripheries from urban sprawl, just like she is next to a big city, mine is next to London. And now the government are coming forward with a new town right in the heart of this green space, that this green fields that was meant to be protected after the Second World War, of 21,000 new homes at Cruise Hill. So effectively joining my constituency to the urban sprawl of London. My constituency is completely different to London, and that green belt needs to be protected. And it is a crucial buffer zone between the urban sprawl that is coming out of London and the ruralness of Hertfordshire and London communities. And I will give way.
I thank my fellow committee member for giving way. I do agree with him with his criticism of the Labour government, but does he also agree with me that the Conservatives have an appalling record on defending our green belt and our environment? In my constituency of Woking, it was the Conservative government's planning policy that forced the release of green belt in Westhall in West Byfleet to have this urban sprawl that he's now speaking so strongly against.
Gently just like to say to my committee member, there are some horrific examples of some Liberal Democrat controlled councils who are building all over the green belt. So I don't think it's one to preach from the sidelines, although I do have great respect for my honourable friend. So it's really important that we put this on the face of the bill, because we must protect the green belt at all costs, and development should be brownfield first, because as has been pointed out already, brownfield sites are more often than not connected by the transport links, do have local facilities where the green fields and green belt does not. And as I've said, my constituency is under attack from ever-increasing housing targets, up by 22%, while London is down 11%. And now we're even under attack by a new town of 21,000 new homes. And we're told that this location is such a good location for a new town, is such a good location to build on the green belt. It's because it's near good transport links. Well, I've driven on the A10, the M25 at rush hour, as I welcome the Minister to do, and it is chock-a-block. It is absolutely rammed. So I don't know why these 21,000 people are going to drive their cars on the local infrastructure, because it just simply will not cope. And as I said, the village of Goffs-Oak in my constituency is completely under attack by development on the green belt, which is why this amendment is so important. And as I've made the point on my select committee, there are thousands of unbuilt planning applications on brownfield site up and down the country. Now, rather than concreting over the green belt, this Labour government should be focusing on making developers build on those brownfield sites that they already have planning permission for. The next amendment I'd like to speak on is the pavement parking. So I do welcome the government accepting some of these amendments from the House of Lords, because I'm incredibly frustrated with pavement parking across my constituency. Just last week I saw reckless pavement parking in Cheshunt, where all four wheels of the car were on the pavement. You couldn't get by in a buggy, you couldn't get by in a wheelchair, and we must hold these people that park recklessly to account. I will very briefly on that point.
It's very brief. I thank the honourable gentleman for his support of the government's actions to give local authorities powers to ban pavement parking. Does he agree with me, particularly for those with disability? This is a real problem, and also those who are blind.
I completely agree, and I suspect it's an issue that lots of us face across this chamber. So I do agree with the honourable lady. I mean, where these amendments go wrong is that the government plans to give these regulations to local transport authorities rather than district councils, because at the moment, in my area, it's the district councils that do parking enforcement. So we're going to have one authority with the powers to enforce and do pavement parking. We're going to have one authority with the parking enforcement teams, and that just doesn't seem like a joined up approach, and we shouldn't have to wait for these local transport authorities and these combined authorities and metro mayors to get in place without doing this. The government could have brought forward a simple legislation to give powers to councils that are outside London, the same powers that London councils have, and they could effectively be able to issue PCNs, yellow tickets, and be able to control pavement parking throughout the country. Then lastly, I'll just finish my remarks on consent for local government reorganisation. I'm sure lots of honourable members are out and about speaking to their constituents in the local election campaign. Not one has raised comments with me about the consent for local government reorganisation. Not one of my residents I've spoken to across my constituency of Broxbourne wants to be put into a combined authority, wants to have a mayor, wants to move into a unitary local government system. There is no evidence, and I was on the Bill Committee, we have seen no evidence at all that the changes in local government structures actually bring about more money for local councils, better services for residents. It's just the government using its powers to force local government reorganisation in this country. That's why local councils have replied to letters from the Minister, because they have been forced to do so. So that is why this is really important part of this bill, and we should allow local people to have a say over what structures they have in their local communities. As I've said, I don't think any one of us will go out in this local election campaign and speak to residents on the doorstep and they raise with us, do you know what, Lewis, what I really want in Broxbourne is I want you to change the local council structures. I want a devolved mayor. I want a combined authority. They actually want more effective local government that's connected to the people, and we hear lots of chantering opposite, but there is no evidence that any of this will save any money. In actual fact, this being forced on my constituents in Broxbourne, we've got the lowest unparished council tax in the country, run by Broxbourne, Conservative-run Broxbourne Council. Through this bill and through what the government's proposing, they're actually forcing my residents to pay more and higher council tax. That is not. I'm not in favour of more taxation. The best people to spend their money in Broxbourne are the residents and my constituents of Broxbourne rather than the council. So I urge the government to accept those amendments and listen to local people.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my former colleague on the Select Committee. This bill is packed full of exciting measures, but in the interest of time, I want to speak just on one, which is in support of Government Amendment 80 to introduce gambling impact assessments. Now, many members of this House will be familiar with what has become almost a gambling takeover of high streets across the country. What used to be a rarity is now all too common. Slot machine casinos, often open 24/7, strategically located in some of the poorest neighbourhoods in the country, crowding out other local businesses, despite often vociferous local opposition. And when residents and councils do try to resist it, it's often futile. These companies have become experts at manipulating the planning process. They submit applications, then they withdraw them, then they reapply, and they oppose even the smallest restrictions to their operations. This grinds down local opposition and forces councils to spend money on legal battles that they could lose. So you can see why the incentives have been to give up and grant permission, and I will give way.
My old friend's giving way. I'm in my constituency in Crystal Palace. I'm campaigning against a 24-hour gambling casino. The community don't want it, and the same company that applied were fined £1 million in January for failing to safeguard vulnerable people. Does he agree with me that ending the aim to permit rule and creating a presumption to reject in specific areas will force my Conservative-run council and others to either listen to residents and make themselves clear?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I've also been frustrated with my Conservative-run council in not taking a more proactive approach to resist these applications, and I'm sure the Minister will come back to him on aim to permit as a next step. But for today, I think these gambling cumulative impact assessments are going to be a really useful tool. And I think to admit defeat and accept the continued and inevitable decline of our high streets, whether that is dodgy shops not paying their tax, the involvement with serious organised crime that we know exists, and these adult gaming centres, is defeatism. And I think this bill starts to reject that defeatism. And I know lots of my constituents in Kensington and Bayswater are really passionate about this issue, yes.
He describes across my own constituency, we have many vape shops. Does he believe that in the future similar powers to this gambling impact assessment could be brought in to try and bring a healthier high street, not only licensing powers for gambling but also for vape shops?
Thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and she's right. Pride in place has to mean pride in our high streets, and that means tackling all sorts of different illegality, but also about supporting the independent businesses that might take those premises up. It's obviously no good if we just have empty premises and the high street is devoid of anything. So this has to be a strategy. And I know the government has a high street strategy that the Minister's, I'm sure, working on for later this year. And I just want to talk about briefly one case study, Madam Deputy Speaker. The residents in Earls Court have provided a textbook example of community organising to resist adult gaming centres. 2 already operate, Admiral and Silvertime, alongside 2 traditional betting shops, which themselves, of course, now make approximately half of their revenue from machine gaming. But they are not satisfied with this footprint. They want more. Admiral is trying to move to a 24/7 operation, but were refused permission to do this last year after the Earls Court Society and other resident groups joined with local councillors and I to push back, but we still expect an appeal. Silvertime have purchased a former bank site opposite the tube station, which would significantly expand the footprint and give them a prime site with triple the frontage. And just last week, after a major local campaign, the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea officers did recommend refusal, which was endorsed by the Planning Committee. That is a rare win, but an appeal is again likely. And for context, this neighbourhood of Earls Court has 5 specialist hostels for people with complex needs, 3 methadone dispensing chemists, and has long been a hotspot for antisocial behaviour and crime. And it's also an area dense with schools, with thousands of children passing through the area on their way in every day. A young man I met recently who wanted to remain anonymous said every lunch break his friends remove their uniform and head to these gaming centres, and that the peer pressure to participate is exceptionally high. So it is no accident that Admiral and Silvertime are attempting to expand in this area, but my message to them is clear. We don't want your adult gaming centres, full stop.
Will my honourable friend give way? I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and here, as he knows, we have a neighbouring constituency. In my constituency, the North End Road area of Fulham is a designated gambling vulnerability zone, identified as such by the Council. It borders the Clem-Attlee and West Kensington estates, which are both in the bottom deciles nationally for deprivation and income, and this is no coincidence. So the Council is doing what it can within the current legal framework, but does he agree that councils remain constrained by the law and this new bill will help?
I completely agree, and I actually was with other councillors from London, from Brent, with the honourable member for Brent East earlier today, who similarly have tried to use sort of creative methods to restrict these opening, but have really struggled, and they really welcome these impact assessments. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the interest of time, it's my sincere hope that these gambling impact assessments will start to tilt the balance back to communities and away from these companies. These formal assessments must help communities like Earls Court, where too many gambling venues already exist and the harms are already clear to see. We need these preventative powers, not just reactive regulations and law enforcement to clean up the problem after the fact. So I strongly support this amendment, and I look forward to the day that it comes into force.
Now on a 3-minute speaking limit, Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased the Government supports the principle of banning pavement parking and giving local authorities new powers, assuming they come with new burdens funding. However, this amendment giving the powers without a national framework risks confusion with inconsistent enforcement, frustrated residents and unfair pressure to frontline staff. We need a ban to be done across the country with embedded changes to the Highway Code and a public information campaign. Shifting the responsibility to councils who decide to go ahead of the curve means drivers could be caught out, particularly in areas of high tourism like mine and Dorset, where many drivers come from elsewhere. We also need the law to be clear about exemptions for postal workers, emergency vehicles, and where roads are too narrow for parking, and where such issues exist, the time to put down yellow lines and parking restrictions to prevent one problem being replaced with another. I recognise that as a government amendment there will be no vote on this, but I urge the government to consider the potential pitfalls of this amendment and whether this is answering the question that people have been asking for so many years. I think the answer is that it does not, and I urge the government to bring forward proper road safety bill in the King's Speech to properly ban pavement parking. Turning to community asset transfer, I recently worked with Corfe Mullen Town Council to prepare an application for one of these, but was no longer needed thanks to the community raising nearly £600,000. But I'm now working with Holt Football Club to help them protect their club from sale. The club was started 60 years ago by Terry Bradford, and I'm told with a lawnmower and a hose pipe for a shower. And since then, local residents and businesses from Gaunt's Common and Holt have invested for all those decades to build a fabulous clubhouse and developing talent that has represented their country. But these projects fail because communities cannot compete with private buyers looking to take a profit and sellers knowing they can squeeze every penny from local people by setting a price beyond their ability to fundraise. So I do welcome the government's commitment in this bill to extend both the time communities have to delay a sale and the independent valuation, but I'm seeking clarity on whether the change will take effect on royal assent and will be retrospective for those applications already in train. I also strongly support the Lord's Amendment to extend the time on the register so that Holt Football Club, that have been threatened previously with eviction, can protect into the next generation their club.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to speak on Lord's Amendment 41 regarding putting the Agent for Change principle on a statutory basis, particularly ensuring that new developments have a noise impact assessment when they are near grassroots music venues. I support the government's plans to increase house building, and I recognise that there has to be genuine care in not increasing red tape at the detriment of that. But I think at the moment the Agent for Change regime is actually stopping elements of house building and residential use in my constituency, which I'll come on to. And I have to say I am slightly disappointed that there's not a government amendment in lieu of the Lord's Amendment today, as my honourable friend from Manchester, Withington, said as well. You know, Sunderland is a music city, and venues like Pop Rex, Independent and The Bunker are absolutely core to our identity. If we're about empowering our community, we need to empower our community to protect those venues that are culturally important to us. And of course, those venues are also crucially economically important as well. It's always been said about the level of closures of grassroots music venues in recent years, from 1,150 venues nationally to 800 today. And those closures are due not just to economic factors, but also due to planning issues. The Minister referenced that there will be guidance around the Agent of Change principle, but the reality is there has been forms of guidance since, I think, 2014, 2015, and the Music Venue Trust report that there has been no let-up in inappropriate planning applications near music venues. And it's for those reasons that the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee report of 2024 recommended that Agent of Change principles are put on a statutory footing at the earliest opportunity. This bill is an opportunity to do that, if not through the Lord's Amendment 41, then potentially through alternative means, which I hope the Minister might say something about. And I repeat the Liberal Democrat spokesperson's call or question about whether the guidance would be statutory guidance as opposed to general guidance. In my constituency, the Music Venues Trust had to intervene in a planning application to convert a unit of flats near Independent on Homeside because the plans didn't contain sufficient noise protection, a process that took too long, incurred cost and risk to the venue, and ultimately meant that the flats were not built. So we've actually got housing that's not being built as a result of lack of clarity on the agent of change principle at the moment. And I think that shows why it needs to be strengthened, because currently developers are incentivised to try and get away with proposals, given that the guidance is not statutory. So I wonder if the Minister would meet with me, other members of the APPG for Music and the Music Venue Trust to discuss strengthening the guidance, if she will make sure that the statutory guidance of the NPPF that she refers to specifically refers to noise abatement in relation to grassroots music venues. Thank you.
Paul Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to speak to Amendment 42. Where a local authority provides land for public recreation, it can be held on a statutory trust that protects it. Parliament set out a process that must be followed if that trust is to be ended. It's not a brilliant process by any means, but at least it gives a central role to local authorities. In Danish Shropshire, the Supreme Court recently held that where those requirements are not followed, the trust quite reasonably remains in place. However, Amendment 42, first tabled by the Conservative peer Lord Banner in the other place, cuts across that to allow the Secretary of State to set aside those protections where the proper process has not been followed, even where the current local authority might not now support terminating the trust. It replaces centralism with localism. It replaces localism with centralism. Lord Banner sought to justify his amendment on a number of questionable grounds, including the assertion that the Supreme Court decision is causing considerable uncertainty in relation to land purchased in good faith from local authorities. The only example I'm aware of is a controversial issue in my Wimbledon constituency. In that case, the ALTC bought the freehold to a portion of Wimbledon Park in 1993 at an appropriately reduced price, having expressly agreed both to never build on the land and to restore full rights of public recreation after the expiry of a pre-existing leasehold interest. There seems little doubt the primary motivation behind the tabling of Lord Banner's amendment relates to the Wimbledon Park controversy. Unfortunately, despite previous assurances to leave the law unchanged before a proper consultation, the government rode in behind the Banner amendment. It would, however, have still been defeated had the Tories joined with my Lib Dem colleagues in the No lobby. Sadly, despite many assurances to the people of Wimbledon, every Tory peer either abstained or voted for their Conservative colleague, Lord Banner's amendment. As we've heard, the Tories tabled an amendment now retabled by the Honourable Member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, to require the Secretary of State to write a report, lay it before Parliament and consider it. It was simply a tick-box exercise that would do nothing to stop Lord Banner's amendment coming to force. A parliamentary sleight of hand to pretend to the people of Wimbledon that the Tories had not abandoned them. And the shallow minister has the cheek to ask me why the Lib Dems refused to join them in this deception. My constituents in Wimbledon expect the legal protections to land to be upheld in practice, not set aside by ministerial discretion and Tory cons. I laid a motion to disagree with the Banner amendment. Under the arcane procedures of this place, I understand my motion will not be voted on, whilst the Banner amendment will remain. That marks a sad day for Wimbledon specifically, public trusts of land generally, and the credibility of the Conservative Party all across Merton, where the overreach of the ALTC is an important local election issue. Thank you.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to speak tonight in support of two specific areas of this bill that will directly affect my constituents of Portsmouth North. Firstly, I welcome the strength in the gambling impacts assessment because, Madam Deputy Speaker, this links directly to the work that I and my honourable friend from Grimsby and Cleethorpes have already been doing on Back Our High Street's Dodgy Shops campaign, which has been calling for stronger powers for councils and trading standards to protect our local high streets from rogue, harmful businesses. As I throw out this campaign, it's not about tax-dodging businesses, dodgy vape shops and cowboy barbers alone. It is also about making sure our high streets are not overwhelmed by the uses that damage community well-being and push out legitimate local traders. And that absolutely includes gambling premises. Yeah. In North End, one small part of my constituency, there are 5 betting shops and arcades concentrated within a very small area. North End is a proud local high street, but it faces challenges because it's a community already dealing with significant economic and social pressures, alongside a high street that's been neglected for years. This concentration of gambling premises in one community is not an accident, and it's not acceptable. Where we see this kind of clustering, it can deepen financial hardship, contribute to addiction and poor mental health, and undermine the health of the high street itself. That is why Amendment 18 matters. It gives local authorities stronger powers to assess whether additional gambling premises are genuinely consistent with the needs of the area and licensing objectives. That is exactly the kind of tool I've been pushing for, exactly the kind of tool local councils need if we are to be serious about backing our high streets and restoring confidence. That is what Pride in Play strategy should look like in practice, not just warm words on a page, but real high street powers to shape better high streets. Secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to highlight the amendments on taxi and private vehicle licensing. I welcome Amendments 43 to 79 wholeheartedly. The gap in enforcement powers that exist when a vehicle is licensed in one authority and operates in another is real and a long-standing concern of my residents. Like colleagues across the House, I have concerns around the number of vehicles operating outside of a Portsmouth licence, mainly from Wolverhampton. I want to be clear though, Madam Deputy Speaker. I realise that Wolverhampton does carry out robust checks and understand why many drivers choose to licence, particularly because of the cost of living, and it's significantly quicker. But authorities have too often found themselves powerless to act swiftly when poses a risk to public safety, simply because the licence is issued. This amendment closes that gap. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, residents have also highlighted concerns where local standards differ. For example, in Portsmouth, licensed taxis are expected to meet local safety requirements, such as dash cams and vehicle CCTV, while those licensed elsewhere do not. So can the Minister comment on the options to have a national framework for the licensing of vehicles? Because this, to me, would ensure common sense reforms and could put all passengers and drivers' safety first. Madam Deputy Speaker, these are practical, common-sense initiatives, but we also need to make sure that our councils deliver on them.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to briefly speak to Lord's Amendment 98. When it comes to regions like Cornwall and my constituency of North Cornwall, this bill does not respect nor give due consideration to our unique national minority status. In a letter sent to the leader of Cornwall Council in November last year, the Secretary of State said that he recognised Cornwall's distinct local identity and said the government was minded on an exceptional basis to work with the leader to explore a bespoke deal for Cornwall. Madam Deputy Speaker, 5 months later, the bill has progressed through both houses and still nothing in writing for that bespoke Cornwall-only deal, or even provisions to allow for one. Instead, we see efforts by this government to undermine Amendment 98. The Secretary of State plans to force his MPs tonight to vote against this vital amendment, which would prevent overreaching powers given to ministers in this bill, where they could essentially force local authorities to combine against the will of local people. On the 24th of March, during the Lord's report stage of this bill, the government whip responded saying that discussions are positive and ongoing and urged my Lib Dem colleague in the other place, Lord Teverson, to withdraw his amendments, specifically designed to provide appropriate legal protections for Cornwall. The government minister in the other place said that while the UK is a proud signatory to the Charter, the European Framework Convention and the Charter for Regional Minority Languages, those amendments risk creating uncertainty over the status and interpretation in domestic law. It therefore seems instead the government has chosen to completely ignore the European Framework Convention and Charter for Languages. This now opens up this bill to potential legal challenges. Our national minority status in Cornwall has been completely ignored and now risks being ignored by future governments as well. This means essentially that the current or any future Secretary of State could force Cornwall to combine with other authorities and disregard its national minority status. Let me be clear, Cornwall doesn't want this. My constituents regularly urge me to make this point. We don't want to be dragged kicking and screaming into a combined authority with Plymouth or any other wider South-West authority. Without this amendment, we risk a diktat from the Westminster government telling us what to do. This isn't devolution, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd urge members from across this House to vote tonight against the government's attempt to disregard this vital amendment, and I would respectfully ask the Minister to come to the dispatch box and set out what protections for Cornwall's national minority status the government will bring forward and when. Thank you.
That's the end of the backbench contribution, so I invite the Minister, Minister Van Welle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With leave of the House, I will close what has been a considered and insightful debate. Many hard-working communities in this country have been neglected for far too long. They have seen good jobs disappearing, they have seen their high streets decline, and the dream of a decent, affordable home fade. This bill will do the job of empowering these forgotten communities and restore local pride by making devolution the default setting. It will give our strategic authority mayors new powers over transport, planning, housing and regeneration, and help rebuild local government so that it can once again deliver strong local services that we all rely on. I'd like to thank all honourable and right honourable members for their contribution, and in the time left, I will respond to some of these important contributions. To the right honourable member for Baintree, who again and again has accused the government of this being a centralising bill. Candidly, this is just not true. And from the party opposite that had an ad hoc, all over the place approach to devolution over the last decade and a half, they had the opportunity to fundamentally reset the relationship between national government and local government, and they chose not to do this. We are acting where they did not act. We are doing the biggest transfer of power that we have seen in a generation, and not to acknowledge that, no, to our mayors, to our local leaders, to our communities, and not to acknowledge that is quite simply churlish. Now, the right honourable gentleman raised the key issue of scrutiny of commissioners and indeed scrutiny of all the key decision makers within the strategic authority level. And we recognise and we agree with that. And this is why we have included amendments to introduce stronger local scrutiny committees with greater teeth, so that with greater responsibility, there is the accountability framework to make sure that we are holding decision makers to account on behalf of local people. On this question of reviewing the protection of public spaces, I am the Minister responsible for green and public spaces, and I'm absolutely committed to making sure that that asset is something that is available to all of our communities. This is why we're committed to doing this review, and we're also very clear that the powers that have been introduced regards to statutory trust in particular will not be used until we have concluded that review. The member for Guildford talked to Lord's Amendment 2. And again, I say there is no agreement on policy. We are very clear that absolutely mayors have a responsibility to ensure that their rural communities are looked after and are protected. And the reality of what we're seeing in places like Yorkshire and North Yorkshire is that that is exactly what our mayors are doing. We do not believe we need to put it on the face of the bill because we believe that it sits within each of the competencies that mayors will have to take on board, and actually guidance that sits alongside that points to good practice and the work the mayor's done will be far more powerful to ensuring that this bites in the communities that we want it to bite. On the point that a number of members made on Brownfield First, look, we agree with the policy of Brownfield First. It is very clear in the National Planning Policy Framework. We have strengthened it in order to ensure that that's the case. But, no, it's not just about saying it, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it is in policy, and policy determines what happens in the planning framework. Where we are clear, however, is there is variability. Now, he talks about centralising. We say we should leave it to mayors and local authorities to be able to deal with the diversity in particular circumstances so that they are not caught in legal wrangling, but they can make the choices. But the policy is very clear. It's about Brownfield First. And critically, unlike the last government, we're actually putting investment to enable our councils, to enable our mayors to remediate and regeneration land so that that policy can bite in the way that it's supposed to. On the question of cabinet and leader model, and I come back to the fact, the reason we are doing this is that we fundamentally care about creating strong local authorities that can deliver for their people. 80% of local authorities already have this model, and it is an effective model. And we have already made concessions that says that where alternative models, whether that's the committee model or the mayoral model, exist in particular places, that they can see out the term of that. But we think it is right that in the long term we are moving towards a model that will serve local people. The member for Guildford also talks about devolution being imposed on places. The approach that we have taken, and I ask the House to judge us by the way that we are acting and not just by the words I say. So if you take the approach that we're taking to strategic authorities, we are incredibly clear that ultimately it's for local partnerships to come together and government will enable and pass devolution through that. We are not imposing and we are committed to not imposing. But I will make progress because there is very little time. But I will have to take issue on the point of neighbour governance. We are told that we are centralising. We are told that we are trying to impose models on communities. And yet in the question of neighbourhood governance, the member of Guildford and her party wants to impose a particular model on communities, and we say that is wrong. We take a very different approach. Ultimately, it should be for communities to determine the right neighbourhood governance structure for their place. Town and parish councils, which exist in 80% of the geography, I agree, will have a role in this. And where that is the will of the communities, then that should be what communities do. But other communities will want to take different approaches. And we think it is right the communities should build on what they have, and that ultimately it should be for communities to determine what they want to. I won't give way, but I will pick up the member for Broxbow's point about local government reorganisation. In his defence, he's been consistent on this throughout all the debates that we've had. And what I would say is, candidly, if we think about the near decade and a half that the last government had to deal with the issues with local government, where we recognise that the current status quo is not fit for purpose, but instead what they had, a decade and a half where they denuded local government, years of austerity, years of cuts, they could see that the model was creaking and they did absolutely nothing to deal with it. We are acting where they chose not to act. And so the member opposite can continue bleating about this, but fundamentally we want to get to local government structures that work for communities, that fundamentally deliver services for communities, something they did not do, something that we are determined to do. My honourable friends, the member for Worthing West, the member for Kensington and Basingstoke and the member for Portsmouth North, have raised the important point about our high streets and gambling. And can I just thank them for their tireless campaigning and advocacy for this fundamental point. We are committed to giving local authorities the powers in order to shape their high streets. We think that this is absolutely critical. The gambling cumulative assessment is a first step in this process. It is an additional tool to local authorities that will allow them to begin to shape their high streets. But we are clear that we will and we must go further. Our high street strategy will be setting out further steps that we will give local authorities in order to empower them to shape their high streets in the way that their local communities want. And let me turn to the member for Hayward and Milton North, my honourable friend, who again has been a vocal and passionate advocate for the reforms that we absolutely recognise that we need to taxis and private hire system. We completely agree with her that the system is not fit for purpose, and I'd like to personally thank her for all the work that she and many of my honourable friends have put into driving forward the changes that we have put in this bill. We are clear that these are important first steps. So national standards, that means that we can ensure that across the country there is consistency in the approach, but critically strengthening enforcement powers. But we know that there are additional reforms that must be put in place, and we are committed to bringing those forward. My honourable friends have raised the question of the agent of change, and let me reassure them again, we absolutely recognise the arguments that have been made, both by my honourable friends but also in the other place. We will, and we are committed to publishing guidance which will sit alongside the National Planning Policy Framework and will bite on planning decisions. It will be a powerful material considerations in decisions that are made, and I can give my honourable friend the reassurance that the Minister for Housing will meet with him and other members in order to think about how we continue strengthening and building on that important policy. And then let me come to the critical point of brownfield first, which has been raised time and time again by members. And again, look, what I would say here is there is no disagreement on policy. We are very clear that we will take a brownfield first policy. We are very, very clear that that exists within the national policy framework. We are putting in the funding that is required to ensure that we do this. But I reiterate the point that we do not think that we should lock in the rigidity within the system and within legislation, and we think national planning policy is the space and in the place in which this should bite. And look, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the final minutes that I have, just take a step back. Look, we have shown that we are willing to work with members across the House. We have shown that we're willing to make sensible changes to the bill and respond to genuine concerns that have been raised. There is no disagreement across us that we want a strong bill that fundamentally does the job of transferring powers and control to our communities and to our local leaders. But what we cannot and what we will not accept are amendments that undermine that core principle. And I think some of the amendments for the very party that accuse us of centralising does exactly that. But nor will we accept amendments that fundamentally go against the principle that we must strengthen the institutions and the structures of local government so they can deliver for our communities. I'd like to place on record my thanks to members across both houses for the constructive way that they have engaged in the debate of this bill. I look forward to continuing these constructive conversations with a view of securing amendment across both of the houses. I believe there is genuine consensus on the need for devolution, and I think that is a big step change, because candidly, the way government has operated for decades, where the centre has thought that it knows best, where the centre has imposed its will, and I look at the party opposite, they had 15 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, and failed to act. Almost 50. It felt like 15. It felt like 15. But critically, there must be a consensus that we have to change the way that government works. And this bill is an important first step forward. And what I would urge members, both in this place and in the other place, is that we must ensure that this bill achieves royal assent so that we can move forward. But I will put again on record that we are very clear that this is a first step. This is not the ceiling of devolution. This is absolutely the floor. And the job for us as a government and the job for members across the House is to make sure that we together continue working to ensure that we are building power and control locally, because that is how we will drive change in our places for our communities. I commend the government's position in this bill. I ask members across the House to support the government's position in this bill. We want to be constructive, but equally we cannot miss the opportunity to achieve royal assent. So with that, I would like to commend the government's position. I would urge my colleagues to resist and reject the amendments that we do not support. We don't do it for the fun of it. We do it fundamentally because we think it will weaken the bill. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Marvellous. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The colleagues on their feet should be seated. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Jake Richards and Tara Awatomi. Tellers for the noes are James Wilde and Jerome Mayhew. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 293. The noes to the left, 155.
The ayes to the right, 293. The noes to the left, 155. Unlock. Order, order. I must now put the question necessary to bring a conclusion to the proceedings on the Lord's amendments. We now come to motion to disagree with the Lord's amendment number 4. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 4. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Richard. Should notice that I'm on my feet and they should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Tower, Avatami and Jake Richards. Tell us for the noes are James Wild and Jerome Mayhew. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 298. The noes to the left, 152.
The ayes to the right, 298. The noes to the left, 152. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 13. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 13. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Commission, clear the lobby. Colleagues paying attention to the chamber will know that I am on my feet and they should be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Taylor Awatami and Jake Richards, and tell us for the noes are James Wild and Jerome Mayhew. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 297. The noes to the left, 147.
The ayes to the right, 297. The noes to the left, 147. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Mr. Richards. I'm waiting.
Sorry.
We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 26. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 26. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. No. No. Where's the lobby? Colleagues on the back row should be seated. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tenants for the ayes are Tara Aratami and Jake Richards. Tenants for the noes are Jerome Mayhew and Katie Lamb. Yeah. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 287. The noes to the left, 149.
The ayes to the right, 287. The noes to the left, 149. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 36. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 36. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Opposition, clear the lobby. Be seated. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Tara Abatami and Jake Richards. Tellers for the noes are Rebecca Smith and Katie Lamb. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 288. The noes to the left, 147.
The ayes to the right, 288. The noes to the left, 147. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 37. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 37. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. No. No. Seated as when the chair is standing. Mr. Barclay, will you, when you're ready? The question is, as on the order paper, as many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Tower Awatami and Jake Richards. Tell us for the noes are Rebecca Smith and Katie Lamb. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 144.
The ayes to the right, 291. The noes to the left, 144. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. I call the Minister to move Amendment A in lieu of Lord's Amendment 37 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that the Government Amendment A in lieu of Lord's Amendment 37 be made to the bill. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 41. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Should be seated. Most definitely the leader should be seated. The question is, as on the order paper, as many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Tara Awatami and Jake Richards. Tellers for the noes are Rebecca Smith and Katie Lamb. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 284. The noes to the left, 149.
The ayes to the right, 284. The noes to the left, 149. To the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 85. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 85. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 86. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 86. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords in Amendment 87. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 87. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 89. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 89. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 90. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 90. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 91. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 91. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 94. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 94. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 97. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 97. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 98. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 98. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Division, clear the lobby. Colleagues should be observing the chamber. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes are Tara Awatami and Jake Richards. Tellers for the noes are James Wild and Rebecca Smith.
Happy counting.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 287. The noes to the left, 150. Thank you.
The ayes to the right, 287. The noes to the left, 150. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Now, with the leave of the House, I will come to the motions to disagree with the Lord's amendments 99 to 116 collectively. I call the Minister to move the motions. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendments 99 to 116 collectively. As many in the opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords in their amendment 120. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 120. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords amendment 121. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 121. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords amendment 123. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 123. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords amendment 155. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their amendment 155. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the Government amendments A to F to the words restored to the bill by the Commons. Disagreement to the Lords Amendment 155, Minister to move formally. The question is that the Government amendments A to F be made to the words restored to the bill. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Understanding order number 83F6, I must put a single question to agree to all remaining Lords amendments. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 1, 3, 5 to 12, 14 to 25, 27 to 35, 38 to 40, 42 to 84, 88, 92 and 93, 95 and 96, 117 to 119, 122, 124 to 154, and 156 to 170. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to certain of their amendments. That Mieta Fambula, Deirdre Costigan, Laura Kirk-Smith, Sam Carling, Andrew Cooper, Sir James Cleverly and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee. That Mieta Fambula be chair of the committee. That 3 be quorum of the committee. That the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments. That Mieta Fambula, Deirdre Costigan, Laura Kirk-Smith, Sam Carling, Andrew Cooper, Sir James Cleverly and Zoe Franklin be members of the committee, that Mieta Fambula be the chair of the committee, that there 3 be quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lords' amendments to the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. Those wishing to exit should exit the chamber swiftly. Mr. Cleverly, when you're ready, we can proceed. We move on to motion number 5 on retained EU law reform. Minister to move.
Beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper as made, that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 6 on Parliament. Minister to move.
Beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper as made, that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 7 on the Electoral Commission. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now, if the front bench wishes to shuffle over, they should do so. They wish to do so. Before we move on to petitions, Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I present a petition of residents of the constituency of Sutton and Cheam, which declares that an assisted dying law should be enacted without further delay following the House of Commons voting in favour of the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill in June 2025, and further declares that there is overwhelming public support for the law change. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to take such actions are within its power to facilitate the progress of the Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Terminally Ill Adults End-of-Life Bill.
Petition Sarah Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I present this petition on access to household waste recycling centres following significant local concern from residents in Milbourne Port, Henstridge, Charlton Hawthorne, Corton Denham, Temple Combe and the surrounding areas over the decision to charge Somerset residents £8.50 to use facilities in Dorset. The petition declares that Somerset residents should be able to use their closest household waste recycling centre. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to take into account the concerns of the petitioners and to encourage Dorset Council and Somerset Council to take immediate action to ensure that Somerset residents are able to use their closest household waste recycling centre without charge, including in Sherborne. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition access to household waste recycling facilities in Sherborne.
James. That this House do now adjourn.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and I come to Kevin McKenna on preservation of the SS Richard Montgomery. Kevin McKenna.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really grateful for you and the House for the opportunity to discuss something that's of immense importance to residents in Sittingbourne and especially on the Isle of Sheppey, but also should be of real concern to members of this House, since the wreck that I'm about to talk about, which lies at the mouth of the Thames estuary, also presents a danger to the physical well-being of the Houses of Parliament themselves. For those of you who don't know, the Richard Montgomery, which lies just beneath the water at the mouth of the Thames, is potentially the largest amount of explosives that could explode in peacetime anywhere in the world that hasn't been a nuclear test. This amount of explosives would, if all went off at the same time, could potentially throw a plume of water 3,000 metres into the sky and set off a tsunami that would obliterate vast swathes of the Kent and Essex coastline, shooting all the way up to London, and would flood all of our colleagues that are currently potentially drinking drinks on the terrace of the House of Commons. So this is obviously something that's a real concern. I have to say that that was based on some calculations done in the 1970s. More recent assessments of the wreck are not quite as dramatic. Nevertheless, there is a significant amount of munitions on the floor of the sea, just at the mouth of the most important river, the River Thames, to our country. The Richard Montgomery came over during the 1940s. It was full of munitions that were being given to Britain to fight the Nazis in the Second World War. Tragically, it lost its anchorage and drifted onto a sandbank. And when it went onto a sandbank and the tide fell, it broke the back of the ship, leaving it marooned in the mouth of the Thames. And since then, it's been a major landmark that's used by ships to navigate their way up and down the River Thames. A major landmark warning people not to get too close to these explosives, and can be seen from Sheerness, where it's only about 1.5 miles out to sea. It's something that people who've grown up on Sheppey know this story. It doesn't just connect them to the Second World War and to the support we got from our American allies during the Second World War. It also has this, because of this threat of explosives, has a really powerful story as people grow up around it and feel that they might be under threat from such a catastrophic explosion. And in recent years, the wreck is gradually deteriorating. slowly corroding. It's a steel vessel. And concerns have been raised about what would happen should the vessel disintegrate completely, scatter these explosives across the sea, or, even worse, potentially, if any of them were triggered. Now, I've spoken to explosives experts, I've spoken to bomb disposal experts in the Royal Navy. The general feeling is that vessels like this, when they were set to sea, all of the explosives and munitions on board were made safe. The detonators are kept separate from the high explosive charges, and comparatively the risk is fairly low, but we can't rule it out as a zero risk. And one of the concerns that's been raised in recent years is the 3 masts that stand proud of the water. As they erode and rust away, they could fall on the wreck and destroy what's left of the Richard Montgomery, either triggering an explosion or scattering these explosives. So the government over several years, and the previous government, looked at what could be done to make this as safe as possible. And a decision was made to remove the masts. Well, finally now, the government has signed a contract with the removal company which will dismantle the masts, and this landmark will be lost forever for people from Sheerness, and also the emotion and the stories is at risk of being lost locally. I mean, you'll see this if you visit. Oh, absolutely.
First of all, commend the Honourable Gentleman for Sittingbourne and Sheppey for bringing this forward. And he's illustrated the issue and the concerns over the explosives, but the second and up-to-date authority seems to indicate that maybe the threat isn't the same. But what I want to ask the Honourable Gentleman about is about the marine and maritime history, the 3 masts and what that can do. The Honourable Member will agree that the ultimate goal, I believe, is to protect local maritime history while creating a lasting public display for locals and tourists alike. Does the Honourable Member not further agree that our maritime history, and my constituent of Strangford has incredible maritime history, should be promoted in schools across this United Kingdom, and schools should be encouraged to visit these masts as we do in Northern Ireland with the Titanic Museum in Belfast to gain a better understanding of our strong history? The Honourable Gentleman should be congratulated for bringing this forward. None of us, not me, would have known about this only for his knowledge. Thank you.
The link back to the topic, Kevin McKenna on Mosville.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. And yes, any community that's got strong links to the sea, the sea stories run deep in everyone's veins. And as I was about to come on to, you'll see an amazing mural in the middle of Sheerness of a fairly mean-looking mermaid who's got her hands gripped around the plungers of a TNT detonator, threatening Sheerness. But this is something that obviously people have a sense of pride about, and the stories, and I think it really matters to all the communities that surround the area where Montgomery lays at rest. It is really important that we make sure these masts are preserved for the future, and building on from what the Honourable Gentleman has said, locally people are keen for, as if these masts are removed, they come to land. Now the government, as I say, is removing the masts. We don't know what condition they'll be in when they come off the ship, but certainly people on Sheppey would love to have one of the masts at least returned to the mainland.
On that point, from my honourable friend give way.
I'd be delighted.
I thank my honourable friend for bringing this debate forward, and the SS Richard Montgomery is equally as visible from Southend, and my residents in Southend and Lee on the other side of the estuary share all the same stories as his residents share. They have an affinity to these masts and to the stories that as well as a little bit of fear of the stories that they hear of this ship. So whilst he calls for a mast to be preserved and placed in the Isle of Sheppey or somewhere within his constituency, I too would like to see a second mast saved and placed somewhere within Southend or Lee across the estuary opposite his constituency.
I thank my honourable friend for that, absolutely. I mean, as I've talked to people on Sheppey, some people have gone, the masts are all ours, we've got to have them all. There are 3 masts we can share. And as I've talked to people in Southend, I know it matters to people in Southend. I've had communications in from some of his constituents, but also people more generally. There are 3 masts. There is one extra snag in this project. So currently, the masts are the responsibility of the United Kingdom government. There was an Act of Parliament in 1973, largely pulled together for the Richard Montgomery so that we could take on what has been described as the most dangerous wreck in Britain. And while for decades the United Kingdom government has been responsible for making sure that the masts are safe and that shipping transits around them safely, as soon as anything comes off the wreck, it reverts to its original owners, which is the United States government. So actually, although I know that people locally would like the masts, I'm sure that the United Kingdom government would be very happy for the masts to come to Sheppey and to Southend. We are going to have to ask the United States government for one of the masts. I mean, there are 3 masts. Southend could have one, Sheppey could. Maybe one of them could go into Donald Trump's ballroom that he's building at the moment. They'd look great if they were covered in gold leaf. But beyond that, I think actually it does mean that we've got to engage in a little bit of a diplomatic discussion, I'm sure, with our American allies. What I would say is, of course, it's a massive testament to the partnerships that we've had during the Second World War with our American friends, but also since then in NATO. It's a way of bringing that story to life to people. I would also say that obviously this is something that we could use to bring people together in the same way as it would bring people in Southend and Sheppey together and can tell the story. It helps to reignite those, well, hopefully not literally in this case, that would be terrible, but you know, reignite those bonds that we've got with our American allies. So I've got a few questions for the Minister. I mean, some of them have been raised by my constituents. Recently, a no-fly zone has been extended around the wreck of the Montgomery, including bans on drones. I've got several constituents who would like to know why and what's changed in those instances, and is that reflective of any additional concern about the explosive nature of the cargo on the Montgomery? Also, I think people would love to know in a bit more details what it would involve and what we need to do to ask the Americans to have the masts, and just to check that the government is still believes that actually the masts should be retained in the United Kingdom. I'd also like, and just some sort of general evaluation of the government's ideas about the timeline for the removal of the masts and what that would involve. Going beyond that, I think that this is such a, it's actually quite a romantic story in its way. I think shipwrecks have always got a degree of romance to them. It's got that added frisson of an incredible amount of explosives, which does add, as my honourable friend said, a little bit of fear. But also, it really speaks to me about how these stories get embedded in communities, even over a few decades. And the people of Sheppey really care. I've got a petition running at the moment. Hopefully there's a petition in Southend as well. I would really encourage anyone to sign that petition so that we can show the strength of feeling and this real desire to return, well, actually they've never been on land, but to finally bring the masts of the Richard Montgomery home to the United Kingdom, home to Sheppey, home to Southend.
Dangerous wreck in Britain. Wow. Minister, respond to that. Minister Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm responding this evening on behalf of my honourable friend, the Minister responsible for maritime matters, who's led this work within the department, but is not available this evening. And I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, the member for Sittingbourne and Sheppey, for securing this adjournment debate and for the constructive way in which he has continued to engage with the department on this long-standing and sensitive matter. And frankly, it was fascinating to read the briefing for today and see the photographs of the masts sticking up from the surface of the Thames. And he's consistently articulated on behalf of his constituents the importance of safety and the strong local attachment to the SS Richard Montgomery as part of the area's history. And obviously those views are shared by my honourable friend and his constituents in Southend, West and Lee as well. It's entirely right that these matters are discussed in this House, and I really welcome the opportunity to set out the government's approach. Now, as we've already heard, the wreck has been a source of intrigue, speculation and concern for a number of years, both regionally and nationally. I understand it's even the subject of a Bollywood drama. I can reassure honourable members that my department monitors the SS Richard Montgomery 24 hours a day, every day of the year, carries out annual surveys and publishes reports detailing its condition. And I'm sure that honourable members will be pleased to hear that these reports show no significant worsening of the wreck, and there is no reason to suspect that there will be any increase in risk. Nonetheless, The SS Richard Montgomery has spent more than 80 years lying on the bed of the Thames estuary, and over time it will corrode. And that's why in 2018 the expert advisory group recommended that the 3 masts should be removed to reduce stress on the overall structure and avoid the risk of heavy material collapsing onto the cargo of munitions. Now, following this recommendation, a project was initiated to carry out mast removal with contracts put in place to carry out the works. However, detailed investigations during the planning phase found that the site was more complex than they originally thought due to legacy munitions from both world wars present below the seabed. And the project paused in 2023 to allow my department to consider the best way to manage this risk. Now, since 2024, the government has invested time and resource in understanding as much as possible about the SS Richard Montgomery. This has included the most comprehensive survey programme ever undertaken on this wreck site, a thorough review of all available information and revised modelling of a worst-case scenario. And that revised modelling, using the latest advanced techniques for simulating an explosion in water, has been peer-reviewed by experts at the Ministry of Defence. And that might well be welcome news for any of my colleagues currently enjoying a drink on the House of Commons terrace, because I can reassure my honourable friends that this latest modelling shows that even in the absolute worst case scenario, which is in itself considered highly unlikely, damage on shore is likely to be limited to potential minor breakages to single glazed windows, with no debris expected to reach Sheerness or any other town, and waves unlikely to breach flood defences. However, based on this modelling, the government decided in May last year to introduce a restriction of flying above the wreck site. So rather than that to be a concern about the dangers of aircraft flying over the site with any intent, it's to make sure to protect aircraft from an absolute worst case scenario. And that decision was made on the advice of the Civil Aviation Authority, as I say, to protect any aircraft in the vicinity in an absolute worst case scenario. But I would like to stress that the risk of an incident related to the SS Richard Montgomery remains low, but the government is committed to reducing this risk as far as possible. So, the SS Richard Montgomery programme has progressed to procurement at pace since mid-2025 to deliver mass reduction. Now, as my honourable friend, the Minister responsible for maritime matters, set out in correspondence to local members of Parliament and councillors in November 2025, the Department was clear about its intention to procure a specialist salvage contractor to carry out these works in a safe and controlled manner. That correspondence explained that the decision to progress mass removal was based on expert advice reflecting the age and the condition of the wreck and the need for proactive intervention to manage risk. It also made clear that the Department intended to launch a procurement process to identify a contractor with that specialist capability required to operate at such a complex site whilst continuing to monitor the condition of the wreck. Now, the procurement was designed to prioritise safety and risk reduction whilst ensuring appropriate oversight, value for money and resilience in delivery. And it also reflected the Department's commitment to transparency and to keeping locally elected representatives informed as decisions were taken and the programme progressed. Now, as my honourable friend made clear at the time, this would be a cautious, evidence-led process shaped by expert advice and informed by the unique risks associated with the SS Richard Montgomery. Consequently, a leading global salvage company, Resolve Marine, has been appointed recently and is currently preparing detailed plans to undertake the work. The solution put forward by Resolve is considered to provide the best chance of achieving mast reduction safely by 2027. It's possible that that may be completed earlier than that, but obviously it does depend on the conditions and weather and so on as that work is carried out. Now, my honourable friends have both raised important questions about what will happen to the masts once they're safely removed from the wreck. And I absolutely recognise the strength of local feeling about preserving them as a cultural and historic feature. I want to be clear at this stage that the government's focus must remain firmly on reducing risk and delivering the operation safely. Decisions about the treatment, storage or potential future display of the masts will depend on their condition once they're recovered, the way in which they're removed and what can be done safely and practically. And furthermore, our salvage advisors have made clear that the masts will require specialised treatment and storage once removed to prevent decay. The conservation process required won't be clear until the masts can be studied after they've been removed, and therefore it's not possible at this stage to commit to displaying the masts in a particular location. However, my department fully recognises the interest of local authority, of heritage bodies and the community in this issue. I know how important this is locally. I've indeed seen photographs of the mermaid mural. It's really very impressive, and I absolutely congratulate Sheerness Town Council and the Criterion Theatre, who I know have both been involved in working with my honourable friend to celebrate this local landmark, which, as he has said, is such a source of local pride. As the project progresses, my officials will continue to engage with him and with local stakeholders to explore what options might be feasible without compromising safety or prejudicing the primary objective of risk reduction. It wouldn't be right to prejudge those outcomes now, but I absolutely want to assure him that we understand that those conversations are important and will continue alongside delivery of the works. I should also make clear, as he recognised in his speech, that the wreck remains the property of the United States government and that any decisions regarding the future of the masts and the wreck need to be taken in consultation with the United States Maritime Administration. But I want to assure my honourable friends and the wider community that this programme is being taken forward with seriousness, with transparency and a clear sense of responsibility. The issue of the SS Richard Montgomery is not something that can be resolved quickly or simply, but it's a situation that this government is addressing in a careful, evidence-led way, informed by expert advice and supported by sustained engagement with those who are most affected, including my honourable friends, constituents and others with an interest. So I'm really grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my honourable friends for continuing to raise the interests of their constituents, and my department will continue to engage with him as the project moves forward. I thank him once again for securing this debate and for the constructive contributions that he has made on behalf of the people of Sittingbourne and Sheppey. And I'd like to congratulate as well my honourable friend for Southend, West and Lee for making his contribution today. And I look forward to updating the House as this project reaches further progress. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many in that opinion say aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order. Minister, on your feet.